has legs sticking out of its head, like an octopus or a squid or a cuttlefish.
So that's what cephalopod means. I didn't know that. So it's a bit like
Would be the ecumenical patriarch, right? But then within each bit, it's much more strict. So, for example, if you're more so than in Anglicanism, which is more, you know, what
one ecumenical patriarch.
no, it's the one. I mean, he gets when he passes away, there'll be one. But
because there's all sorts of these, places that are considered to be, the center of the Orthodox world. So Constantinople, he's the patriarch of Constantinople. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. So he's the ecumenical patriarch, right? So he's primus inter pares, the first among the equals, literally. And then you have all of the other, I forget. I don't know who all the people who sit around the same table are. But the point of the autocephalous church is that they're not, under one of the other people who sit under that table. Sorry, around that table, not under the table. I mean, I'm sure somebody sits under the table, but it's a bit odd, isn't it? So yeah, that's what that is. The Greek patriarch, for example, the patriarch of, I don't know, Belgrade, I think, has a patriarch, would be around that table, of Moscow, etc. Then there's a few other Orthodox churches that aren't a part of it and are kind of all on their own, but they're quite small, and I'd muddle things up if I tried to do these things offhand. Sorry about that.
Well, this was the reason for the schism, right? It had three reasons. It had the filioque, so qui ex patri filioque proceedit, the doctrine of the double procession, where it was considered the idea of the Holy Spirit proceeding from the Father and the Son was considered to be insufficiently Trinitarian by the Eastern Christians. There was also the correct way to make the sign of the cross, and then there was this issue of church governance, which was probably the most important one, right? The idea of the primacy of the Bishop of Rome was not something that the Orthodox would accept. I believe that was the basics of it.
Yeah, and there was, how do you experience God's presence and stuff like that, and what do you do with purgatory, and there's a few things that were in there. But yeah, exactly. It's all, if eventually they grew big, and then the organization didn't fit everyone.
Pauli, very good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Tim. How are you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. Could use another cup of coffee, but apart from that.
Same here. I just have the first one on. Yeah, good to see the A team in online at the same time. Tim, Axel, Domen, brings me good memories. Yeah. So Domen, I think we haven't really digested the how to say, the last happenings during the last week, and I think we had some predictions regarding the AMX 10s, where maybe 3 weeks back or 4 weeks back, when they're gonna be appearing in the theater in Ukraine. And I guess now we have seen the first one in Ukraine, if I'm correct, but not in combat yet, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. I'll just I'll be right back. Probably give me 30 seconds.
Yeah, and I guess the good news is that now the Rosomax, so the Wolverines, they're gonna ship 100 these IFVs to Ukraine. They have the Patria pace. They are 8x8. Usually the operating ranges from 800 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers. They're usually lightly armored, so they can withstand some heat. And I think the listing was that they are either going to be equipped with the 30 millimeter Bushmaster, 100 of these, and then additionally, I think they're going to have bunch of 120 millimeter mortar equipped Rosomax in the theater. So I was pretty stoked about these. What do you think, Tim and Domin?
Sure. I mean, these Patrias, they are very very fine finished bits of kit. Although I do note that Finland is actually a fairly minor operator of them, right? Is Finland replacing them, or what's going on there? Because Poland's got thousands of them. Finland don't even have 100.
Yeah, so Poland initially ordered 690, and then if the listings, open source listings are correct, Poland has about 1,000 of them. And I guess Finland can't really match up with those numbers. I think we'll be mainly concentrating on CV90s and then on Leopard 2s. But the good thing is that now, well, we are in NATO, and I think if Poland is willing to provide the Rosomax, I'm quite sure that Finland can and is capable of giving support on the maintenance and any technical details is necessary. So I think this is actually a really good opening. Supplying the Rosomax or the Patria AMV base. I think that's in my opinion, really smart move. And we have to remember that they also have the Bradleys. That's actually a really nice vehicle. And I don't know if you know this, but the AMVs, these Patria vehicle, the Polish call it Rosomak, they've also been supplied with Spike missiles in some occasions. So 2 Spike missiles in 1 AMV vehicle. So
the problem there being the export license, right?
Yeah, I think Yehuda has to start to turn some wrists to the Israeli direction. I think if you remember the last session with Thomas Steiner, he was explicitly emphasizing the importance of Spike missile, and I fully agree. I think that would create further havoc in the theater. So we need spikes.
You see, I understood that the variant that Poland is supplying to Ukraine, or rather Ukraine is purchasing. This isn't a donation. This is new off the Polish production line, funded by the EU and the US. This is not a donation as such. But I understand the variant they're getting is mainly the grenade launcher variant. But they're also looking at something with Spike as well, or is that the same vehicle, or how does that work?
Yeah, so the base is same with the AMV base with the wheels. That's the same, but then the upper part varies. So it's a modular construction. So if I read the listing correctly, it was 100 Rosomax. These vehicles, 100 of those with the Bushmaster 30 millimeter gun, and then additionally. In future, they will get another 100, and additionally, I think it was something around 40 or 50 motor vehicles. So same kind of base, this Rosomak equipped with 120 millimeter mortar, and I guess that was also to be shipped ASAP. And if I remember correctly, what Thomas Steiner said about the Rosomak with the mortar. Third, it has an automatic loader. So it's rather capable. And you also have to remember that these Rosomachs, Wolverines, they are amphibious. So like the light model and the normal model is amphibious, and only the ones that have a lot of added plates, armors, are not amphibious. So they go from 6 to 10 kilometers per hour in the water. So I think that's also a nice addition in the model. And of course, it has modern communication and modern optics. So really good vehicle. I think. Well, of course, I'm biased and rooting for Finnish vehicles, but I just have to say that it will be a nice add-on in the theater. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauli. I am quite excited for them because I know that everything that is reasonably well armored, that is reasonably new, and has a 30mm Bushmaster chain gun will do pretty well. Right? Ukraine needs more armored mobility, and armored mobility with a sizable gun on top is extra desirable. And I think that's really what it is. Whether it's wheeled or tracked, fine, whatever. Different things for different purposes. But it will still make a whole. It will be very useful. You can fit a whole battalion of infantry into 100 of these, and you can make a real. You can deliver them relatively well protected, and they can wreak havoc when they get to wherever they're going, right, Pauli? That's the point, and that's what Patria was designing it for.
Yes, and let's not forget this has been it has been practiced and tried under fire in the theater. So I think it was used in Afghanistan like 2006 or 2007 already. So it's not just like pure theory. So and they've been able to withstand RPGs and like lighter ammunition. I don't know. Of course, it will not withstand like T80, T90 hits, direct hits. But other than that, I think it will be a nice addition to the tier. And it's it's a modern IFV. What can I say? Thank you.
Thank you, Pauli. Well, I'm very excited that they're going, especially the 100. They're going immediately. I like that sort of timing. Immediately is a good or forthwith is a good timeline for armored vehicles to be delivered to Ukraine. So I'm guessing those are from existing stock, and then the other 100 are going from new builds, which is great. The funny thing is, the factory in Poland that was making these was supposed to finish up a few months ago with their production run. So everything's there. All the people are trained and are doing this, and they can just continue the production now. So it's very straightforward. And I'm sure that since it's a finished design, it was optimized for bonking Russians.
Yes, fully, 100%. And I think one thing we can maybe expect, although we don't have all the information in this space, although we have a lot of information. Now that the Ukrainians have been training in Poland, I'm quite confident that they are familiar with Rosomach. So it's not like something came out of the blue during the Easter time that, we forgot, we have to train you with these. You have to learn how to drive, and it's going to take 12 months. So I'm quite sure they've been training for quite some time already. And
I mean, the use of the vehicle should be pretty self-explanatory, right?
Yes. So if you can drive a Lada, this is easy.
See, I have direct experience of military driving courses. The way they do this in the British Army is you get about 2 days of training on a particular vehicle, and then you do a test on the vehicle, and they smash you through the test over and over again until you pass it. So I got one of my licenses in 4 days, I nearly killed several people, including a small family, during the process.
And it was a bicycle license.
I've actually got a bewildering array of licenses. I think I can drive everything except a double-decker bus with a trailer. That's the only thing I can't drive. So I can drive Arctic lorries. I can drive tracked vehicles. I can drive I can drive JCBs. I can drive a single-decker bus with a trailer. I don't have a clue how to operate any of these vehicles. I just have the piece of paper. So it really is quite terrifying the extent to which the British Ministry of Defence will license incompetent people throughout the world to drive strange vehicles on any road. I don't think the man in Brussels has noticed this yet, because I would think I would probably lose a great deal of my licenses if I was required to requalify. Anyway, so yeah, in my experience, military organizations are not that fussy about being able to drive a vehicle competently. As long as you can make it go, you get to make the rest up, I think.
Pauli?
Yeah, fully agree. I remember my last training that involved military training. I think the captain asked that, "Do you have a driver's license?" I replied, "Yes." "All right, you pass." So that was it. I got the military license straight away. And there's a saying in Finland that this is poorly translated, but I will translate it anyway. That the work will teach you the ways. So I guess this goes to the military driving as well.
Absolutely, because what's the worst that can happen? You destroy £10 million worth of vehicle. Like, that's the only downside. Maybe kill 7, 8 people in the process. I mean, the downsides are really very limited, aren't they?
Yeah, more work for the procurement office. So win-win.
Speaking of win-win, I'm afraid I must leave you at this point. I will leave you in the very capable hands of Doman and Mockers. I see we've got a pretty good panel up here. We've got Prince, who may or may not be asleep. We've also got Axel. We've got Pauli. I see some excellent loiterers as well. I see David down there loitering. Who else have we got? We got James Canning Cook, loiterer. Joanna, loiterer. So it's looking very healthy even in my absence. So I will leave you, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much, everybody.
Bye, Tim. Have a nice day. Yeah, so let's carry on with this. So, Pauli, I'm just curious, how much detail do you have on what these such? Because as we know, right, these are flexible platforms. You can put a Bushmaster on it or not. You can put a heavy machine gun on it or not. You can put a mortar on it or not. There's a lot of options, as well as I'm guessing some command posty types. So do you have a good idea of which ones these are, or has it been at all let's call it publicized which ones they are?
Yeah, I guess I also have quite narrow information what has been actually promised. So there's only been circling a little bit of information, I think, in Telegram and in Twitter Spaces, and the listing was really narrow. It basically said that 200 in total plus the motor vehicles, and the investigation I conducted a few days ago was that I basically investigated what kind of vehicles Poland has and what Poland is able to ship, therefore. And I think I personally concluded that it's going to be 200 ones, about 200 ones with the Bushmaster 30 millimeter gun, and then additionally the 120 millimeter mortar vehicles. But like you said, the AMV is a modular vehicle, so of course I think in the future, of course, they will be able to handle different kind of types. And if I remember correctly, there are at least like 6 different types of AMV vehicle circling around. So like common vehicles, engineering, and different kind of types of these AMVs. So positive news.
So, Pauli, why were they not more popular in Finland? Why didn't the Finnish military, say, oh, these things designed in Finland, kind of probably for Finland, ended up not being procured? Why was that?
Budget. So, if I was the defense minister and the one deciding on our procurement, I would have bought a lot of these in addition to having the CV90s and Leopard 2s. But unfortunately, our military had to prioritize, and I think that was the main reason. I'm quite sure that they would single-handedly switch these over the old SISUs that they have. So I'm quite sure it's only a prioritization and budget reason why they don't have these. And Poland, they have the budget to buy 1,000 of these. So kudos for them.
And these are the ones that Amos are mounted on, right? So many of the ones that Finland has the Amos automated mortar system mounted on them, right?
Yeah. So we have the Amos and Nemo mortar turret. So it's a double barrel mortar with the shoot and scoot ability. So you can shoot six mortars per barrel and then scoot away, and the mortars will land at the same time in the target. I think the range is up to 10 kilometers if I remember correctly. But the I think the it's semi-auto, if I remember correctly, that it's not like the Rosomak mortars that it's totally automatic, but the crew has to load some mortars, but it's still really fast. So both these Rosomak mortars and the almost the same base, they have a different kind of abilities, but both are lethal and deadly. And on counter offensive, in my humble opinion, it will be a great asset on killing a lot of infantry, Rusky infantry. Thanks.
Yeah, and that's really the purpose of this, what they were designed for. And have there ever been any concerns regarding either mobility on especially muddy ground, or any maintenance concerns with these at all? I'm sure that these are the sort of things that would have been fleshed out in any procurement process quite publicly.
Yes, so the MV base has already been in theater for like 20 years. So it's really capable. It goes to 60% incline, and then on vertical you can go on 30% variation on the ground. And of course, you will not go with the wheels. You will not go into the worst muddy places. You need a MTLB or like a tracked vehicle to go that. But during
one of those bandwagon things from Sweden, right?
But now late spring, summer, early autumn, it will be marvelous. And of course during winter time when you have snow and normal winter conditions that we have in Finland. And I think one thing we also I want to highlight is that the top speed is about 70 miles per hour. So it goes quite fast, considering that it weighs like 26 tons, this AMV. So it's rather nice.
Yeah, and on anything like solid ground, it's probably absolutely fantastic the way it is, right? Can really power along without any reservations. too much of a reservation anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's also 8x8. So like every axle is driving and has torque. So just well, I'm 100% biased, but I'm hoping being in theater and showing its capability, and of course, hopefully other NATO countries will procure more, and that we can produce more, because I think this is something that would benefit all the NATO countries, and in my humble opinion, it would be a good asset for all the NATO troops to have. Thank you.
Yeah, because I think probably one of the lessons we're kind of learning here, right, in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, is the need for volume, right? The need for sufficient volume of protected mobility, sufficiently many vehicles that you can put infantry in, right? And this seems like kind of a good, let's call it a high compromise solution, right? It's very good at what it does. It's sufficiently well armored. It's sufficiently well armed, and at the same time, it's relatively easy to maintain. It's not overly expensive the way it is. I think that's kind of the thing here, right? It gives you, it's good enough on everything. It's the production line is set up, which is relatively good, which can produce probably, if you max it out, probably a vehicle every 2-3 days in Poland, the way it's set up, right? So it's kind of a really good option if you want to have a lot more space for your infantry, a lot more armored mobility for your infantry. So it seems like a really good way to go. What did you say about the amphibious properties on these? So the lighter ones are amphibious, but the heavier ones aren't. Is that the?
Yeah. So like we discussed, it's like a modular base. So there's like the normal, like just the lightest is the armored personal carrier. Then you have the IFV version, the infantry fighting vehicle version. You have the command vehicle version. You have the ambulance version, and the recce vehicle version, and then you have the anti-tank guided missile vehicle with the spikes, and even you also have the armored repair and recovery vehicle version, and then you also have the mortar version. So I think there were at least like 7 or 8 in total of these, and the heaviest ones they have lots of equipment, add-ons, and then additional plates, like armor plates, protection, and they are heavier, like I think the more modern AMXC 10s, and thus are not amphibious. But all the light and normal versions are amphibious, and they go from 6 to 10 kilometers per hour in the water, so quite fast. Like try to swim that pace, and I think will be difficult. So, and when Patria announces that they are amphibious, they really are amphibious. They are not like Russian amphibious vehicles that are submarines, actually. Thank you.
Yeah, I think David Brickfield could have swum that fast, but most people definitely can't.
Yeah, I think the like old amphibious vehicles, they usually, if I remember correctly, they usually go about 4 kilometers per hour. Of course, you don't really want to start any like swimming competitions in the water. You just want to get the hell out from the water, and you want to how to say, that's like the last option you want to do. If you can go by the road, you will go by the road. But if you have to go over the water, you will minimize the time you spend at the water and near the water areas. That's at least my schooling. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauli. Do you have any guess? We speak of AMX10. Actually, no. Let's speak of AMX10 because I want to go to something else a little bit, which you will care about as well. But let's start with the AMX10. What's your thoughts? We've seen them 2-3 weeks ago. We've seen them in that barn, almost certainly in Ukraine. The tractor hangar, almost certainly in Ukraine. Do you reckon we will see them before we see some other things, or later on when the main offensive starts on? What do you reckon? Since it's a recon vehicle, would you expect it to see maybe videos of it coming out a week before other videos?
Yeah, it's a good question. If I reminisce, I think for the last 1 or 3 months ago, we've been discussing where we're going to see it and how they're going to use it, the AMX10s. And I think the last prediction was that we're going to hope to see them in theater during the Easter time. But currently, we'll be only seeing them in barns. And my humble prediction is that, of course, they're going to use that in the flanks and as recon vehicles, because although it's a light tank, someone laughs now. I wouldn't use it in the main offensive or the as a normal tank, a main battle tank. So hopefully in the south, we will see them going through the Berdyansk direction in the flanks. That's my humble prediction, that we will first see them in the south, plowing through the Berdyansk direction in the flanks and in recon. That's my 2 cents and prediction.
Very good. Pauli, the other thing we've not seen yet any of are the CV90s. Of course, the CV90-40s from Sweden, 50 of those, I think, should be coming. Not seeing anything of those yet. Not seen Reznikov take any pictures with those yet. Nor the CV90s from Norway, nor ones which I'm kind of expecting were in the Finnish package, because I don't know how what they sent instead, if it was just a literal several train loads of ammunition to make up all of that money that package was composed of. But we've not seen any CV90s yet. Do you reckon that optimized for very, very quick training, since they're made for fundamentally conscript armies, right? Not fully professional armies. When they were designed for a Swedish army, which is largely a conscript army. Principal countries buying it early on, like Finland, Norway still at the time, Denmark, which were largely conscript armies. So I just thought that it would be a particularly easy thing to master, or maybe because of it, do you reckon that they might have taken newer troops, less experienced troops, or ones that have only had light infantry experience previously, to go and command these and drive and shoot with these? What would you have done with these? Who would you have assigned to these, seeing that we've not seen them delivered as yet?
Yeah, first to the delivery part. I think Sweden might be announcing these publicly and bolstering around. I'm quite confident that if Finland now is able to ship CV90s, and hopefully is, I think we're gonna just highlight other things and ship these as secretly as possible. We really don't want to at the moment. Well, I think that's at least would be my reasoning. And if I would have to ship these, I think I would do it at the same time as I have the annual practices in the south of Finland and just ship them into a cargo ship and be done with it. With the training part, I think one thing we really have to recognize is that the Ukrainians, they train hard, and what we have seen, they train 12 to 18 hours per day, and they are fast learners. They also apply the knowledge they gain, and they further, how to say, apply the knowledge. They are really quick to learn and to modify the knowledge they receive. So if the information is correct that we publicly have, after the full-blown invasion in the spring, I think already at that time we received some bits of information that Ukrainians don't have enough tanks. They have the capability, they have the drivers, but they don't have enough tanks. So I'm quite sure that they have the crews or certain, well, enough tank crews with at least the basic skill set, like Tim described, driving the double-decker bus, to be sent to neighboring countries, to Poland, to practice. So I don't think that for the CV90s they would have any problems finding the right kind of crews. Maybe the ones that have not been driving T55s and older stuff that have more modern skill set, because T55 driving that, what I've heard, it's not easy. Thank you.
And Pauli, did you ever think that this was going to ever be a discussion again, in your lifetime, Russia using T55s in war?
Yeah, I think as a Finn, we've been used to hearing and experiencing really weird stuff with the Ruskies, like fictionally us shooting them with artillery in the north and starting a war. So we've been learning to expect anything from them, but actually like refurbishing 70-year-old tanks, I have to give it to them. That's quite unique. And you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. So I guess that's their ethos. Thank you.
And the other thing I think is quite interesting, right, is Ukraine is now destroying, ever more of these radars, jammers, all the rest of the stuff, right? I think that's pretty interesting, and I think that could have possibly a much bigger effect than we're kind of expecting at this point. Ever more radar arrays are finding their ways onto the destroyed list. I think it's very interesting. It's a very interesting setup, and it's great that Ukrainians get to target all of these. Pauli?
I think I lost you, Dom, and I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you fine, yeah.
It sounds to me, Polly, as though you can't hear Doman. Doman can hear you fine. I have a funny feeling we might have lost him.
You know what it is. You know what it is. It's the Russians. It's the Russians jamming across the border into Finland again. Wrong kind of jamming. Very impolite. Could have been a nice rhubarb and plum, but instead it's just electromagnetic spectrum, and they're disrupting us. That's what's going on. I'm pretty sure.
Well, while we're waiting for him to get into a place where he can maybe fix himself, would you like some numbers?
Yes, let's go through some news.
Helps if I unmute myself at the same time. So I have numbers here for you. Scores on the doors are 670 liquidated personnel, just the one tank for armoured personnel vehicles, 10 artillery systems, excellent work, 1 MLRS, 11 UAVs. Now, we have noticed a real uptick in UAVs recently, but it would seem Ukraine are getting very good at shooting. 5 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 2 more of those special equipment. So that's certainly climbing that figure.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was getting after, right? Double-digit artillery again, very good, and more of these special equipment. And Pauli, mic check.
Mic check. The Vatnik.
Perfect.
Me. It was the Wi-Fi just stepping out. So I was still in the home Wi-Fi, and you know what happened.
Yeah, and then you were at the edge of it, and it was enough to keep you connected, but not enough to actually get comms. So as the last thing that Marcus highlighted here, special equipment again, a few pieces destroyed. I have a hunch that Ukrainians dispensing with these Russian radars, jammers, electronic warfare equipment, whatever else it is in there, engineering equipment. I think that might have a really big effect at the end of things. Much more so than might be expected, because these are really big force multipliers. But what do you reckon, Pauli?
Yeah, so the special vehicles, if you just go to the Rusky charts and tactics, what they have for each battle group or battalion, they don't have a whole lot. And the same goes with the radar vehicles. So they are scarce. So every time you get to see radar destroyed, that's in my books a huge thing. And I think same goes with the special equipment. So well, I haven't really done a deep analysis on the special equipment part, but I guess generally we can say that they are lacking. So I don't be expecting any kind of like great offensive from the Rusky side at the moment.
No, exactly, and it seems to me as though Ukrainians have really reprioritized their their missions to go ever more far behind Russian lines, ever more targeting these not just artillery, but anything else they can find that is long range, right, Pauli?
100%. And I think something we really need to remember is that we just see the surface on the OSINT. So there will be a lot of hits and attacks in the rural areas that are not being documented and that are not being posted in Twitter or Telegram. So you have to remember that I think Ukraine is now working hard and doing these preparatory strikes, and we are not seeing like all of them. So that's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, absolutely, and shaping the battlefield in their into their advantage, while at the same time, right? Ukraine still persists with the defense of Bakhmut. Just this morning, or maybe this is from yesterday. Who knows when they release things? But General Syrski, the Ukrainian commander of the Eastern grouping of forces, I think the translation is back in Bakhmut, or was back in Bakhmut, for an inspection, for a conversation, from a look from the ground of what's going on. And I think that says something. He wouldn't be going there if the situation was on the verge of breaking. If anything, I saw that a couple of days ago, Ukraine actually regained some previously lost positions, but it's very much block-to-block fighting right now, right? And this is kind of the calculus here. It seems the calculus here seems to be between, well, you can leave the rest of Bakhmut, but then you're just going to have to fight them elsewhere. So why not fight them where you already have them, right? Why not fight them when where they already are? Does it make that much of a difference? And apparently, they're sticking to it. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes onward.
Yeah, exactly. This is a big segue, but do you know where I'm at the moment?
You, Pauli, are in Finland.
Yes, and exactly, I'm in front of BOF. You know what's that?
Bank of Finland.
Bank of Fellas. I'll get a picture to you in Twitter, but I'm in front of Bank of Fellas, also known as Bank of Finland.
So is that where Fellas bank, or does it contain Fellas? Which is?
I think a bit of both. Of course, it's a secret covert operation run from the Langleys. So I cannot really tell you more about it, but it's quite impressive.
Excellent. So I'll just highlight this once again. So a few times here on the MriyaReport, we've had Ika Korhonen, who's the head of the Bank of Finland Institute for Emerging Economies, as well as one of his co-workers, Laura Solanko. And I really enjoyed all of the conversations we have had with them, because they kind of study what's going on in Russia from proxy data, right? Russia makes stuff up a lot, and the real question is, what's behind it? What's actually real? How do you get into it? How do you get to figure out what's actually going on? And all of this other trade data from other countries will be a little bit more reliable. But the most important thing, and I think this is a lesson that many other analysts should be learning, is not to blindly apply methods and methodological approaches that work otherwise in, let's quote unquote, normal situations, right? Because when a country is in a quote unquote normal situation, usual assumptions of economics probably work relatively okay. Russia really isn't, and this is why you get those headlines from places like the IMF and say, oh, Russia's doing fine. They're experiencing barely a contraction of GDP or even slight growth, anything like that. But it's good people like the building in front of which Pauli is, that actually figure stuff out from much more concrete data and can say, well, actually now it's they're keeping up a good facade. They're keeping up a good facade. But they can't do anything like what is suggested that they're doing, right? And that's important. It's not what's going to win off it. Everything is about effectiveness and efficacy. And if it makes it a little bit easier to win, if it makes it a little bit harder for the Russians to continue, that's really already a success. But the one thing that I'll forever think of, Pauli, is the direct question saying, well, no, you can't actually model the Russian economy, not under the current circumstances. Not both because of a lack of data, as well as just a lack of good assumptions to make, a lack of solid, well-based assumptions.
Yeah, I think also one thing we need to remember, that how can you really crash an economy that doesn't have indoor toilets, and they don't even have the remote idea of what's like modern society. So that's another question. But actually have well, just an open question to you, Domin. What do you think the summer is going to look like for the Russian energy market and the prices and for the possible gains? So for the next 4 months or so.
Oof, that's a good question, Pauli. I think that it depends on which bit you're looking at, right? I think they'll keep trying to sell lots of their crude oil abroad, and they kind of have to. You know? In the situation where they're in, they need to keep their trade balance, and they need to export as much as they can to get money outside of the country, basically, right? It's not just about bringing money home, but it's to have money outside with which they can pay. Whenever you go away from dollar exchanges, whenever you go to these bilateral exchanges, like ruble renminbi trade, or ruble rupee trade, what you really want to do is, you sell your oil and you use the money you get more or less immediately to buy other stuff that you can buy with those same with that same currency, right? That's the most practical, pragmatic way for them to go ahead with it. And if they have a surplus, then great. Great for them. They can fill some of their budget hole. But that's about it. That's kind of the logic and the purpose of it all. So I think they'll keep trying. I'm waiting for some big industrial accidents, frankly. I think they're about due for these fires that we look at, that Marcus reports on so well. I'm waiting for something a good order of magnitude bigger than the biggest fires we see. Because if something like that were to occur in their crude oil production and transport infrastructure, then they're really in big trouble, right? That I think is the real that I think would make a big difference, and I think we're about due for it. People who normally run these things, maintain these things, the ones domestically have been sent to the front, many off. The ones from abroad, they're no longer there. The combination of those two is going to spell bad news for the Russians, which is good, which we're very much looking forward to. They're of course attempting and will continue to attempt to sell things through the dark fleet or whatever else, ship to ship transfers and on the high seas, and that's where I'm kind of afraid of a big oil spill and something of an environmental disaster somewhere, in the middle of the Aegean or off the coast of Morocco or some such. And I think were that to happen, now you'd really see another large chunk of people who currently aren't yet really thoroughly turn against Russia, not just in countries that are affected, but elsewhere as well. So I think that's quite interesting, and that could be, we're certainly not wishing for that, certainly not wishing for a spill like that, but I fear as though it might be coming, or I think there's a good chance of it coming soon. The gas is the interesting bit. I think we'll see more flaring off, unless they can figure out a way to use much more in their domestic industry than they have thus far. We've seen the flaring off in the summer, right? Pauli, you probably saw it from your balcony, right, or from your window, because the flare was so big there on the Finnish border, where normally the gas would have gone into Nord Stream, for example. I think they're reducing the production thereof, but I think in the winter, they were using it for heating, but with somewhat reduced production, they could actually used up what they produced. But in the summer, they won't be, right? So unless they figure out a way to increase some sort of high energy demand industrial production into anything that's more storable, be it ammonia or whatever else, it's not going to be. There's going to be a lot more flaring off of gas going on, The pipeline that Putin was very happy about, that he talked about with Xi when he visited Moscow. No, the Chinese throttled it 2-3 days later. That thing takes a while to build. So it's one thing getting it to China. It's another thing to get it, not just to China, but the bit of China across China where they actually need it and want all that energy, right? So unless we know that construction on that is starting, this month and next, it won't be in operation until well into next year. So it's going to be completely irrelevant in the short run, and they're either going to be throwing it away or there's going to be big flares. If there aren't big flares, and we don't hear something specific about their own industrial use of it, you can suppose from that oil fields are producing a lot less oil than they were before, right? The gas is co-located with the oil. The whole reason why the Soviet Union turned to gas as a primary energy source for wherever it could be used, and why it installed so many district heating or setups in cities across the Soviet Union was because gas was free. It was a byproduct of the thing that they were exporting, right? Because it's co-located with the crude oil. And so if you don't see big flare-offs, and at the same time you don't hear about large changes to the industrial makeup and the need for it, I think it's pretty clear where it's going. And it will mean that it's staying underground, that they're not pumping it out because they're actually pumping less oil out. And that might be the best outcome from this perspective. The prices are kind of are an interesting thing. That's because OPEC keeps trying to keep prices relatively high. I don't know if they're realizing for themselves that they're digging themselves kind of a hole with that, right? Because the higher they keep prices, the greater the interest of countries elsewhere to pursue alternate sources of propulsion, right? As for example, Norway evidences, it is not necessary anymore to be reliant entirely on oil-based products for automotive propulsion. If you can go to other things, I'm not a fan of batteries just because they're heavy and such. But there are other ways of doing things, and there's going to be a lot greater interest in it when there's interest, when there's interest driving market research and production. Then you're going to see a lot more of those, and they're going to, in the end up getting less money for all of their oil than they would otherwise. And in the aggregate, they're really harming themselves with it, I reckon. But anyway, no, we'll see where it goes. If anything, the rest of it needs to be cracked down on more, especially when it comes to anything that's getting shipped. Stricter controls need to be imposed. A little bit of creativity in this, especially on environmental bases, should be introduced. I think that's a large component of it, and that goes for Turkey, the Bosphorus. That goes for NATO Lake and the Danish Straits, the Sound and Belts. Anything that you can do on an environmental basis. Now, it doesn't have to be bulletproof from a legal perspective, but anything that you can impose on an environmental basis to just add friction to what the Russians are doing is a good idea, because that brings their costs up and that brings their profits down, and that's a really, really good thing if that happens. That's my top line headline thoughts about it. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I agree with the analysis, and I think at this point they cannot really afford a lot of, how I say, more problems to the energy sector. I think they already have had some problems with the payrolls, so paying in time for the workers, and I think most of the time for power plants and for the energy industry, having just a local strike can do much harm for the factories, even if the workers aren't really like wanting to harm the factory, but just having downtime unnecessary downtime and no maintenance that can also hurt a local production plant or energy plant. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, exactly, right. It's if things aren't going well, if things don't seem very stable, very orderly, then attention to detail, maintenance and such kind of drops off as well. And I think that's a good thing, right? It's a good thing when that happens. So yeah, I'm quite happy with that. Yeah. Let's see where it goes, right? Let's see where it goes with time. Um, I'd be on the lookout for any introduction of friction within the Russian economy, and anything else that can introduce more friction in there is generally a good thing. The more, the better. Just shave off their margins, shave off their profits as much as you can. Wrap them in bureaucratic red tape wherever you can, and that's going to be making a difference. Because the way that their budget deficit is going thus far, and I think in January and February of this year, they've gotten as much of a state budget deficit as they have in all of 2022. And part of that is because they got to export quite a lot of energy at quite high prices in the second and third quarters of 2022, but they're just not able to do that anymore. Their war expenditure went up, and their flows into the budget are going down, right? So at some point, this is, I think, why they're letting the ruble fall in value, because this way, with what they exported, they get extra rubles. Yes, it's harming their ability to import, but I think probably they still have a positive balance of payments somehow, because their imports are so constricted, right? Their ability to import is still quite constricted. So I think they're still maintaining a trade surplus, more exports than imports. And with the ruble dropping, they get to paper over some of the budget deficit hole that they've created for themselves. But that's where extra friction needs to be introduced, extra as Peter calls it, economic warfare needs to be introduced in order to really make life not normal in Russia, right? Because that's kind of necessary. Putin's underlying promise to the people of Russia was, you're not going to have the 90s anymore. You're not going to have the insecurity, the volatility at home that you had experienced through the 90s. This is where it's important to make life seem unpredictable, future seem unpredictable, unstable within Russia, if you want to make a difference from within. Now, and this isn't an instead, this is an added measure on top of what is being done militarily and what will be done militarily when it comes to the question of supplying Ukraine, right? It's a part of it. It's not an instead of, but it's an extra stuff on top. Arm Ukraine to the teeth, and then you do as much as you can to also degrade Russia at the same time, because you need to arm Ukraine to the teeth so they can do offensive operations well, and correctly execute them. And then all of the other things you do, you're just making the defense weaker, or you're making one fewer offensive operation at the end of the day necessary. That's kind of the purpose of it. It's not an either or; it's a both. Lots of.
Yeah, exactly. I know the term secondary sanction is really lame. It doesn't sound much of anything, but in my opinion, real monitored and enforced secondary sanctions, if applied widely, would bring more pressure, and I think that's something I would really want to see. That's what I've been thinking about.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly right. And this is primarily to do two things, right? What do you do with secondary sanctions? You make sure that the import restrictions on what Russia can physically import, the friction for anything that they want to import that isn't, food basically, goes up, up, up. That it's harder logistically, harder financially to execute any imports, and also that they get less money for their exports. Possibly lower volumes, but critically lower margins. Both of them are a good thing. Lower volumes are a good thing. Lower margins are a good thing. The thing is, with lower margins, you can do more with less perturbation of everybody else. Lower margins only harm Russians. Lower volumes actually have an effect on the world, right? Lower volumes of crude oil exports specifically. So the best thing is, the best thing would be for Russia to export loads of crude oil, absolutely loads of it, at negative margins. The more the better, because they would literally be digging themselves a hole with it. That would be fundamentally the best solution. Now, even they aren't as dumb as to do that, right? So we need to lower volumes as well because of it. But if as long as it's in the positive, lower volumes are good. If it would be in the negative, then maximize the volumes. Then it would literally be costing them to do it. But to some degree, as we discussed, they can't actually stop, right? So volumes of exports, they kind of have a floor. They're not going to go below that floor. So if you really hit the margins, as they drop to that floor, towards that floor, because they can't otherwise restart things, then they're in big trouble. And I don't think there's enough decisiveness with it. Things that are being done, by and large, they're good. It's just not quite enough. It's like, yeah, this is good, but you know what? It could be a lot better still. So it's all about being decisive, seeing the big picture, and the big picture saying, well, let's get this over and done with. Let's enable a Ukrainian victory ASAP. And this is where, Pauli, I see a little bit of paralysis and inertia setting in, and that paralysis and inertia being driven, at least in part, by, but what happens afterwards? Oh, we're not sure what happens afterwards. Oh, but we cannot plan for it. We cannot control it. Is this a good thing? Is this not so much of a good thing? What is this? And I think that is part of the problem here, Pauli. I think this is part of the problem here. It's a lack of it's a lack of decisiveness in a way, if that makes sense. And part of this, I think, is for fear of what comes next and what they'll be blamed for. And by they, I mean people in decision-making positions and positions of power, because they will be. Frankly, a lot of time, leaders of countries are blamed for things that really aren't their fault, because the prime minister of such and such country can't really be blamed for inflation when inflation is going on all around the world. It would have happened anyway. You can affect a few percentage points in the margins up or down. It doesn't actually make the difference, right? Whether you're who's running things. But if and when Russia collapses into either some sort of a civil war or just balkanizes, and there's lots of different people in controls of different bits of weaponry, and the people who are in charge of various European countries at the time when that happens and before that are going to be blamed for it, whether it's their fault or not. And I think it's time for them to realize that, look, just forget about it. Just push on with it. Fine, be blamed for it. Who cares? It doesn't matter. Get things done that you can affect. Stop trying to affect things which you can't. Stop worrying about things which you can't affect anyway. Just do it. I think that's that realization is missing a little bit. And were it not for that, and the word for the realization that the best ways you can deter anyone in the future trying to destabilize the world and go and and go on a murderous genocidal rampage in a neighboring country. The best way to deter it is a strong response, so other would-be copycats know that this isn't actually a worthwhile process to engage in, that this isn't actually a worthwhile approach for them, that they're just going to lose. And this, I think, is lacking a little bit, that sort of decisiveness. This is the thing. This is the thing for Europe, especially, to respond to. This is the thing for them to respond to. This is the thing for Europe to do, for European leaders to stand against in effect. So come on, let's do it, right? Don't dilly-dally, don't pussyfoot around it. Just go and actually do the right thing. Don't worry about what comes next, right? Because whatever bad comes next within Russia, whatever good comes next once you get Russians out of Ukraine is going to be bigger anyway. And there'll be negative outcomes with negative externalities. Plan how to mitigate them. Plan how to mitigate them depending on what exactly happens. But it's not that difficult. It's not as though it hadn't been done before. And the failure of the Budapest Memorandum is going to make it harder, right? Had you made sure that was successful, then you wouldn't be facing these problems. And this is, frankly, a fault of the West. Pauli?
Yeah, fully agreed. And I think, well, I have two things to this topic. First is that we have to also look how far we have come regarding the lethal aid, also non-lethal aid, and realize that not all leaders were ready to make up their minds and realize what's happening. I think Macron just realized this week that, it works like this. We cannot negotiate yet. And the second part is that I have to say that a lot of the Baltic countries, Bulgaria, Romania, and Poland, they had, in a sense, played this game before. They have played it from the beginning to the end, and they knew how it's being played and how you have to play. That's my take on the matter, that they knew that there's only one way to play it correctly against Russia. Thank you.
Yeah, there's that as well. And, it's funny that you mentioned Bulgaria among this because of their particular political makeup. You think, it's certainly not going to be them, is it? And yet, apparently, far more actually came from Bulgaria than anybody would have been expecting in various different ways, of various different types. And I think that's actually kind of excellent and interesting both at the same time, right? Just how much actually managed to get out of Bulgaria. It's still apparently coming from Bulgaria. So many of these Soviet caliber guns of Ukrainians, 152 millimeter guns, would be, much quieter were it not for Bulgarian supplies. And are they really good artillery? No. Do they make a difference? Yes, of course they make a difference. We've been talking about this for a while, right? You use the Western guns, Western ammo for some purposes. You use the old Soviet-type guns for different purposes. You do still need some, area denial fire. And don't use the 155s in that. Use the 152s in the one.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. I'm not like, how to say it, the utmost or the best fan of Bulgaria, but I realized that they have shipped a lot of lethal material to Ukraine, and they are not getting, in my opinion, enough rep for it. I think they have done remarkably good job on shipping lethal stuff. Thank you.
And this is actually the funny thing, right, Pauli? This is kind of the funny thing. It's just the absence of compunction, right? those for whom it should have been much easier domestically as well, and they have all sorts of questions, but should we, but shouldn't we, but what's this going to lead to? Is this the right thing to do? And Bulgarians just went and did it, and like, oh, yeah, there's people who want to buy artillery shells. Here you go. Here's 20,000 artillery shells, 50,000 artillery shells, 10,000 grad rockets. There you go. Just forget about the compunction. Just get stuff done, and sometimes that's the more useful thing, frankly. And Europe and Ukraine really lucked into Petkov being prime minister when it all started. That, with all the political deadlock since then, were it not for him at the start, this might have turned out very, very different indeed. Yeah, Nale, how are you?
Yeah, hi friends. I'm doing great. About to clean the kitchen again, but I'm not here to talk about that since I wanted to ask Pauli, what do you think about the Russian consulate on or in Ahvenanmaa?
Already
Should it be
signed. Already
what?
signed.
Good. Good. So it's moving along quite nicely then, is it?
Yeah, it's a brief background. I think it was the 1920s treaty after the First World War that we quote unquote demilitarized Åland Islands. It's in the center of the Baltic Sea between Estonia, Sweden, Finland. Really important islands, and since the 1920s. For some reason, the Ruskies have been having an embassy there and
consulate,
like a consulate, yeah, and they've been quote unquote monitoring, spying the demilitarization of Åland Islands. And now that we are in NATO, in addition the citizens' point of view, I think our politicians are also finally catching up that. All right, let's put an end of this spy game and maybe within some timeline get rid of the consulate from the Åland Islands. And I fully agree and fully support that. We don't really need to have someone who's playing the genocidal game, pretending to be monitoring peace there. That's ridiculous. So I think we have to agree that we need to get the Ruskies out of Åland Islands.
100%, Pauli. And once that's done, I think there's a little bit up north that needs some attention as well. Nale?
Yeah, I agree with Pauli, of course, because they need to be monitoring their own backyard inside Russia, I think, and there actually has been some quite amazing statements made about this by the only member of parliament that is from Åland or Ahvenanmaa, that he wants to maintain the demilitarized status of Åland, which is, I don't know, that's dumb. And that group of islands needs to be looking like a hedgehog with missiles and fairly quickly. But that's just my electrician's opinion about things.
Is there any or much political discussion about this publicly yet, or are you waiting for government to be established first, and then that's the thing to start during the electoral campaign? Was there any discussion about the status of Åland Islands since the NATO membership officially came a couple of days after the election? I'm guessing not so much.
No, they didn't. During the campaign, it was a non-issue. It wasn't, to my knowledge at least, raised at all. But since the flag went up in Brussels, the gears have shifted a bit, but we'll see how it goes.
Pauli, are you going to start a big campaign? Make Åland free of Russians again?
Yeah, so I think within the last 400 days, after the full-blown invasion. We have had more and more talks, and actually, I think the most important part was that the Finnish citizens, due to the reason that Åland is part of Finland, regards to Sweden, the most important part was that the citizens in Åland Island, they realized that, hey, we need to gear up and we need to be ready. That we've been living in dream castles, and I think for the last 100 years they didn't have any proper like reservist organizations, but now they have one, and they actually have like reserves training there, and this is a good thing. And I think the change will come from the inside, and I think the citizens will become more and more aware. They have seen what happened in Bucha and in Mariupol, in Irpin, and I think they're going to realize that, all right, let's not live in dream castles anymore. We need to gear up. We need to have our own barracks here. We can also support Finland and NATO, and let's have our own regiment here. We can really support and do our part, because the citizens in all islands have been well, enjoying the freedom of not going to military for the last 100 years, and that's actually quite special in Finland. So they are exempt for not going to military. They don't have to go. Thank you.
How big is the population on Åland Islands, Pauli?
I'm now shooting from the hip, but I think it was 20,000, 20 or 25,000. So not big. I think Nallegan, or maybe it's bigger, but I think in Marienham, I think the number was 20 or 25,000. I'm shooting from the hip. Nalle, please correct me.
Yeah, if I'm not misremembering this, it was 22,000 a few years back on the entire island. But also this, when we speak about defense of our country, we usually say that Finland is a fortress and aqua murder park and all of that, but try invading Åland. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I get it, and the moment that Sweden is in NATO, it will be additionally easier, right? Ever so slightly additionally easier to ensure that as well. Yeah, I think that'd be a great idea. I think as soon as you can, Paul, you can start pushing for kick Russians off of Åland, and then maybe the Norwegians will be able to kick them off of Svalbard as well. What do you reckon, Pauli?
Agreed 100%. And just to assure everyone, although it has been demilitarized, it doesn't mean that we have not been preparing and have not been practicing or having any kind of tactics. So we've been prepared. I'm not going to talk about that openly here, but just rest assured, it's been taken care of, the plans for Åland Islands. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Pauli. Think Ethical, good morning.
Yes, morning, Doman. I do appreciate the conversation. I've been to Åland 3 times. I was struck with the with almost comical nature of the attempted invisibility of the spying network there. It was obtuse, offensive, and unreal. And I really wondered who was in control of the island, whether indeed it was the Russians or whether it was the Finns. So I was doing some banking there, and I was about ready to establish an account when I did my deep due diligence and discovered that it was a Nordic what could you say? Bahamas. It was a money laundering facility for the Russian oligarchs, pure and simple. And actually, Ingvar Kamprad also got lured into the island's banking and actually was laundering his own billions. So I don't know what the governance structure of the island really amounted to. They spoke perfect Swedish. I could understand everything they said. It was when I was first learning Swedish, and I was really impressed with the island as far as its nature and the lovely, lovely location and the congeniality of the people. But this undertone, this criminal undertone, was so abhorrent and so near to both Sweden and Finland that it was literally, I felt, a Russian bot spying facility for this legitimization of their intentions. So I just had that to offer, and I appreciate the discussion about Mariehamn. I would take the boat over and have a wonderful afternoon from Stockholm. And thank you for the discussion, and thank you for your hosting, Doman. It's just a treasure. Your this morning's history of the church was eloquent and very, very reflective and extremely diplomatic in every regard, as you always are.
Thank you very much. I think I just know when to stop and what my own limits are. Nalle.
Yeah, just a quick comment to Pauli. If we have been practicing or not, my parade is green and it has a golden eagle's head on it. So there we go.
That's something rapid, I presume. I think.
Not at my age anymore, but I'll do my best.
Very good. Yeah. So Pauli, actually, this is, I think, a good question. For those unfamiliar, what is the legal status of the Åland Islands? I know that other than being demilitarized and people from Åland Islands, men from Åland Islands, not having to serve in the Finnish defense forces. What else is different about it, and what else should maybe be looked into a little bit or addressed in conjunction with maybe reducing the size of the Russian consulate there to perhaps zero?
Yeah, that's a good question, Darwin. I don't really want to bore you out with lots of details, but I try to be quick. So Åland is part of Finland. They have their own laws, certain laws, and regarding the autonomy, and they can select one member to our parliament, and then they also have their own courts in the islands. There's wide tax exemption on the islands. Then there's a law regarding the area that in order for you to buy real estate from the islands, I think you have to first seek for permit, and then you have to be living in the islands at least for 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. So it's kind of hard to compare to anything, but it's like a Indian reservate in the Nordics, in a sense, so that they are autonomous, but they still are part of Finland. That's how I would put it. they have their own register plates there. Even their own domain end called AX, where in Finland it's FI, and a lot of like local things. And like I think Ethical said, they speak quite perfect Swedish, because I think a lot of the people travel and work also in Sweden, and they originate usually from Swedish parts, and then the parts that have been traditionally speaking the Swedish, not the Finnish Swedish, that we called Mumisvenska. Yeah, so that's my short pitch on all islands.
Can I just say, Pauli, and one of our dear other Finnish listeners just sent me a link to a petition in Finland, which was launched on Finnish NATO accession day, or maybe the day after it, and it's already 20,000 people, basically saying, you know, kick. What's it called? Kick the Russian consulate off of Åland, which is very good, and I'm glad that you know, it's symbolic of when it started, and I'm glad how far it's gotten already. I think Ethical, go ahead, and then I see that we have Elaine with us. I want to ask her, you know, how is it going afterwards? Go ahead, think Ethical.
Yes, I would just like, you know, yeah, I would like for that that piece of shit consulate to be removed immediately. And I think in order to establish that, maybe a working NATO alliance meeting with Sweden could accelerate that process, because it's not just a small little intrusion. It's significant. It's a significant center of access to actually the fiber optics of the West, and they're cleansing their yes, I call it pornography. All of it's pornography for me. All of their intelligence cables, running it through intentionally Sweden to cleanse it of their just the dumbfounding stupidity of Swedish Seppo. It's just it has driven me crazy. I literally sometimes just wonder if they indeed understand there is an enemy in this world. So, but that's changing now, and I'm delighted in the change. I'm actually relaxing a bit. I'm actually thinking that I don't have to notify the Danish authorities immediately when I see saboteurs in the midst of a beautiful land. So a nice discussion, but I think that Sweden should be forced to force the removal of that the consulate, because, as you say, the taxpayers of Åland are working in Stockholm.
Yeah, it's time for some spring cleaning for sure. All right, thank you very much. Think Ethical, and for Elaine, very good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, so morning to those who are in European, still staying up till like, I don't know, 2 a.m., 1 a.m. your place. I just wanted to come up and like congratulate everyone with the happy Easter. It's sort of like right now belated Easter, still like greeting, but at the same time, we in Ukraine will be celebrating it again, sort of in a week. So I think it's appropriate to say that today, since I wasn't on space yesterday. So happy Easter for those who celebrate. Christ has risen, and just keep the hope and don't give away your everything to despair. That's not productive. And I'm happy to see you guys on the panel.
You know what I have to ask you about, right? I need to ask you on behalf of a few of our listeners if Ruslan's book is going to be available outside of Ukraine. The book which you have of course. Put many hours in for sleepless nights in translating in time for its double language printing.
Oh Lord, you threw me under the bus. Yeah, so the book has been printed out. We had presentation. The book is bilingual, so if you look at it, I actually am looking at it right now. It's in Ukrainian and in English. It's split or divided into two halves of the whole set by a section of like black and white photographs from the sites which are described in the book, and there's also a QR code where you can watch the journal of the author, so all the videos he filmed. Probably they are also with English subtitles. I don't know, I wasn't the one to do that because I had a lot of work to deal with the whole translation. It's like 430 pages. 400, yeah, 30 pages with the list of contents. And it's 200 pages in Ukrainian, 200 pages in English. So whoever is learning Ukrainian can also read both parts if you want to. It's, if you haven't heard, because I'm sure a lot of you haven't heard, it's a book about the liberated or deoccupied areas of Ukraine, where the author has been going with his team to bring some relief, to help the victims, and to somehow ease the pain. I was translating this book's content in at the gas stations, at the ranges, under the flashlight with no power, on my like lap, just with scribbling it in the notebook and then transferring when I have power. Like it's been an adventure. It's so far, we have the first edition, so it's 1,000 copies. I don't know whether it's going to be available right now abroad yet. I know that Ruslan will be going at some point with the presentation to the US. So that might be a good option if needed be. You can wait for once it's officially, like, we will figure out how to mail it, because right now we have a lot of restrictions on mailing things like this, because we don't have like an Amazon book purchasing ish platforms. But if someone is in Ukraine, like, you can reach out to the publishing house and they will gladly provide you with the book, or you can ask me to buy it or to do something. I can do that as well. It's a very relevant book, and it's very hard for me to talk about it because I obviously have read it a couple of times and have interpreted, so it's kind of like still alive within me. But it shows what's actually happening with those people and with those settlements after the liberation. And it's like, for those of you who think that everything ends when the Russians are like cast away, it's not like that. There's a lot of grief, a lot of war, a lot of hardships that have to be addressed. And it's written in a very, like, it's not just, once again, this book is not about despair. It's a book about people. It's called Once Upon a Nation. In Ukrainian, it's Жили собі люди. I was the one to actually like name it in English. The title was mine, obviously. So it's a book about people and how they survive in very hard circumstances, in most unbearable conditions, and what is hope, and how other individuals who are not related to you by any means or blood can become your solace. Yeah, like, apart from that, like, I came up because I'm having a little bit of a break from other projects and from some volunteering work, and once again I'm making like relief packages for the troops. So thank you, Zaman, for bringing it up. I will definitely keep you posted once we figure out if it can be mailed. But if you are in Ukraine and you want to buy it, there is a way to do that. Just reaching out to the publishing center Facebook page, or reaching out to me. But like, it's gonna be a little bit more complicated, I suppose. Who knows? I don't know. I haven't. I didn't have time to think about that, Domen.
See, but I remembered because I had questions from last week, from the day before its presentation. I thought, you know what? Before I forget, I really need to ask about that.
Domen, let's ask you a question. When was the time when you didn't have question? Like that's you, Domen.
Never.
Like, what? This is the thing.
Never ever. It's you know, always
Rhymes
ask for
with
things.
endeavor. Yes, this is why you are you are.
But I think Pauli might be somewhat similar to me, and that I think Pauli might have something as well. Pauli?
Yeah, thank you, Dom. Fairlane, delighted to hear about this book. I think a lot of the listeners might be already signed into Kindle and Amazon, so I don't know how difficult it's to put up a book there, but I think that could be a nice vendor for to well, just distribute the digital version of the book. And then for the second edition or for the Kindle edition, I think I would want to see a interlude or introduction from the translator, where you have the interlude, and then in the signatory part, or in the signing, you write at Okko gas station and the date. So that would be nice touch, right?
How did you guess? How did you guess the gas station?
yeah, I think Team Senate is responsible for advertising the great gas stations. So that was my wild guess.
Like the gas station happened only once, and it was solely because I was bold enough to fall asleep during the night, and I didn't finish the segment which I wanted to during the day. So we had a little bit of a coffee break at the gas station. I was like, I have time. The guys are doing something. I'm not hungry, so let's just work. And they made the video out of it, like took a photo and whatnot, and sent the offers like, look what you made us do with her. Like, look what you're doing with her. Like. And yeah, anyways, it was fun. It's actually it's very like bizarre experience to translate a book. Like overall, I had done that couple of times for PDF books, right? So it wasn't like I couldn't hold it physically. There was nothing material in my hands, but now I'm holding it. It's a little bit surreal, and I'm trying to process that it happened during the war, and it's a book about the war. I don't know how to explain it. It's very weird sensation to just yeah. Anyways, yeah.
I think part of the reason for then why people are so interested in being able to get their hands on it isn't just because you translated it, but especially because it was translated for a reason and with a purpose, right? The reason why, as you said last week, it was wanted to be put into English was also so that people around the world could understand what it actually is. As you say, the day of liberation is but the start of a new beginning, but there is so much that has to be done afterwards. Still, there is trials and tribulations that people go through following that day as well. And since the purpose of you going through all of these all of the trouble of translating it was to get it accessible to people around the world to understand that. I think that's why there's so much drive and interest in getting it out there. And like Pauli said, frankly, an ebook version would be perhaps something that would simplify things and would get the understanding of it out. So maybe that's a way if Ruslan's up for it, and his representatives across the Atlantic would be able to facilitate it as well, right? As you said, he has an established contact or cooperation with someone there. That could be a way for people to truly understand this very well. And I think there's quite some interest in it. Anyway, but we'll leave this up to you. Just so that, if nothing else, I think it shows that there is interest and that it might be worthwhile pursuing. Pauli agrees. I'm glad that it's a joint effort here. Getting wheels moving on that. Shaggy.
Morning, Doman, Mockers, and everybody else. Doman, do you want to know the scientific reason for you asking a lot of questions?
What is it?
It's because you have a Y chromosome. No? Oh,
So this question's well outside that as well.
That's all I had to say. I'll get my coat out.
Berlin, I hear your partial tape.
I have forgotten that sometimes you might be just sorry about that. I'm just saying like I have almost forgotten.
Okay, I think it was Berlin's connection. It was a bit off, right? Pauli, Mockers, did you lose her as well? Okay.
Yeah,
I never know if it's just on my side or if it's on the other person's side.
it's those jammers again.
Here we go. No, Jammer is supposed to come in jars, not like this. You said you have almost forgotten, and then I think we lost you to the.
Yeah, I will almost
to the
forgotten that
mysteries of
sometimes
comms.
you can become like all of you so funny, ridiculous, and weird at the same time. You can't help but laugh. And anyways, and that's gonna be a teaser. Like I'm involved in another project which I can't share because of the NDA, but stay tuned for some really cool interviews ahead. That's just like heads up. Don't know when, don't know who, but it's gonna be interesting.
Excellent. Good, interesting things coming up. That's what really matters, right?
And you're going to keep us in suspense until then, and that's absolutely fine. Also, hello, Fellaine.
Hi, Mockers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Still morning now, isn't it?
I was actually going to ask the same thing, although how have you been over here? Because all I've been doing is just like, and the guys will not let me lie. I've been working and doing something and working and going something and working. And now I'm packing and repacking some things to send to the troops, some care packages again, and also some tactical mad things which I bought for the money they gave me for the translation of the book, which was still like a discount because it's Ruslan. So I firstly said that I will not accept money because it's Ruslan and then because of the purpose. And he was like, just have some kind of like symbolic payment. I was like, yeah, but I'm going to be using this for the guys. He was like, yeah, that's fair. So I'm doing that, and that's it. Oh, yesterday I was at the gathering with some Ukrainian NGO, Vatra UA, saw Starsky, saw a couple Ukrainian hosts. It was a little bit of a team building process. So yeah, like I don't know how, like, well, I obviously was a part of very strange interactions online at some point. But like honestly, in Ukraine we are doing well. Like whoever is in Ukraine knows who is doing what, and if something is wrong, we all know that it's wrong. But if something is right, everyone knows that it's right. So we are fine. Whatever anyone say, just like we can handle this. We can handle it on our own, apart from Russia. That thing we can't handle on our own, unfortunately. I wish we could. Like, whoever has been in Ukraine knows that we are really independent. Like, especially when it's something that you need to do on your own. There's like, I'm gonna do it myself. Like, don't even touch me. I'm gonna do it. And then there's like a last moment thing, and you completely can't do anything on your own. There's like, here's the thing, I need your help. So in this kind of situation, we're like screaming, we need help. Sorry, man. And you probably have, like, those of you who follow me on Twitter have seen the last tweet. It's guys, I've seen the footage, like the actual real or like live stream footage of what's happening in Bakhmut. It's like it's not even like 10th of what's happening there. It's much worse. Yeah, unfortunately. But yeah, we're gonna deal with this. The question is the price. This is the thing.
I think that's exactly it, Philip. That's exactly it in one, little sentence. This is where arming Ukraine a lot better than it's armed right now would make the difference. This is the difference. The difference is in how quickly, how easily, and with what price, for what price, Ukraine will liberate itself. The more stuff is sent, the easier it will be. The more tanks, the more planes, the more howitzers, the more shells, the more, the longer range missiles, the more of those. All of that makes the price lower. It doesn't change the top line outcome that Ukraine will win and will expel the Russian invaders. It changes how quickly that happens and with what human cost to Ukrainians. That's the point. That's the purpose of it. So there's no point in saving, waiting, not sending it, because whatever it is, the end effect is going to be the same. The top line effect is going to be the same. What it changes is how many Ukrainians have to die, have to be wounded in order for that to be achieved. No, that's to say, every weapons shipment is fundamentally a humanitarian shipment, right? Because that's what its effect is. Because the effect of every batch of heavy weapons sent is less suffering for Ukrainians.
You're absolutely right, Doman, and that's why we advocate for F-16s or any modern, are they fourth generation aircraft? Is that what we call them now?
Yeah, that's the technical way of calling it, but yeah, any of those that would work pretty much fine and pretty much well. Yeah.
Well, like I said first thing this morning, I have a little bit of a.
And anyway, I'm gonna be here.
Go ahead, Fellaine.
Please go ahead, Milkers.
No, I was just going to say, I have this little sort of like hope in the back of my head that there's things that we really don't know about. And I'm sure that at some point Ukraine will receive modern fighters. When? Well, That's the question. I'd like it to be sooner rather than later, basically. Oh, and I don't know if I've lost Verlaine again in the middle of my ramble there. We may have, I'm afraid. It sounds like she's got a bit of a dodgy connection. Surprising, I suppose. Are you there, Verlaine? Can you hear us?
No, she's gone.
Ah, see, she popped up just for a second on my phone and then disappeared again. So, yeah. My phone was just tricking me.
And she's back.
Nope, I'm here. I was listening. I just was kicked out for no apparent reason. I guess Elon Musk has his usual kind of thing with the Ukrainians. He's not really tolerable individual to begin with. I don't know, by the way, what's happening with your feed on Twitter, but mine is a complete mess. I can't read information properly. It's just bunkers.
They have indeed changed the algorithm again. And apparently now there are different ways to boost people. So likes and retweets, not so much. Apparently replies will now boost more, and it's encouraging conversation, which I think on social media is probably a good thing. And they've also removed the downgrading on the mentions of war and the mentions of Ukraine. So hopefully it will get a bit better. But you're right that the feed isn't really updating properly. I get probably about 10 new tweets and then loads of old stuff. It does appear that they're still working on it. It's quite annoying. But yeah, there are a few threads out this morning stating the changes to the algorithm and how you can best use that algorithm to boost your topics.
I can tell the algorithm revert everything to how just like, but yeah, that's just me dreaming, and I can dream, can I? Yeah, but joking aside,
We are struggling a bit with Verlaine's connection here, aren't we? Is it that jam that's not in jars again?
I think so, but I think this one might have been a phone call. Just a hunch.
Yeah, it's well, it's obviously not coming back right now, is it? She's probably going to have to reconnect, I think.
In the meantime, I will read you a news report from TASS. They say that the Russian citizens' confidence in Vladimir Putin went from 80.5% to 80.4%, a drop by 0.1 percentage points.
Dropped again. Well,
well, no, but the funny thing is, it dropped by 0.1 percentage points. You can't measure that. The poll that they have done cannot actually measure that unless they have, done it with literally thousands of people. But it makes no difference. It's very much a situation no change report. It's it's statistically improbable that a poll would deliver a result this similar to the previous one. That's the funny bit. It's not that it dropped. It's that it's too similar. It's too samey. It's too made up. If you ask Nick,
actually just a big pile of steamy poo. Yeah.
exactly. Chris, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Doman, Mockers, everyone.
Did you find that rabbit that's been littering your yard with eggs, or did the Malamute find them first?
The favourite thing for Malamutes is finding hedgehogs. Fortunately, the hedgehogs are quite used to them, but yes, one Malamute was caught patting a hedgehog around the garden like it was a football the other day. But I think it was the daddy hedgehog, and he definitely he understands how to defeat Malamutes.
Is it
But
roll
it's
up
quite,
into a ball?
yeah. They've just got to do that quick. It's the young ones that are the problem. The young ones that haven't, are not quick enough. I won't go into that, But anyway, fortunately, most of them managed to survive the Malamutes. So let's put it like that. Yeah. What I was going to say, a couple of things. That I ate many chocolate rabbit ears yesterday, and I'll probably eat some more today, actually. But I was going to say, again, I'm still waiting for somebody that knows about this to watch the last Tsars documentary on Netflix, and tell me whether it's like an accurate depiction. But to your point about the support for the Tsar not changing much, part of the thing in there is that in that documentary is that it shows that the Tsar and the Tsarina didn't really think anything was up, even when people were climbing over the gates in the front of the palace. They still had people around them saying, "Oh, it's okay, it's okay." The Russian people love you. The Russian people wouldn't do anything to you at all. You're all fine, and that. And equally, to your point, a bit more, Doman. The fact is that they did indeed, despite millions of them being killed, and that they continued to support the Tsar. And so I tend to think, Doman, that that's in the Russian mentality. And so when I have that in my mind, and that it doesn't really surprise me at all that they're still supporting him, despite all the disasters and that are happening, and probably still will support him when the disasters that are about to hit them with the counterattack happen as well. It's just the way they are. They've been like it for centuries, Doman. They're not going to change overnight, are they? That's the point. And to Mocker's point as well, where she was just going like, yeah, I've got this sneaky suspicion in my head that something is going to happen to the Russians. I entirely agree with her. I think it's really, really important to keep these visualizations of victory in your head, and I've got visualizations. Had some great chats with people about the Ukraine pavilion. So now I can see the Ukraine pavilion, and it's manned by leopard ladies and NAFO cats and dogs, and I think probably also people in military uniform, and I can see them doing the Bayraktar song on the stage and things like that, and people will be walking past it, and they'll be going, "What the heck is going on here?" Because you always have to do something a bit different when you're in a exhibition and that, and there's like loads and loads and loads and loads of stands and that, you have to stand out a bit. So I think we'll be standing out So I don't know whether, I don't know if Mockers has got her NAFO cat gear ready, or whether she's now trying to decide between the NAFO cat gear, NAFO dog gear, and Leopard Ladies gear. It's a tough decision, Mockers.
I'm thinking that the t-shirt that I'm wearing in my avatar might be the thing which I go with. I can assure you that my Catwoman costume is in the cupboard, though, just in case.
That's good, Mockers. Always a lady's prerogative, of course, and you could deliberate over it as long as you like.
You know that in your avatar, ways to hang flags vertically, and the bit
backwards. I know.
Yeah, and it should be blue on the left and yellow on the right.
I still like the t-shirt.
Yeah, no, it's people who don't understand these things who then go and put flags on things. It's very frustrating.
Well, no doubt Nick will appreciate it for his upside down flags alt account.
Exactly.
I guess it'll have to be the Catwoman outfit then, but I have to warn you, Chris, people might run.
I'm sorry, I'm mid Malamute, Mockers. So do you mean actual Catwoman, or do you mean NAFO cat costume?
No, I mean actual Catwoman. Yeah, it's a bit scary. Big whip, all that.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, it's a tough choice now, isn't it?
Let's just say, when I went to a fancy dress party, I did the whole works.
Well, send pictures.
I'm not going to be inundated with DMs for that picture. Yeah, I'm not sending it anyone. Sorry. Unless it becomes a meme, or because it will become a meme. I know what you folks are like. Doman, would you like to hear the, what's it called? The Daily Doodah from the Ministry of Defence? The intelligence update, that's the one.
Yeah, let's do that. And all I'll say is you need an extra 8 tails to really scare Chris.
He's got enough tails in his kitchen by the sounds of things. So here we go with the Defence Intelligence Update for Monday, the 10th of April. Over the last 7 days, Russia has likely increased its armoured assaults around the Donetsk Oblast town of Marinka, 20 kilometres southwest of Donetsk city. Marinka has been fought over since 2014 and has been largely destroyed by artillery exchanges, as we've seen in some videos. It commands the approaches to Donetsk and the key H15 road. Russia continues to give a high priority to resourcing operations in the broader Donetsk sector, including the Marinka and Avdiivka areas, expending significant resources for minimal gains. It's a theme, isn't it? Expending huge amounts of resources for not very much. Especially when you've destroyed that not very much to basically rubble before you arrive.
Sounds like a cunning plan, doesn't it?
It just seems bonkers to me that, you know, hello, fantastic. wear the crown of the king of nothing much. And apparently that's a great big thing to celebrate. Yes, we took this building. The fact that only one wall stands doesn't mean nothing, apparently, to them. No, we still took it. Fantastic. Good work, guys. Well done. Pat on the back.
Well, you know, they deserve it. Or something.
Yeah, they do deserve something, definitely. So there was something which I've sent this to our tank fellas, and I've not even had a reply. And I'm quite
Just
disgusted.
unconscionable.
I know, I'm quite disgusted because I thought it was really silly. Did you see the picture? In fact, you will have seen it because I'm about to send it to you. There you go. This picture, which is the most hilarious cope cage seen yet, it is apparently covered with Contact 1 explosive reactive armor blocks. Now, obviously, Ukraine will be really pleased that they've got some extra ones of those. But all over the top of the turret, I don't know. Obviously, it's to try and protect from top attack, but I don't know how good that would be, just sort of laid on there like lizard scales, basically. Do you think that's going to provide them with an awful lot of extra protection?
Well, yes, it's going to provide them with lots of extra protection against having to live anymore. Let's talk about let's talk about how contact works, right? How ERA works, explosive reactive armor works. So, how explosive reactive armor works is something hits it and it blows up, and you think, why would you be blowing up stuff on the side of the tank? Well, the good thing about tanks is that they're very thick-skinned, right? They're well armored, and it's a very thick armor, so it doesn't really hurt them if something blows up on the side of the tank. And the way they're shaped is that it blows up away from the tank, right? Now, if you imagine something exploding and it's on the side of a building, right, it's going to mostly explode away from the side of the building because it's a lot easier to move the air on the other side than it is to move the building, right? Now, a tank is kind of like a building, except unlike brick or concrete, the steel is a lot less brittle. You know, who would have thought that a tank armor is less brittle than a brick? Because if you drop a brick on the ground, the brick cracks depending on what you drop it from. But if you drop, a big hunk of steel, it doesn't crack, right? It's less brittle, is what we're getting at. So what happens is you hit the tank with something like an RPG, for example, and it starts exploding, or anything that has a penetrator, and like for example a shaped charge, and it explodes, but the explosive reactive armor explodes back. So it kind of pushes all of those things that are flying towards the tank itself. It pushes them the other way. That's kind of what it's meant for. But it only kind of really works because it's mounted on this really thick slab of steel, or composite armor of some sort. So those are details. That doesn't really matter. But it's all about the heavy steel that it's against. So when instead you mounted on top of a cope cage, it's not going to provide that stable, steady base that a tank normally provides them with. So what it will do is it will punch a hole straight through the cage. The back of the ERA is going to punch a hole straight through the cage. So that's it's not really useful in that way. Now, hypothetically, if you were to imagine that this turret hatch underneath the coke cage would be open, right, as it sometimes is, then what it would do is if anything hits that, you hit it with a rock, basically anything that's traveling quickly enough to trigger the ERA, and yes, some of it is going to go up, and the rest of it is going to direct the energy down and straight into the open hatch under the coke cage, and make for something of an emotional event, as I hear it's called, for the person who's under it. So yeah, really bad idea. Really, really bad idea. Verlaine's struggling with technology, by the way. We'll see if we can get her back or not, but it's looking like a no thus far. We'll see.
Well, I just I had to at least take the mickey out of that a little bit with you, even though neither of us are tank experts, because it just seemed ridiculous. We've seen them do lots of ridiculous things, but yeah, this in particular seemed a bit baffling. However, it does mean that once it's recovered by Ukrainian forces, it will be supplying a bit of the extra armor that they seem to have taken a liking to it, haven't they? I've noticed that a lot of their tanks have suddenly, or at least there were pictures of a lot of tanks with suddenly extra contact armor attached to them, which maybe hasn't been done in the past, and yeah, it would seem they've taken quite a liking to it, and everything looks like Lego bricks.
Yeah, so it's a good idea generally. ERA is generally speaking a good idea. No questions about that. No, that's fine. But and it's relatively cheap. It's relatively readily available. But there are good implementations of it, and there are not so good implementations of it, and that's just how it is, right? You can't just put it on any old thing, and think that it's going to work. It needs to be again something solid enough and not overly brittle. And a coke cage definitely is too brittle, so not a good idea to put it there, unless you're Russian, in which case it's a great idea to put it there. And please go ahead and do it.
Yeah, you see, the Russians had seen this and they thought, that's a really good idea. We'll do it ourselves. But they couldn't just copy, they couldn't just do it exactly the same, because then, well, it'd be dead obvious that they were just copying. So so they had to make their own version. And I hope they enjoy it greatly. Do we have any fun headlines this morning, Doman? Or maybe not so fun?
I've not seen any particularly fun headlines. I don't know. I did see that the Ukraine's deputy foreign minister, Amina Japarova, is in India on a foreign visit in India. So that, I think, is kind of interesting. No, it's not a very high level meeting, obviously, right? It's a deputy foreign minister going, and she's likewise meeting with ministers of state there, not the foreign minister, but I think it's interesting. I think it's a push towards some sort of an understanding between the two, greater than it was before, and let's see what this leads to. I guess let's see what this leads to. Edvard, how are you?
Morning, guys. Mic check.
All good.
Good. I thought you were is here, or Mike is not here. You know that is here, or Mike is not here. You know that.
We would have, but Mike's not here, so.
Oh. Yeah, Domen, I got a news story for you. In the meantime,
Shoot.
apparently, Domen, the Victory Day parade has been cancelled in Kursk and Belgorod.
Oh no.
Oh, Domen, and my question to you is, how are the good people from Kursk and Belgorod gonna cope with this? That's a shame.
Maybe they should build some sort of a cage.
Yeah, that would be a good idea, right? Wouldn't it?
I think
No,
they're
it
going
sounds
to
like
feel massively let down by the government there.
Come again, Mockers.
I said, I think those people are going to be feeling massively let down by their government there. How awful that they can't celebrate their great successes, hey?
Yeah, exactly, Mockers, exactly. No, it's strange. And Domen, just a quick comment as well to the TASS story you mentioned before about this. Apparently, it's a drop for Putin, right? With 0.1%.
yeah, it's hilarious, but they do report on these quite regularly, and I think it's a weekly. It's either monthly or weekly thing. I think it might be a weekly thing, and it does go up and down a bit. But I'm just thinking, maybe some maybe we could get Nick to do a statistical analysis on it, because it seems to me like there's a good chance that they're just writing in numbers anyway, and that it wouldn't pan out as a genuine polling. I'm sure there's some homework for Nick. I still have homework from him to do, so I guess it's fair that he hasn't done this yet.
So you're telling this base and all of these listeners here that you can't trust TASS, Domen? Is that what you're saying?
Yep, TASS is just a Kremlin mouthpiece. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Yeah, I love TASS for in a sarcastic way, obviously, for everyone here in this space. They tend to put out some funny stories now and again, and this is just another one of those.
Amusing in a morbid way. Now, Edvard, do you know
Yeah,
why the celebration in Kursk got cancelled?
No, tell me.
I have a suspicion of why. You know what Kursk is famous for, right?
Yeah,
What?
not really, Domen, but there was some submarine, right?
Yeah, there's a submarine named after it, but that's later, right? The submarine's named after all sorts of cities. But do you know what Kursk is famous for from the Great Patriotic War, 1941 to 1945?
I'm not really. Remind me, Domen.
A really big tank battle, right? The Battle of
Yeah,
Kursk,
exactly.
the huge tank battle, right? So you know why the celebration in Kursk is getting cancelled?
No, tell me.
Because the celebration in Kursk is normally very tank centric. The problem is that even the really old tanks that they normally use for it, to have a big formation of tanks drive through the city and show off. Well, they've all been requisitioned to, go to Ukraine or have already been destroyed. So there's literally nothing to celebrate with.
But Domen, hold on. They could, they have horses left, right? In Kursk.
No. They had to go off to, tug the T-14 Armatas around.
I was thinking, they could, have the horses pull the T-14 Armatas. We haven't
They
seen
are
those in battle.
already busy doing just that. That's the problem.
Oh, that's a shame, Domen. That's a shame. Well,
and it wouldn't
what
be
can
very
you do?
historically accurate, right? Because in the actual battle, there weren't any horses tugging any tanks around.
I think they're going to go for a cavalry brigade in the parade this year, and that's why they got them horses.
So, Edward, do you remember last year, May 9th parade in Moscow? What was missing?
Functioning engines? No?
Yeah, but there was a whole branch of military that didn't get to show off at all. Do you know which one?
No.
The Air Force. There was no flybys, and allegedly it was because of the weather, which was sunny, with low winds, both of the ground and up high. So we thought, do you know what? It's not because of the weather. It's because they don't have planes. And do you think there's going to be flybys this year? Do you think there's going to be a Russian Air Force involved in May 9th parade in Moscow this year?
Well, you wouldn't think so, right?
No, and I think the Ukrainians are trying to make sure of that, right? And Mockers, what's the bounty now? How much money's in the kitty for roosting out, for Matthias roosting out the Air Force, the Russian Air Force from the May 9th parade in Moscow this year?
Well, I think the competition started at 200,000 hryvnia.
I thought it was 20 million.
Oh, was it? I don't know. Maybe it's gone up. Maybe it's gone up. But the reporting I saw was 200,000 hryvnia for the first company. Company that got their drone into Red Square on May the 9th, but it must be identifiable as a Ukrainian drone. It must have a slogan or something on it, such as Slava Ukraini, in order to be identified and for them to receive the payment. I think that's a brilliant idea. Trolling at the highest level, amazing.
In the spirit of Matthias Host. Chris?
Yeah, I think you're right, Damon. I think it's 500,000 mockers. Which I think, yeah. Anyway, it's more than
20 million hryvnia is about $500,000 or euros. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I worked out. Yeah. So yeah, that's fantastic. You know, so we definitely want drones on the stand. Actually, we want Monobank, isn't it? That's his company.
Did you hear, Chris, that Russia have set a counter challenge in revenge towards Monobank?
No, go on. Do tell.
Well,
Have they found a duo bank?
Maybe. They've set a challenge for the Russian citizens to find and burn down a branch of Monobank. However, there's a tiny flaw.
I did hear that, Mockers. Now,
Monobank.
Now, I wasn't sure. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like, and I was just about to go and check because my first thought was, I don't think there are any branches of Monobank, but I wasn't sure. And then you said it that there weren't any. I thought, oh, that's just so funny, isn't it? You know, it's honestly they never do their research, do they? Apparently, anyway. Yeah. Yeah, no, but
oh, I know the day when they're gonna burn it down.
Go on.
At Kalendas Grekas, at the Greek calends, obviously.
You've lost me, David. What do you mean? What's it?
Well, it's a fancy way of saying never, right? So calends, calends in the Roman calendar. That's where the name calendar comes from. Are the first days of each month. Right, are the calends, but the Greeks don't have calends because they're not Romans. So when you say the Greek calends, well, you're saying, well, it's not going to happen because they don't have any calends, the Greeks, right? Then you're never going to do it. That's
very good.
You know, but it's going to happen on the Greek calendar.
I like that. I like that. And as I said, I was mid Malamute, so I didn't get all your discussion about tanks. But you did make me think that I need some of them destroyed Russian tanks and that out the front of the exhibition centre. That would create a bit of a stir as well. You did make. You keep saying things that are making me think what to do to make it very attractive and unusual.
I think that's a great idea, Chris. And also, you know, it's not too tall an order because there's quite a lot of those about.
Well, there's a lot of them about right now. I was wrestling with myself mentally, right, over whether we'd actually transport some of the ones that they've got. Well, I think they've still got, you know, on that main street or in Kiev, right? Whether we
because they've sent they've sent a bunch like Germany and the Netherlands and stuff already. So.
Oh yeah, they have, haven't they? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, so I was just like mentally wrestling with, shall I get them transported or shall I fake it to make it type of thing? You know,
No, you just need one.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I prefer the real thing, but you know, I could go digging around the boneyards in the UK looking for a Russian tank and then set fire to it or something. I don't know. So, just various things.
No, you should have the real. You should have the real thing.
Yeah, I prefer the real thing. Yeah, which actually brings me, Mockers, on to the discussion of social media that you mentioned about engagement. If I can just like pontificate on that for a minute. Like, as you know, I've got quite a few followers on LinkedIn and Twitter and Facebook and all the rest of it. And people say to me, how did you get all of those followers, Chris? And my first answer is, well, because I'm old and I've been here since like 2004, 2005. So yeah, that's when I went on LinkedIn and Twitter and Facebook and all of that, you know, about that time. And yeah, engagement, as they call it in the trade, engagement is good, right? I don't deny that. But I'll tell you two things which I think are important. One is what they call curation. Doman knows what curation is. You probably do. You know what curation is?
To preserve it, right?
No.
To preserve it, right?
No. No, I don't know. I can't think of a funny comeback. You know, I can't think of any repartee to come back to you on that one. But yeah, that curation of interesting content. That's the curation I'm thinking of.
I'd rather some ham.
Yeah, I know. And then the other thing is consistency as well. So it don't matter really who owns Twitter and who owns Facebook and all the rest of it. If you have curation and consistency, that's what works, along with engagement, but it's awfully time consuming.
So you're saying it's good to talk. I like that. Edvard, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, yesterday I got stuck in a space created by Yehuda and M. I don't know if you heard about that, Mockers or Doma.
I did hear that they were playing away, yeah.
It was quite something. Yehuda started a space called Israel, Palestina, Iran, Ukraine, which is quite a way to shall we say, create some interesting discussions, if I put it mildly. So Yehuda was there, M was there. Later, Dr. Nick was there as well. A couple of us, I was there. And it was something to behold. And in the space, right, this guy called David S comes in, right? You could have think it was David Sachs, Doman, you know, this multipolar advocating MAGA guy from US, right? But and he just right out said it, you know, I like Putin, you know, and oh man, it was crazy. It was totally crazy. But I guess if someone is going to, you know, trolling people in a space, it is Yehuda, right? He's just amazing and I asked him, and he said, you know, let's have some fun. You know, it was totally crazy. So yeah, I just want to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, is it you know, are they thirsty, hungry, whatever it is for some troll blood? And I guess here it's not enough anymore, and wanted to you know, build some bridges on Easter Sunday.
Yeah, and he was also referring to MriyaReport, but I guess in some way, Domin, it's also I thought of it as a good thing as well, you know, because he and Dr. Nick and some other guys also was referring to MriyaReport, right, for more correct information, because what strikes you when you are in a space like that is that there are so many people, you know, with just strange reality, you know. People have difficulties, you know, to find correct information and to add one and one, you know, and there are so many people out there who are lost, you know, and that's striking, you know. Often in this space, when we are here, we often think alike. We may not have the same politic view, or you know, but our end goal is the same, right? We're here for Ukraine and so on, right? And we do appreciate the correct information, the correct facts, you know, put a high price on that. And but yeah, man, it was just striking, you know, all these people who are so lost, completely lost, you know. It's striking, and a bit not frightening, but you know. So what we're doing here in this space, I want to say it again. I appreciate you guys so much, and the time you put into this space, and what we have here in this space is amazing. Just want to say that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Edvard. Chris.
Yes, well, I think it's Edvard brings up an interesting point, right, which is what is MriyaReport going forward? And I'm sure there are many great brains working on this. Simple sense, a media organization. I don't know if you'd agree, Doman. A media organization.
In a way, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, and actually, you know, it's becoming a very powerful media organization.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you say so, absolutely.
Duman, I sent you a tweet that I thought you might enjoy.
Yes, indeed you have. Well, I mean, he's having another go, isn't he? He's really trying it again. Do you wanna give us a summary of what the Lord Danit deigned profess today? But actually, no. This was at the same time, wasn't it? It's not the newest article. It's from the 3rd of April. It's from the same. From the day before the statements we had previously assessed. Actually.
Yeah, so this is the man who believes that Finland can only provide moral support to NATO, just in case you're wondering who that chap is. A little bit of a red-faced, slightly drunk-looking chap. No surprises there. And he's now, well, he came out with this, which is his report for the Telegraph. And well, I'm not sure whether he's on the right timeline here, but he has made a forecast for what will happen to Putin. And apparently, Gerasimov is the Russian Brutus, chief of the general staff of the Russian armed forces. And apparently, if he has enough support and morale, the war may last to less than 2 years, because he believes that Gerasimov will stab Putin in the back, Caesar style. And that's why he sent him to Ukraine, because he knows he's going to assassinate him. I don't know about you, but I don't know that he actually fully understands how things work. What do you say, Dermot?
I don't know. I think it's oversimplified. Article on the Telegraph at the same time. No, it's I doubt that that's in the right. I doubt that it would be, replacing by him being replaced by somebody in the military. That's not how the state is structured. That's not where the centers of power lie within the Siloviki. So I think it's quite doubtful that they'd be, that they'd be a part of it. It's possible, plausible. It's possible. It's not the most likely, I wouldn't think. If it is, if the state stays together as one, I think if anything, it's likely to be, it's likely to be. It's likely to be someone else from the security intelligence services, right?
Yeah, somebody who's sort of pushed up by the powers that be in the background. I think it will be kind of like, you person over there who nobody's ever heard of, you will now be our figurehead, sort of thing. I don't think there's
Something
going to be
like
a massive
that.
military coup.
Indeed, yes, something like that. I think it's very unlikely that it would be that it would be somebody from the military. Maybe for a short period, for sure, but not for more than something like 18 months to 2 years.
Either way, it's going to go down. As long as as long as Mr. P ends up no longer living through this, I suppose I'm happy with that outcome.
Let's use the full title. Wanted
war criminal.
Wanted indicted war criminal. Yes.
My apologies. I was giving him far too much respect there.
Yes, let's stick to proper naming, proper titling. Otherwise, it doesn't. It doesn't lead to good things. I don't think.
Talking of something which may lead to good things, there has been an announcement. I'm going to try and say this name properly. Vereshchuk, the head of the Ministry of Reintegration, is stated that she is forming a coordination council for child protection and safety. They're working on forming an international coalition to bring back Ukrainian orphans and to punish those who've committed crimes against Ukrainian children. I think this, especially with the bolstering of the ICC decision, this is starting to sort of move forward with more pace now. And, you know, anything that is formed to try and reach these children and get them back to a place where they'll be looked after properly, I think is a very good thing.
Yeah, absolutely, undoubtedly. I do always worry whenever Russians are involved. In the release of said previously kidnapped children, with the release exchange of kidnapped children back to Ukraine, that they're just trying to be, I don't know, more. They're trying to soften the other sanctions, trying to almost bait, let's say, the collective West into talking with them, talking to them. I'm always skeptical whenever something like that happens. However, yes, for the specific kids, it's obviously a good thing, right? For the specific kids, it's obviously a positive thing to happen, undoubtedly. So it's I think it's a complicated question to ask, but one that's even more complicated to answer.
Apparently, Shoigu is in Minsk today, meeting his good buddy Luka. Don't know what that's about, but just received that news.
Oh, it's potato holidays, except it's 6 months late.
Talking of potatoes, have you seen that Prigozhin's still on his charm offensive? Have you noticed that?
Is he really? Who's he trying to charm now? More convicts?
Blimey, you know, I put stuff in my bookmarks and it's supposed to stay there and it runs off. There we go. Right.
Not even Quarks could be charmed by that guy.
Well, indeed, yeah. So he speaks about the Ukrainian counteroffensive, and he said that, well, they are waiting for some additional stuff, but as soon as the ground dries out, they have assembled 200,000 and, according to some, up to 400,000 new personnel. He's very concerned, and he says this cannot be underestimated. So, yeah, he's. I don't know if he's obviously speaking his usual lies. Sorry, I'm going to lose my voice. 1 second.
So what is he really trying to do? What is he trying to achieve? He's trying to persuade people with, you too can die trying to hold back the unstoppable Ukrainian counteroffensive. Is that his pitch?
Well, he seems to be doing some sort of lecture. I'm not sure he's very good at TED Talks or pep talks. But yeah, he's basically saying in different words, oh, this is going to be bad. And I quite like that. You know, when the realization starts to pop out, and no matter what he says, you can sort of hear it in there that he's got a bit of concern. But of course, he's still saying that you know, we will be able to defeat this if we just, I don't know, do something, wave a magic wand, go home, perhaps. That would be a good suggestion.
Is he doing these presentation in a cafe of some sorts?
Well, I wonder if somebody's got a bust for him. Well, yeah, no, he seems to be in some sort of like presentation space. Lovely big windows on one side. So perhaps he's in his new Wanga building. You know, the fancy one in Moscow there.
Because you know what happens at those sort of cafes lately, right? It's no, maybe he knew why. Maybe he knew why not to go and present in a cafe of sorts.
Bit of a shame, really, because you know, he does look like a baked potato. So a bit of flames near him might do him some good. Make him more palatable. Oh my God, what have you done to me? You've got me punning, guys. I'm going to go and sit in a corner and, like, you know, just like in the box of shame. I'm so sorry.
Are you punning for the jokes?
Punning, pining, you know.
For the fjords.
Well, as we all know, Notlov is close to Bolton and therefore in the north.
I'm not from Bolton.
I know. It's the transition from that little pet shop Dome and I were just in.
I was here all along. I don't know what you're referring to. Did you try to you know, complain about a dead pet yet again?
I always complain about dead pets. I complain about Russians killing pets. I complain about Russians being allowed to kill humans. And I completely, utterly, yeah, disagree with our concept of not fighting against them appropriately. But that doesn't really matter, because the only thing which really matters is that I can see Verlaine down there. That means Verlaine has electricity and is listening. And I heard her dulcet voice a little earlier too. So that's good. And of
Yeah,
course,
she's electricity is working fine. It seems it's the rest of the telecommunications bits that are a little bit iffy, and that it's having her jump up and down like some sort of a rabbit. How very seasonally appropriate and inappropriate at the same time.
Like a Duracell bunny.
At least she's getting her exercise, eh?
I haven't been called a rabbit in a while. Like, to be honest, I don't remember when was the last time I was called a rabbit. No?
Here, live on space, you were called a Duracell bunny when you went through the 20-hour hosting threshold.
That was the case, yeah. Hi, Axel. I believe that happened, but it feels like it happened not in this life, but with someone else.
And a good afternoon to you too.
Howdy.
Well, as you can hear, we, like all y'all, are in good shape because it's Easter Monday. It's a holiday. In Estonia, they don't observe it, but that doesn't mean that we are not.
So, Verlaine, what are you packing up today? Goodies, medical supplies? What have you got?
A bit of everything. I saw part of tactical mats to be sent. because they were using my apartment as a like temporary warehouse because there's no like the goods shouldn't be accumulated in one spot in case it gets blown up. So sometimes I just send them once they are needed. Plus, I was packing some like care packets, some treats, and some pills and medicine which I bought, and some stuffies because some of the guys have demanded they have their keychain stuffy because that's what keeps them I don't know, happy. So yeah, it's I think at this point like 15 kg of stuff. I think that's not the end because I'm still packing. Yeah. Man, yeah, overall it's a typical day for me. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, please go ahead. I'm here.
The only concern we have is whether you will be able to sit outside for at least 20 minutes in the sun to recharge the Duracell battery.
No, I won't. It's actually raining here. That's point one. Point two. I was I was I was forced to have forced rest, but by five very demanding individuals, and they outdrunk me. Like everyone outdrunks me out of those five. So I'm gonna have at least an hour of break up till 2 p.m. because they are concerned about me, my functioning abilities at this point. So yeah, I'm just gonna be chilling with you for an hour.
That's luxury.
No. Yeah.
That's luxury. This is rest for 3 days.
I have an hour. This is the way.
I'm just surprised you're powered by solar cells.
So, as well as packing boxes, have you been out and about anywhere? Have you been doing anything that you can't tell us about?
I was definitely doing something like that. It will be revealed when it's time. I was also, as I mentioned, visited the meeting gathering of one of the NCOs that we have, and NGOs, and been to a couple of places just networking and figuring out how we can help within Ukraine. Mentioned Matt Starsky, but overall the whole week I was just sitting and working, like literally left my apartment just going to the postal office and that's it. So like yeah, it's constantly someone calling someone or chatting someone, figuring out something, packing something, and just working. Like, I didn't see the sun for 6 days, 5 days.
Well, I'm glad that you got the chance to get out yesterday. I saw those pictures, and it looked like a good meetup with some friends. You all looked very happy, and so I'm hoping that was, you know how they say a change is as good as a rest. So I hope that was a bit of a boost for you. And don't forget to eat. I'm not sure if Elaine's still with us.
No, she runs away when somebody reminds her to eat and sleep. That's just the usual.
Well, if she's legged it, I will leave her in peace. and I will talk about something else. Did you know that it's taken all of more than 12 months for Microsoft to stop their warranty services for all Xbox consoles in Russia? I know it's not a huge thing, but you know, it's going to annoy somebody. I still think it's quite funny, but yeah, it's really going to tell them that. Cheers, Xbox.
Has it made Russian accessibility to Xbox now X? Is it now an Xbox?
It has
I'm not
ceased to be.
responding to those terrible puns.
And why?
I have no idea why they've decided to do it now.
Ooh, I have it. Why did the Xbox become an Xbox? Because Z.
That was actually all right. I like that one.
That is the best you're going to get from me today.
That's not promising.
No, I promise.
I would call that a threat.
Well, talking of threats, we have a BBC News article here about Vitaly Votanovsky. I'm going to go with that. Who apparently has fled from Russia after documenting Wanga cemeteries. So this guy is apparently a Russian activist and was revealing details of the Wanga mercenaries and their burials. And he had to leave Russia because of quite serious threats, apparently.
Any idea how many he revealed?
Well, let's have a read. So he's in Armenia. And apparently he spent 20 days in jail for wearing an outfit that said no to Putin and no to the war. So, yeah, that obviously was worth jailing him for. However, in Krasnodar, he is known for documenting the graves. So it was specifically in the Krasnodar area. He was apparently the first person to discover the now infamous cemetery in the small village of Bakinskaya in the Krasnodar region. This is known as the Wanga Cemetery. So it has grown from a small graveyard into an enormous cemetery with several new zones to accommodate ever-increasing numbers of dead. Unfortunately, due to his actions, this now is patrolled by security guards because they don't want you to know. So this was the larger cemetery that Mr. Potato Head visited and planned to turn it into a memorial for future generations. This sounds amazing. So he even admitted about the expansion of the graveyard when asked about it. That is the way life is. Well, yes, mate, but usually through natural causes, usually. So anyway, Vitaly started traveling around Krasnodar in May 22, visiting every single graveyard and recording the numbers and the names of the fallen to prove to people there is a catastrophe happening, to prove to them that people were dying close to them. And he was trying to show people the effects of the war. So he painstakingly recorded them, and by the time he fled Russia earlier this month, his database just from this area contained over 1,300 names. So he identified the graves of the men who had died in the war, specifically as opposed to the civilian deaths. And local people were able to confirm which ones were new, which ones belonged to the Wangers. And in December 22, he went to Bakinskaya to photograph the graves himself. And cemetery workers told him they were burying Wanga. And while they were there on that particular day, there were 48 new graves dug. The next time he went a few days later, there were another 95, then 164, and now around 270. So that was in a very short period of time, from 48 to 270. Vitali kept returning to document the numbers and names, and it was obvious to him that they were pretty much all convicts and mercenaries recruited from prisons. He was able to pass information on to journalists who then were looking to find out what they'd gone to prison for. However, he continued to monitor all the military dead at all the cemeteries in the Krasnodar region. And what he found was apparently shocking to him. So since December 22, Russia's battlefield losses multiplied by several times, states Vitali, citing the statistics he collected in Krasnodar. Deaths have simply skyrocketed, and recently at the cemeteries, the graves have all been mobilized soldiers and Wanga guys. There have been very few of the professional soldiers. Western intelligence agencies have claimed that the Russian army is running low on newly mobilized. And of course, a new mobilization is expected. So estimates on the total loss vary, but most US and European officials believe the Russian death toll at well over 60,000, which we know it certainly is. And now we get to the reason that he left Russia. He started getting death threats many months ago. As soon as he made his first post about the graves, threats started, barrages of them. So he saved the information, but there were so many that he stopped because he just didn't have the time. But people just threatening to kill him, basically. In January, somebody phoned him and offered him his own spot at the cemetery. He got 3 such calls. And his driver got one as well. The BBC has been shown copies of the death threats and recordings of the calls. In it, a man disguises his threats as a cold call from a company selling graveyard plots and coffins. He chillingly insists that now is the time you should think about ending your life. The activist said the final straw came last week when walking past a police station in Krasnodar, when a police officer recognized him and said, "Get ready." He meant the state's reaction. That was enough, apparently, to open a criminal case against me because he's telling the truth, basically. So he's escaped to Armenia and now is requesting political asylum in Germany. And when asked why the authorities don't like him publishing information about the casualties of the war, it's because he believes that for the state, these are terrifying statistics. And the Russian people just do not know the true numbers of people dying. I wanted to try and show them the scale of the disaster. If people were to find out the true number of battlefield losses, they would go crazy. So there is somebody who is, I'm not going to call him a good Russian because that's a bollocks phrase as far as I'm concerned. There is somebody who is trying his best to counteract the propaganda, shall we say, and it's led to him receiving death threats and actual threats to, imprison him again. He'd already spent 20 days in prison. I think he got to the point where he just felt that he couldn't stay any longer because it was being made too uncomfortable. I think he's probably made the correct choice. It's probably good that he's got out. The information that he's provided is also good because it's information that is traceable, and it can be used to try and inform the Russian people, and hopefully there are more people like this who are. I mean, what he's done here wouldn't really be seen as a massive amount of activism, but it's quiet activism that he's tried to sort of keep under the radar as long as possible, but still get the truth out. I honestly think in the Russian Federation that this is probably about the most we can hope for from people, just because of the sort of the tightening of anything you can do and say. It's getting very tough, I think. But anyway, Doman, you can now speak while I have a drink.
You said, I think it was, you said 49 in a day was the increase in number of graves?
48. Then the next
48.
time we got there was 95. And then over the next sort of few days, it went up to 270.
And you know what that is, Marcus?
Number Wang.
Correct, that's number Wang.
See, I've caught on.
When you know, you know.
Yeah, well, it's quite interesting, though, that it was indeed just mainly mobilised and wangers, convicts, shall we say, mobilised convicts that were buried in these plots. And I don't know, for some reason, it's important to Prigozhin to have these guys buried. Was it part of his promise that he made to them that he's trying to make good? That he would sort of I think they said they would be buried properly, and compensated correctly and all that. And I wonder if he's trying to sort of say, here, look, I've made good on my promise. There's billions of people that I've compensated right here. Look.
Yeah, a larder for each, right?
Maybe not a larder, maybe just some of them plastic flowers.
Some fish frozen in a block of ice. Options abound.
Honestly, the barter system, it's the barter system abounds. So, is anything new happening with sanctions? Do we know? I would like to find out. I think there's been some recent news on sanctions.
Was it? I didn't see anything. All I saw was the last thing I saw actually was that Hungary agreed to extensions on things, but didn't allow for anything new to happen on the European side. The G7 oil price cap didn't get lowered when it should have had, by a lot. I don't know what did get affected. Do you remember? Maybe I'm missing out on something altogether.
Been put in place yet. I think they were talking about strengthening sanctions to try and close a lot of these loopholes. That's something which is quite important, I think, to try and close off any leaky taps.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Like Peter was saying on Saturday here in the most recent story of Freedom, it's just not going nearly far enough. There's also much more that needs to be done. Also much more that needs to be optimized, and it needs to be logged down to really improve on effectiveness. And Just go for it, go for it, go for it. It's too many cases of stopping short, quite unnecessarily.
I think we've got to the point now where incremental, sanctions have virtually got to the stage where, the next step is either do it or, don't get on with it. You know what I mean? It's a case of, if we're serious about it, we should be able to close those loopholes for sure.
Exactly. Nothing has to be perfect. It just has to be enough altogether. Perfection is the enemy of the good. Piling them up higher and deeper is the way to go, right? Don't expect anything to be massively effective on its own, as long as it is good enough. No matter. It's kind of like it's kind of like weapons for Ukraine right now, right? It's not about this one miracle thing which alone will make all the difference. No. It's all about volume. It's all about sufficient, substantial volume, and it doesn't have to be all the best stuff. Just lots of the regular stuff makes a difference. Same goes here. Step up at all levels, massively, very substantially. That's how you do that.
I also sent you something that was a bit fun this morning. That apparently the guy what's he named? Mardan. He's on the telly moaning with all these other idiots,
He's like a lower tier genocide cheerleader.
Yeah.
Mid-tier, maybe mid-tier.
Mid-tier. Well, he was pointing out on the Kremlin television, of course, that red lines that Russia have set don't exist. I mean, he's I believe there's been some other bloggers saying this as well, so he's bringing it out into the open. So he's moaning that the red lines, this article that he thinks has been stepped all over, and the fact that Russians draw red lines and they don't enforce them, or at least Putin is not making any efforts to enforce his red lines. When they shout about nukes, I mean, have they not got anything else to moan about, really? Have they not got any other lines? I feel as though they go straight to, like, the nuclear option, rather than actually wanting to talk to anybody. It's just like, if we don't like you, we'll immediately threaten you with nukes. It gets a bit old and tired, doesn't it?
But that's all they have, right? It is the equivalent of a 4-year-old in a supermarket, falling onto the floor and starting pounding fists and feet against it and screaming and crying. That's literally the equivalent of that. It's the default response. It's the default response to, I don't like it, and that's what they can do. And that's what they do. It's the ultimate response, right? It's where we're gonna go on to Berlin and we're gonna nuke London. Those are the only things they can say.
I'd like to see these nukes. I imagine they're in a terrible state. I'm sure there's been some upkeep, but well, they don't look after their stuff, do they, Domin?
I mean, you don't want to count on that. That's the end of it, right? That's the bottom line.
Oh,
You don't want to count
obviously.
on anything in particular at all.
Obviously, I'm not saying that they're all completely broken and don't work, because you can never say never. But they really don't look after their stuff. I've noticed that. You know how NATO trained military chaps talk to us about maintenance, and how maintenance is so very important, and you've got to make sure that everything's right, otherwise when you're out in the field you might have problems that could have been alleviated just by doing the job properly in the first place. So it much lessens the chances of things breaking down for mechanical reasons, and it gives them a level of reliability. And yeah, on the opposite side, I'm not sure that they've got the same fastidious techniques with regards to maintenance and upkeep of their vehicles.
One thing that you can rely upon is that there is vast inconsistency, right? That's the reliable thing that you can observe, and it's now you're going to have some which are in good shape, but there's always going to be some. You can never rely that all of them are in bad shape, but some are always going to be always going to be in good shape. Some a small proportion. It makes it a little bit unpredictable, but what it really speaks to, and this is something that we've heard many times. Various people, military backgrounds, here in the space, that one thing which you desire or that you want to make sure, and say the U.S. Army makes sure, is that is all about standards. It's all about what standard you can rely on, because then as a planner you can rely on it as well, right? It's all about standards. Something the Americans do well, saying, okay, well, everybody is trained to do such and such standard. All of the vehicles are present and maintained to such and such standard. Well, the Russian military is kind of the opposite. It's a complete patchwork of in medieval terms, you could say every fiefdom has its own set of standards, and in some fiefdoms standards simply don't exist, right? So when the king brings all the vassals together and says, raise your armies, some are going to be completely useless, whereas a few are going to be quite good. But they adjust, and they have fundamentally adjusted their tactics to that, to say, well, we know that most of them are completely useless. We're going to treat pretty much all of them as being completely useless, except for a small handful, and we don't really care what happens to them anyway. No, this is the more general Russian approach, I guess.
Yeah, it is a general lack of care, like you say, just a general lack of care for people and things. It's come as quite a shock to me, I'll be honest. Didn't think that still went on. But the corruption's got so deep, I suppose, that yeah. There was a story that I recall of a manufacturer of lubrications and oils, and apparently they have been raided by the Russian police force, because it was found out that any vehicle that you put that oil into wouldn't travel very far afterwards. Gosh darn it. I do wonder if they're having similar issues. There's obviously some very specific lubrications required for specific vehicles. I just wonder if they're really well up on that knowledge now, these new guys that are being sort of dragged in to drive tanks when the last thing they drove was a car. that sort of thing.
No. So funny thing, right? They persuade themselves that some of the other rubbish is very good. For example, the fresh, high quality copium out of Russia today is T-55 tanks. Are armored snipers because they have rifled 100mm barrels. They have 100mm barrels and which are smaller, but they're rifled, so they're extra accurate, and they're just fantastic. That's what they're saying. The T-55 tanks, the literally 70-plus-year-old design, just the best possible thing, just the thing for the job. Forget all of those, T-80s, T-90s. Forget all about them. Completely unnecessary. What you need is a T-55 with some explosive reactive armor on it, and is literally just the best thing.
But of course, because it's Russian, yeah.
Yeah, old, true, tried and tested. I've also heard that I forget what it is, object something. The 4-tracked tank has been resurrected. The 4-tracked tank destroyer has been resurrected. The one they have, and they might be even considering putting into use, which is frankly a shame because it is an interesting piece of museum exhibit. But anything is going now, right? Which if anything, puts all those who were doing the rundowns of what stocks the Russians have, what great stocks of tanks and whatnot Russians have, truly to shame. No, for the evidence is just how little of that really was around, and how much of that was never in anything like usable form in the first place. So that's this kind of interesting. You wouldn't be dragging all this old stuff out if you had the things that everybody thought you had, right? So that's a good thing, obviously. But what it shows is that the allegedly inexhaustible supply isn't so inexhaustible after all. And the fact that this is coming 6 months, a year, maybe 2 years earlier, depending on whose tallies you were looking at, right? That's a really good thing. That's a really meaningful thing, because it means that maybe it's several months less of fighting than many were expecting. Right? It's not. Oh, now everything's done. Far from it. But at least it says that even those who still think of Russia as some undefeatable massive bear should start re-examining that thought and thinking, well, actually we kind of see it's not all it's made up to be, all it's made out to be.
Alrighty. Did you have David on early, or is he still in his garden slumber?
No David whatsoever.
I do have report of a boom, by the way. Well, I have a nice video. I don't know exactly when it's from, but it is like a little fireworks show. I've sent it to you, Doman, so you can enjoy it as well.
I'm watching it. It's tremendous.
Yeah, and it's apparently.
Can I say, Axel? We have
Yeah.
white smoke.
Really? Sweet. Where?
Pantelemonivka.
Interesting.
Thank you for saying that for me.
And this is from when?
It's going to be recent, I would say.
Allegedly from today.
Daytime.
What kind of weather?
Cloudy. Possibly light rain, possibly not. Medium cloud, sort of cloud cover, but not very heavy clouds.
Yeah, that's yesterday then.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yes, there's white smoke and lots of sympathetic detonations. Allegedly, a Buk M1 air defense system. Could be the one with which the array of war criminals took down MH17. Could well be.
Well, you know how I enjoy a sympathetic detonation, so I enjoyed it very much, and I have retweeted it if people would also like to enjoy that with me. Have you noticed that very recently there's been quite an effort? In fact, I've lost the tweet. I think it was that there was 15 locations of concentrations of manpower and the other one, ammunition, that have been taken out in a particular area. That would be the Melitopol Tokmak sort of direction. So, you know, it would look as though there's some sort of softening going on, softening operation perhaps. And air defense systems and artillery being taken out on a daily basis. Love that.
Yeah, and this is the thing that, you know, there will be no details off of, but it's definitely an important part of where to start. You know, Ukrainian artillery has clearly been reaching further back than they used to over the past couple of months, and that has led to the destruction of many Russian artillery systems, MLRS, radars, electronic warfare equipment, the lot. That's a really good thing. And this will have to be continuing for quite a while still, before it's, you know, anything like enough. But I think the fact that the Ukrainians are A, focusing on these, and B, are able to focus on these is meaningful in itself. Why is it meaningful in itself? It's meaningful in itself because these are things that are A, often out of reach, and B, are removing some, you know, force multipliers in the case of electronic warfare equipment and radars from, you know, Russian ability to see, hear, and shout over. And secondly, is reducing the availability of artillery for the Russians. Over the past couple of months, you know, many hundreds of Russian howitzers have been dispatched. That makes a difference because it limits the flexibility of where they can conduct fires. It also puts more wear and tear on the not very well manufactured artillery tubes that they do get to use still. And a combination of those makes it easier for Ukrainians whenever they will conduct a breakthrough and a counteroffensive. And the Russians seem to be very concerned about that. There were some limited reports of Russians retreating from certain areas or at least reorganizing units in preparation for that. But the more of those go ahead of it, the harder it's going to be for them to withstand, and hopefully impossible altogether.
Did you speak about Syrskyi earlier?
We did. We said, you know, A, Bakhmut holds, however hard it is, and B, holds certainly well enough for Syrskyi to yet again. Is this the third time in a month, I think?
Yes.
Go there?
yes, for the commanding general for the region to be visiting that frontline district is quite extraordinary.
There was talk of the Russians taking some sort of scorched earth strategy in Bakhmut. I think they've been doing that from the start, really, but that was apparently something that was mentioned.
Yeah, I'd call that standard procedure for them.
Yeah, it didn't come as a big surprise when I heard those words, considering the photography coming out of Bakhmut and Avdiivka, Marinka, these places. Yeah.
And it is genuine. The only thing that they do, right? It is genuine that the only thing that they do ever employ, right? Is just destroy everything. Destroy everything, then no, maybe we won't be stood against anymore. It's literally the extent of the approach. So no surprises there whatsoever. And if they even said explicitly, that just says even more of the same, right? It says even more so. Wow, that's all you can do. And when they are reduced to, and I know it's hard to say just that, it means that culmination is there, right? Or it's on the brink. They are on the brink of culminating in their efforts. Then John, very. Oh yes.
Sorry, I was just going to say that there is something as well that we have noticed on the promotional videos that have been coming out from the Russian side. They do appear to have changed from being videos of them sort of running around empty buildings to videos of them setting up defensive positions. Yeah, it would suggest to me that attack is currently not going on in some areas. And hello, Denjon.
Hello. How's it going?
Always good.
How do you do? To which you answer, how do you do?
I got a text and howdy from Verlaine earlier.
Go ahead, Denjon.
Yeah, I forgot to raise my hand. Sorry. Being a bad Swede. But it was quite funny. Donna was mentioning before that.
Denjon, let's establish this. When you're a bad Swede, does that make you a turnip?
Sorry, make me what?
A turnip.
Of course.
Yeah. Actually, you're right. That's a good one. Thanks. No, but anyway, Doma, you mentioned that. I don't know who said, but it's a good thing now that we're now bringing out the T-54, T-55, whatever, because it's such a good tank and has rifled barrels and all that. I'm surprised that no one is asking why did we spend I don't know, $1 billion on developing T-72. Actually, starting from T-60, T-70, T-80, T-90, and the almighty T-14. Has no one asked that question?
Well, no. See, then John, look, they were only doing this. They were only doing all that development to have new things to show on parade, right? They were never meant to actually be used. They never built thousands of T-72s to actually consider using them.
Oh, it was a bit like the assault on Kiev, which was never a thing.
Yeah, it was just a feint. Building those T-72s was just a feint. The T-55s were the good ones all along.
My God, I mean, we can never win this. They're outsmarting us. I mean, since the 50s, basically, they've been outsmarting us with a T-54, 5.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, if they just kept making those and didn't make anything newer, then the NATO forces would have prepared for the T-55 better. But instead, see, this is where they're really smart. They prepared for fighting the T-72s and T-80s, and they're completely unprepared to fight the T-55s completely. And now you see the Russians are finally, you see, when are they bringing out T-55s as the Leopards, as the Challengers are getting there, right? Because this is what they needed them for. They were holding them back for the real fight against the really high quality tanks.
Amazing.
It all makes sense.
Yeah. Have you seen the clip with there's a guy shooting I think it's an 84 Saab, Swedish, good stuff.
I have. Would you like to explain to the good people what happened?
Yeah, first actually I didn't understand what happened. I thought that it was a malfunction, but then okay, so an 84 is Panzer Scott, I think we call it. That's an anti-tank weapon. It's not rocket propelled, as some people say. It's a recoilless. It's basically a stripped down Carl Gustav, which has got quite a punch. But anyway, so this Russian dude wanted to demonstrate. I don't know if he wanted to demonstrate that they had a punch or that the Russian armor could withstand the punch. I don't know, but he demonstrated how to use it, and he failed blatantly. He got basically jumped up in his face and knocked him down. And it tells me two things: they don't know how to use it, and they haven't caught many, because otherwise they would have used another clip. So I think they they really wanted to get this out there, even though he kind of hurt himself, but they also had to show that he wasn't that badly hurt, so he was still standing there explaining. And amusing actually. So he should have held the weapon properly. I mean, there's a handle for a reason, I guess, but he held it like he didn't hold on to it like that.
Thing is, Denjon, doesn't it have on the side, in words and pictures, exactly how to use it? For the extremely dumb.
Mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Apparently Denjon can't hear me. Klaus, you've come up. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll just correct Denjon slightly. There was a video clip of a person showing how not to use this anti-tank gun. Thank you.
Welcome back, Denjon. Can you hear me now?
Yes, no, I can. I went from Wi-Fi to 5G, and then now back in the house on Wi-Fi. So yeah, did you get what I said?
I heard what you. Some of what you said. I was just asking you. Don't they have instructions on the side for dummies? Couldn't I pick one up and read it and figure out how to use it?
Yeah, pretty much. I think there's like 4 lines of text saying how to do it. So actually, this has led me to file a complaint with Saab that they're not making the weapons for people dumb enough. They need to improve.
I have heard of it being described as the ultimate IKEA weapon, because you don't need to understand anything, because everything is graphically illustrated on the side.
And somehow you always get it wrong anyway.
But you don't have to even assemble anything. It's all there already.
Everyone is laughing. I can't hear anything, so I can go on again.
Well, my personal opinion is that the best part was when he said at the end how rubbish he thought NATO weapons were. Just because it punched you in the face, mate, doesn't mean it's crap. I did also like the 2 big red marks on his face, because it was, amusing to me. There he is going, "See, NATO weapons are rubbish because I've got punched in the face." Yeah, funny.
If only there was some sort of a handle or a grip, on it that you could hold on to prevent that from occurring. If only it had a nice ergonomic shape that should have incentivized you to grab onto it. You know how good design for swing doors is, right? You put the handle on the pull side, and you put like a flat plate on the push side, and that kind of tells you what you're supposed to do without having to write anything on it. And the same kind of goes here. You put a handle with a clear grip on it. That's clearly what you should hold on to. That's how you know you should hold on to it, because it has little indents for fingers, right? Yeah. Except apparently not if you're impervious to obvious things.
Also, you should press it very firm into your shoulder because of the blowback. Just only holding the handle isn't enough. You should press it also firmly in your shoulders so you don't have too much blowback effects.
Yeah, so this is what I keep saying. I don't think there is such a thing as a recoilless rifle. Really, they call them recoilless rifles. They should call them like low recoil rifle, maybe, because there's always a bit of it. And this illustrates it perfectly. That it's not quite.
I didn't hear what you said, Doman, because I got a phone call in between. So, but I think you are agreeing with me.
I'm just being pedantic, that's all. And yes, I concur. Otherwise, I absolutely concur. Okay, let's see if Viking Fi works now. Then, John.
Testing.
Seems to work.
Great, thanks.
But I have good news, because I think Verlaine's internet is now nice and stable, and I think we might be getting a special treat, everyone. So, Verlaine, if you'd like to, go right ahead, because I would love nothing better today than to hear one of Ruslan's accounts.
Yeah, I thought that I can give you a sense of what I was dealing with. And so for those who haven't heard, the book has like at least 30 stories, I think 32 stories, but they are like more than 32, but they are split into some other subsections. So technically every story is a page. So one story is one page, mostly, for the most part. Some of them are 5 pages long, some of them are just one, but I was thinking what I can read for you today. I can give you a hint of the titles of the stories, and maybe you can choose something, Dom, and it's gonna be on you then. For the narration. What do you think? Or do you think I need to
Go for
I
it. Give
just
me.
pick whatever?
Yeah, give me. Just. Do you know what, Verlaine?
Ah,
Open the book
yeah.
somewhere.
Okay.
See where it opens
Okay.
naturally, and that should be the page.
Tell me the page starting from 200. Let me see. 214. Sorry, no, 216. And up to
311.
311. Why this number?
Mockers knows why this number. I think it's because it's the number at the end of this morning's general staff update. The aggregate number of the special equipment destroyed.
That's very peculiar. That's very peculiar. If you choose in this one, it's actually the one that you told. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages long. I don't think that people will fall asleep hearing me read that.
Maybe choose the next one after it if that's shorter.
Okay.
We've apparently got to the essay section.
Okay, let's do this one. It's called it's called New and Old Friends. I think it feels very appropriate since all of us here are new and old friends. No, kinda oldie but goodie, new but still sort of discovered, unexplored to the full extent. So, book written by Ruslan Horovay. It's called Once Upon a Nation. Story called New and Old Friends, translated by me. Once again, the nomads are on the move. While Olenka was sending something to the military and was dealing with medicine, I rushed to the nearby villages. I was at the entrance to Mashun, and I met a long truck carrying 2 houses for the victims of the fire. And a few meters away, I saw Ludmila Alexandrovna, the same owner for whom we used to cover the windows with plastic and patch the roof in the estate. Hello, Gypsy. Ruslan's call sign is Gypsy. They called him because he usually has this massive gypsy-like hat. So dialogue goes on. So, hello, Gypsy. Did you bring a funny book today? Of course. Where are you going this morning? I'm taking a bus to get my teeth treated. Do you need a ride? Well, maybe just to the bus stop. I kind of miscalculated the time and I'm late. We go and talk about life. Both are happy to meet this unexpectedly. I was lucky that you helped me with food. And then the government gave me a little more so I could save my entire pension, and now I will be having my teeth done. You'll be gnawing nuts like a squirrel. Oh, 100%. He gets out of the bus stop. I don't take the book then. You bring it back and I put it on the table near the house. Or you can leave it to my neighbor's Yana. She's home. I return to Yana's place. I look at the inserted windows. The cherry plum and plum trees have grown abundantly. Try it. Yana plucks a plum. It's a sort of Hungarian. The breed, I mean, it's delicious. So what about your roof? Well, tomorrow I'll fill out the paperwork. They will do the foundation and the thing is being built. So the one has promised to do the roof. Well, it's okay now. Little by little, we're gonna make it and it will make a difference. There is still no power supply in the Duchess. Can you imagine? From the moment of the occupation until now, people have been left in ruins without basic conditions for the recovery. What do they say? What do you mean, what do they say? Ihor waves his hand. They changed the leadership somewhere in Hostomel, and now they're promising again, but I don't know what it'll be and what it'll be. We unload the jackhammer and animal food. Oh, I'm going to take the food to my friend. I think she has a cat too, or maybe 2 cats. Don't remember. The daughter grabs the bag. Of course, bring it and let him feed it. We look at the construction. We call it construction because it's nothing that can be called like that. Ihor has done some work on the ground floor, and he is finally completing the kitchen. It was the kitchen that people gave me. Sort of. Their house burned down, and the kitchen was standing somewhere else. I mean, the furniture. So they gave it to me. I will dismantle this one, and we'll use the second floor. I'm gonna make a new roof. And because otherwise, everything we're gonna be pouring into the house. What about the other stuff? The commissioners? There were none. Well, I don't want to wait. I don't have power. We have no electricity, so to say. So no commissions. And you know the fall is coming. We will bring something to the school, I suppose. Oh, that's good. I just need some roofing materials, to patch the roof. I think it will be definitely done up till the winter. I notice a fresh scar on his leg. Oh, don't mind it. We were building. Ihor catches my eyes. I was sort of dismantling a wall and it collapsed. A block fell, nothing serious. I think it will be easier with the bomb stop. Ihor gathers the children for a summer day camp organized in the village. I return back to Mushroom. One of the houses is already being uploaded in the yard because they are the removable ones. And the family is where with the youngest. But the second child has disappeared. We can't find it neither among the dead nor among the living. He just vanished. I see of Grandma Leda, whom I've met, the one who sat through the entire occupation and who was one of the first to be found by the nomads. Look, Gypsy, what a beauty. She points to the slate-covered hut. This side is done already, and the other side will be done next week. What would I do if it weren't for you? Well, a lot of people help, so you'll just only see us. This is the thing. I need to thank everyone. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have strength. We hug each other and agree to have a barbecue after the victory. I visit my neighbors Nadia and Victor, whose son was killed by the Russians. They already have a modular house, and Victor is finishing the summer kitchen. There was no power for a day and a half, so we cooked everything there on the stove. We needed slate and linoleum for the floor so that we can spend the winter, even if there's no power in this trailer. Is there anything else you need? I would like an electric oven, Nadia asks. And any door that can be inserted into the summer kitchen, Victor adds. Next stop is in Buzova. The road through Hostomel, Bucha, and the photo zone or the photo op zone of burned Russian vehicles is in front of me. I brought Ihor the tool I promised. Ihor and Yulia are restoring their parents' burned out house slowly but very confidently. Want to see what's wrong with our apartment? So we drive further towards the center of 3 5-story houses that are not even 10 years old. Russian tanks have done a good job, so to say. One 5-story building is beyond repair, and they will try to repair 2 of them, but I think it's in vain. In total, 158 families lived here, says Ihor. When it all started, I literally carried some of the grandmothers to the basement in my arms. You see, some shells here pierced the walls. 5 walls in total. Unfortunately, there were also casualties. Why did they shoot at houses? They definitely could see the highway in the palm of their hand. And they thought, oh my, they're making adjustments here. So it was a direct hit. And the sniper worked on us from the destroyed maternity hospital. We walk around looking at the destruction. There will be modular houses over here. Eeyore points at the vacant lot where broken glass from houses has been partially removed and poured out. Will they give everyone a house? Well, they sort of promised everyone who wrote their statement. Sunflowers have grown near the destroyed complex of buildings, and bumblebees are hovering over them. I can't help feeling that everything around me is surreal. It's not real at all. Okay, got it. Call me if anything. We bid each other farewell. I drive out of the village and onto the highway. On the right, in the bushes, I notice a red-shod Zhiguli. It's a typical Soviet-era car. The life goes on. As you understand, it's mostly like a journal of a person who was making a report on some of his, technically all of his visits to the liberated villages. So every story here marks different time frame, marks different people. Sometimes the stories go on. Sometimes you never meet the protagonist of one of the stories. Sometimes it's like the next visit to the same people. So this one was a visit they have already, like they've been to this palace at some point. There is like the shorter story. It has only 5 sentences. But Domen, please, I will read this one after Domen asks me a question because I see he wants to say something.
I just wanted you to explain something to people. You know, the story mentioned the summer kitchen, and I think this needs a little bit of explaining because I think
Yeah.
many people won't know what that is.
It's explained in the one, like in the story at page 290 something. So a summer kitchen is a facility which like people in Ukraine, Russia use as their secondary like so to say. So basically during summer we don't like to stay in the houses because we usually cook a lot and we like to spend some time outside. So it's like a gazebo, but not really. It's a facility where you usually cook and sometimes where you usually bake, and it has for the most part it also has like a cellar, and it's detached. It's maybe like 5 to 10 20 meters from your house. Not everyone has it, but we call it a summer kitchen because you usually are there during summer because it's really cold to be there during winter. So that's the concept. The shortest story that is in the book is on the page 271, and it's the shortest because it's a bit of a nostalgia because Ruslan had to send his daughter and his wife off to the US, and he sees them since he has disability, he sees them only once every 5 months. So it's the shorter story. It's called Profile Darusia. So Darusia is his daughter. I wander around the supermarket. My hand reaches out to the stall with stuffed animals, as if to buy a dragon or a plush unicorn. A sudden moment of realization brings me back to reality. Surely, you can buy one, but how can you hand it over being so far away? Maybe victory come for us all, and maybe families be reunited. And it's everything that is on the page 271. So this is the concept of the book. Every story starts with a new page. The volume depends on every encounter, and sometimes it's very grim, sometimes it's very funny, sometimes it's very sad, sometimes it's very hopeful. For the most part, it's just what it is. Yeah.
I particularly liked that first story that you gave us there, Foley. It was an insight into how the communities come together to help one another to rebuild, and how the society is sort of working at the very grassroots level to try and assist one another in every way they can. And something else really poignant, the picking out of the sunflowers growing in the midst of destruction. I just thought that was particularly poignant to note. Go ahead.
Yeah, and the other thing is sometimes the stories are obviously filled with dialects, because mostly he was trying to like record and document what were the people saying right after the event. Sometimes he was trying to, you make like voice records, but sometimes he has a story like this. It's called Thinking Out Loud, and I just want to read it because I think it's important. This is going to be the last one because public reading sessions. It's a public reading sessions, and I don't want to do that like publicly. So, anyways, it's called Thinking Out Loud. It's less than a page long. With the advent of the YouTube channel, I realized the extent of the problem, which I had formulated as a lack of social empathy. People really measure grief, and mostly not by their own grief, but by the grief of others. No matter what you show a person, there will be definitely those who say that their friends have it even worse. You can show a destroyed house and hear, "That's nothing, my friend's barn burned down too." Even when it comes to a murdered person, there are those who say, "I know a family where 3 people killed. It's nothing, you can live here." There are many such comments, and I wouldn't put it down to bots because that's what real people usually do. All of this kills my faith in people in a broad sense. At some point, I started to believe in specific people. I know for sure that in a certain place, there is an Ihor, for instance, who, if you bring him windows, stoves, food, he will distribute and redistribute everything to people. He will carry it around and even report back with photos, even though you didn't ask for it. That, in another town, there is a similar Sasha, another fella, and in another one there is Olha, and there is Anya, and there is Yulia. There are these pillars of empathy, and you can feel that there are people who support me personally. It is thanks to them, first of all, that I personally continue to dig into the topic of victims in the deoccupied territories. Despite the danger and fear, it was easier to crew a mortar at the front lines and feet involved with the majority rather than to look for these pillars that keep your mental structure from collapsing. Do not qualify and quantify your grief, and don't let others get away with measuring it. There is no greater or lesser trouble. We have one goal: victory over racism. That's it. Let's go. The vagabonds are always on the move. Remember, murder must die. So yeah, we have just one goal: victory over racists. So this is the way. And I think he brings up really good points. Sometimes there is a counterbalance. There are people who lack social empathy or empathy whatsoever, and there are people who represent these pillars of empathetic approach, empathetic behavior. And if you dwell on your own grief and if you measure the grief of others in comparison with something else, you won't go too far away with your life. So my take on that is never judge and never compare, because you never know how it's actually from within.
You're absolutely right, Elaine. People deal with things in different ways, and yeah, throwing up, well, such a body had it worse. It's terribly unempathic, and yeah, I think everybody needs to remember that sometimes, you know, people are going through things that you wouldn't understand, and we have to try and be just a bit more understanding of one another. I think that's where I'm coming from. You know, to try and at least be able to have an understanding that your personal position is not necessarily the same as everybody else's. But one thing I have found really encouraging and restores my faith in humanity to a degree, that people from all walks of life are coming together, whether it be on the ground in Ukraine, communities coming together, or people coming together to try and support the effort of those communities, even from afar. In a way, tragedy does bring people together, and that is the sort of the saving grace of humanity. I think that in this situation we can quite clearly see good from evil, and we know which side we have to support. It makes you know, the divisions that people have had in the past pale into insignificance. That when it comes down to it, we do need to come together and stay together as humans. We're all humans when it comes down to it, and the fact that humanity is at stake in a way, the humanity of the people of Ukraine. You know, they've been pushed to the point where they've had to push back, and luckily they have friends to help them do that. Yeah, it's been surprising, incredible, and still not enough. We really need to get over some of these political hurdles, and give Ukraine exactly what it needs. This up and coming counter-offensive that we're all sort of sitting back waiting for at the moment. We know it's not going to be easy. We know it's going to come at a cost. And so the more protection, the more assistance we can give to reduce that cost as much as possible, that is what I'm talking about. Where we have to be able to provide everything that's needed, because otherwise, why did we build it? Why did we make this stuff if it's not for protection of sovereign nations? Just you know, putting that out there to all the politicians and people who think that it shouldn't be something that's just handed over. No, hand them over, get it done. I can't see any reason why we shouldn't. I believe Will is going to be joining me here shortly. Welcome, Will.
Hello, Marcus. How are you?
I need a drink, but I've got a cat on my knee, and it's a terrible situation.
So here's the thing I found about cats. That I used to feel so much sympathy for my cat that, you know, it would be bedtime and I'd sleep in a chair and wake up with a bad sore neck rather than disturb my cat sitting on my lap. But I've come to realize over time that you can just pick them up and chuck them off of you, and they'll come back. If you can go get your stuff, come back, and they'll totally come right back where they were.
Oh no, it just feels cool waking him up. I tend to try and wake him up first, at least, before throwing him off my knee. There we go.
I like it. I like it when a cat that weighs, probably 2.5, 3 kilos can do that totally I'm made of molten lead thing and be like trying to get a 8-kilogram cat off of you?
Yes, I've been there.
Well, I have an 8-kilogram cat, so imagine.
So do I. I actually have a 10-kilogram cat, but she just well, you start to move and she'll like jet. But the little one, the 2.5-kilo cat, it really likes to suck up the heat when it's cold. And if you try to take her off of you, she'll do everything and squidge around and try to, make her bones disappear to keep herself from not having to move. She's a freak. Anyway, I recommend you live your life, chuck that cat off, and go get yourself a drink. And you can catch me up on the news. I'm doing a little calculating myself that as we go through the night, maybe or my evening, I will be able to put in perspective what some of this stuff means in relation to losses that you report every day. For something I think is important, which Doman just covered being very important, and that is artillery pieces and MLRS for the Russian army.
I have a bit of news. I'm just reading it. So 24 kidnapped children from Kherson Oblast returned to Ukraine. 24 Ukrainian children from Kherson Oblast who had been illegally deported by Russia returned home on April 10. And this is from Governor Alexander Progudin report.
So that's on top of the 31 that were returned already?
Yes, I believe this is another group of children. It's still not much, but at least these are back in Ukraine. And there are many following afterwards.
Well, I suppose it's going to mean the world to those families, and it's something. It's a start. It's an open dialogue about returning children, and I know they're making it really difficult for people, but at least some of these children are getting back to their families. That much is some small comfort considering the situation. I don't know if they're doing this specifically because they want to be seen as suddenly being a bit more reasonable. We found your parents after all, sort of thing. Don't think it's going to wash somehow, especially not the testimonies of the children who were literally told that their parents didn't want them and sent them away and things like that. So yeah, I have a feeling that it's a good thing that it's happening, but it's not going to achieve the outcome as showing the Russians as being, humanitarian in this. Absolutely not.
Oh no, totally not. Totally not. Because it doesn't do right to the fact that they forcibly abducted the children and deported them to Russia. That is a crime, and that crime cannot. It wouldn't be a lesser crime. The crime stands, so they all are guilty about that. And that is not going to change with giving back some children.
Well, that's kind of the thing, isn't it? If you kidnap somebody and hold them against I'm in the first. Yeah. You can't just say, oh, well, look, it was only temporary. Look, here you go. No problem now, eh? No, it doesn't work like that.
No, it's kidnapping, and it's even if you give them back, the deed is done. You kidnapped those children.
Yeah, I think it's going to be much more orphan children. They're going to need to to have all their records, and do they? It's yeah, it's going to be a hard one, that, but there is some hope, at least. Certainly, getting some of them back is better than getting none of them back. I think we have to focus on that small positive. That there is obviously a dialogue about it, and there is a way, even if it is quite difficult. So yeah, the fact that it's possible leads you to think that it might be possible for some more. So that's what I keep focusing on. That the possibility is there, and it, all the negativity about it in the world doesn't help. Yes, it's absolutely chuffing awful, but when it comes down to it, some people are able to retrieve their children, and so that much we've got to be thankful for.
I totally agree on that. There is some more news in Adivka region. Servicemen of the 110th Separate Mechanized Brigade, named after Colonel General Mark Bezruska, destroyed a Russian Mi-24 helicopter. This was reported by the press service of the Command of the Ground Forces. So there's some keep shooting them down.
Ooh, if there's pictures, I want them.
There are no pictures right now, but maybe later they will come. So I think waiting for some more confirmation.
Well, we know they have still probably quite a lot of these MI helicopters, but they're not really building lots of new ones at the moment. And
how come?
So, oh well, can you imagine why? Pretty sure the phrase is have some more sanctions. Yeah.
How about ball bearings?
Well, you know how balls are very important indeed, especially metal ones, apparently. So yeah, a lack of spare parts and equipment is certainly hindering them, shall we say? And so they aren't a resource that they want to be throwing away on a regular basis. But yeah, I get extra special happy when I see helicopter and aircraft go down, because that's a capability that the Russians now don't have. That particular aircraft, that pilot even, those are finite resources when it comes down to it. And these are things that they can't really afford to be throwing away. And we know every time they take them up, they reduce the lifespan of these craft anyway. They've only got so many flying hours on them before they need, special care, maintenance, and attention. That's something which, well, we've noticed. I think Ming the Merciless was telling us one day about an aircraft that, when they checked, it hadn't actually been maintained on its normal cycle, and in fact, it had missed something like 2 years worth of regular maintenance. Now, if that's the case for more of their aircraft and rotary wing aircraft, I'm going to suggest that that's probably going to start having an effect. The aircraft that was shot down yesterday, day before, the Su-25, I think, was, well, the Russians claimed that it was either a maintenance problem or, oopsie, they'd shot it down themselves. Big whoops there, yeah, but they would rather claim that than agree that they'd been shot down. But the very fact that they mentioned maintenance issues, why would that be, eh?
Makes you wonder. Huh? makes you wonder. I have some more bit positive news. Nothing to do with Ukrainians attacking Russia, but the Ukrainian national paradance sport team has got some pretty medals at the 2023 Paradance Sport International Competition in Amstelveen, the Netherlands. They have 14 medals, 9 gold and 5 silver. That's for the team Ukraine. So that's also a positive and a nice thing.
Well, that's fantastic. And you never know, some of those people might even be going to the Olympics. And it would be very nice if they were able to go to the Olympics and feel comfortable without any Russian or Belarusian competitors.
These were para dancing, so these would go to the Paralympics.
Still same point. But yes. The point is, do we really want Russians in our sports, in our TVs, in our ears? I don't think we really do anymore, do we? It's come to the point where when somebody said they're making themselves a pariah nation, yeah, they absolutely are, and pretty much have. And there comes a time when even diplomacy is not the right time for it. I think. I think just show them exactly how we feel. In a way, I was really proud of the UK at the UN for their actions with regards to that Belova flipping horrible woman. Yeah, I was pretty proud of their actions to stop her from being publicised very widely. And considering some of the things she apparently said, really glad about that as well, because vile woman. Just showing her true colours. And I'm glad that that video was not racing all around the world. It's enough to read about it. You don't have to listen to her tell the lies. So yeah, I'm kind of proud of that she didn't get the coverage that she probably would have liked to, and her absolute nonsense didn't give people talking points. Sorry, I'm drinking coffee now, so you just have to wait 1 second.
No problem. Drink your coffee. It's needed in this kind of work.
And I have 2 cats on my knee, so the situation has got worse. At least I've got a drink now. Blaming opportunists, aren't they? Moving in like Russians. How rude.
They just occupy you.
Yeah, at least they don't steal all my stuff. Well, not really.
I have 3 cats, as you know, and they are called Kali, Brahma, and Shiva. And if you look up the Hinduistic religion, you see those 3 gods and read what they stand for. It's exactly my cats.
Chaos. Yeah, I get it. So, Will, have you dug up anything exciting for me, or at least interesting? That would do.
Perhaps. So I was just looking around at, well, I wanted to try to figure out how many pieces of artillery and MLRS that the Russians started the war with, because we see the daily numbers and they're ticking off things, and I'm trying to find the last set of daily numbers.
You should go look for Oryx Spion Cup. Will.
Yeah,
he has the most up to date, and he is very good in these things. So I think he has the most list. You can find him there.
Yeah. So, and to find out whether or not the amount that we're ticking off that are reported by the, I mean, his numbers are obviously very conservative, because he basically has to see independent individual verification of each piece of equipment, and confirm that it hasn't been seen before, or he won't put it on the list. So I haven't finished looking at it, but in looking at the total number that Russia should have had on its order of battle going into the war, particularly things like, I'm very concerned in when they pull up close and they start using those TOS 1A thermobaric multiple launch rocket systems. You would remember me telling you those are my nemesis, basically. That if anytime we see those go, it's a very, very good day, because they're so devastatingly damaging to folks trying to defend cities. Due to the massive fireball they create and the huge static overpressure, that if you're hiding in concrete areas that don't absorb shock and reflect it, if you're like basements and all the best places you'd want to hide if you were defending a city, those things can kill you just with the static overpressure if you're in the blast area. So we've seen. And I guess I'm going to look through Oryx's list and see if we can see the total number knocked off, because, some of these things, there aren't that many of them. You'd be surprised how few of some of these things they've actually fielded. When you see a really weird piece of artillery get knocked off, or one of those TOS 1As, for instance, only about 45 of those are the total number in the Russian army. So 45, I reckon we must have seen 10 of those knocked out, but I'm going to look and see whether or not the numbers we're seeing day by day, which is up, I think they lost 10,000 armored vehicles in total, right? So far, I think the other day they passed 10,000. And so that would include the self-propelled artillery, the main battle tanks, the infantry fighting vehicles, and the APCs. All the other stuff, the trucks and the little four-wheel drive vehicles and things like that, wouldn't count in that group. So if I take all the self-propelled artillery that Russia was supposed to have had on hand before this war, all of the main battle tanks, all the infantry fighting vehicles, and all the armored personnel carriers, the number comes up to, you might be surprised, and I hadn't quite finished that, so I get to do my math as we speak.
Cigarette packet. Back of the cigarette packet maths, live on air. I like it.
Yep, there you go. Okay, so I see 20,915. Let's call it 21,000 pieces of armor that they've lost. So that's 21,000. They've lost 10, right? They crossed 10 the other day.
Yes.
So
as I can read it for you. Ukrainian forces hit and destroyed the past 4 days. The past day, 4 armored vehicles, 10 artillery systems, including 1 MLRS and 3 electronic warfare stations.
Right. So, but if you group all and look at not the daily number, look at the total number accrued since the February 24th. How many how many artillery pieces have they lost since the beginning of this war, Mr. M?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know the exact number, Will.
Okay, so, I mean, so this is the thing I'm trying to pull up and look at more, because I'm trying to put it into perspective on whether or not this is significant or not, what the damage that's been done to them in a year, and it would appear that it would, that it is. I mean, if all of the infantry fighting vehicles, main battle tanks, APCs, and self-propelled artillery that they had available at the beginning of the war was 21,000, and they've lost 10, that's a big deal. And they also said that they had fielded, or the reports that they'd fielded 2181 pieces of field artillery and 1,035 MLRS. So that's that should be 71. So I think we're making I think that Ukraine is making a pretty big dent in those two, because there aren't the kind of numbers. The armies just don't maintain the kind of numbers of these things that they did back in World War II, right? Where there were tens of thousands of tanks, and the Battle of Kursk was the biggest battle, tank battle of the world, the history of the world, and it was a much bigger. It would have been the size of the entire army fielded here, with a million guys on each side and things. It was immense things that we just don't fight things like that anymore. And given that that's the case, I think these numbers are pretty big when I'm looking at them now in comparison to what they started the. Okay. So M has passed on 27 artillery systems knocked out since the beginning of the war.
Yes. I will send you the link where I find it. There is some more information you can take with you in this.
Super. So if I was to pull up, even if I include all of the reserves, right, that they say active and then reserves in these lists of things that I'm looking at, if I pile them all up, I get 8,000 and 8,200 and some odd, 8,200 of field artillery pieces and MLRS. So if they've lost 2,700 of those since the beginning of the war too, it's pretty significant. So,
well, it's also not taking into account, Will, the ones that are broken, because there are satellite images of artillery graveyards.
Right. I'm just trying to take. I was trying to take the best case numbers I could possibly think of for Russia, in order to say, well, they've still got a whole bunch left, and I'm not thinking that. So they suggested that Russia started the war with something like a 20-1 advantage in artillery pieces, but if Ukraine has knocked out. Looks like about a third of them, then we don't know what the losses on Ukraine's side, and there have been some, of course, but I don't know. I would suggest to you that they probably haven't got anywhere near half of what was provided. I mean, we still haven't seen, for instance, I have not yet seen a credible evidence of a single HIMARS or M270 knocked out. Have you Mockers seen an actual bona fide verified loss of one of those Gimlers launching M270s?
I haven't actually. What I did see yesterday was a funny picture of a truck with quite similar windows at the front, shall we say, but definitely not the same vehicle. However, it had indeed been burnt out. It was it had like a big flatbed on the back, basically, this truck. And I suppose if you'd have taken the flatbed off and popped on a launcher, it would have looked very, very much the same. But yeah, this particular vehicle is a regular sort of, construction vehicle that's used quite a lot. And the Russians put up a picture of this vehicle, which was, when you looked at the back of it, it was quite clearly the flatbed truck. And
Yeah.
not a
And
HIMARS
the
device.
right, and the HIMARS uses the same chassis and cab over design, but it has blast-proof windows and things like that. And yeah, and clearly has a dirty big rocket launcher thing on the back of it. It's also used. There's multiple variants of that chassis and cab over design that are used as heavy construction vehicles and transport vehicles. So it can be a little bit confusing. I saw that one as well, and I agree that's not a verified HIMARS kill. So I still haven't seen one, and so the accuracy we're seeing in relation to we'll only see one side, right? It's confirmation bias, but we're seeing an incredible display of capability of targeting and moving artillery, and a whole lots and lots and lots of Russian pieces of kit knocked out, and not that many. I've seen knocked out 777 howitzers. I've seen knocked out crabs, some of the self-propelled artillery. So you see some of it, but you haven't seen. I haven't seen a HIMARS knocked out yet, and some of the very rare equipment in the Russian army, like those really large mortars that they use. There's only 10s, 15, 20 of those in the system. They aren't really that populous. So when you see one, when I see one anymore, I'm thinking, wow, that's actually quite significant. When we're only talking about less than 60, 70 of these things being in the field, a 240 millimeter self-propelled gun mortar, only 60 of them. So when you see two S4s or two S3 Akatsias and those Gvodzikas knocked out, there's not an incredible number of them. And I think so. I guess it heartens me to think that they are chipping away significantly at the entire armed forces. Out to you, it means something, right? Is 200,000 dead people. That's or 1,000 a day. That's shocking big numbers. But when we think of the artillery pieces, we think, oh, that's good. Those are going up 10, 15, 20 artillery pieces a day seems like good news, seems like great news. And I wanted to see whether or not it is really great news, or if we're chipping away at this boulder and it's going to be like 50 more years before it is ground down to a point where it's not going to be dangerous anymore. I guess I'm a little bit heartened in the fact that they've made a significant way there. If you consider that the Russian army is absolutely totally anchored around being artillery centric, and you can say that we've knocked out a third of the artillery they brought to the table at the beginning of the war, that's a pretty good effort for what was supposed to be the second most powerful army in the world. George, cut in and give me some facts.
All right, so really quick, let's just look at the tanks, right? So I don't know what the numbers left of our T-72 A, B, and C. That's what I call the BC being the T-80 and T-90 respectively, because all it is a T-72 with lipstick. Those are, and I think the T-64s, if they have some of those left, those are the tanks that have what we call more modern armor, right? Which is just not steel. It's like some kind of composite armor. Obviously not as nowhere near as good as what's on the Western tanks. So all the T-62s and below have what we call rolled homogeneous armor, which is pretty much the same armor that you had on World War II tanks. That crap is obsolete. There is nothing that the Ukrainians are fielding that can't blast a hole in it, from their T-64s, their T-72s, and obviously all the Western tanks they've gotten. So anything that they're fielding, T-62 and below, T-55s, that's an obsolete tank because they can be penetrated by any tank gun that the Ukrainians are fielding, including the AMX-10 RC that has even that lower pressure 105 millimeter gun can punch a hole through it. Those and any of the handheld anti-tank weapons that the Ukrainians have. Forget the ATGMs. You can punch through it with a Laws rocket. Okay, that's why everybody went away from rolled homogeneous armor to the composite armors. Right. That's why everybody went away from it. As soon as those handheld anti-tank weapons started being able to punch through them, it was obsolete. The other thing is, there is no infantry fighting vehicle I know that the Russians have that has anything near the composite armor we have. So all their BMP 1s and 2s can be beat. So anything they have left. So what the predominance of the weapons they have left in armored fighting vehicles and armor is stuff that's obsolete. And that's what, it doesn't matter the numbers. You could have, 3 times the numbers they have now of those tanks. It doesn't matter because they're just going to be absolutely, crushed. They can't hold their own.
even from the Bradleys, right,
Yes,
George?
yes.
Because the Bradley, in fact, killed more tanks in Iraq and Afghanistan than tanks did.
Exactly. And the other thing is really quick. So when you're talking about and the other thing is with the T-62s and the T-55s, the T-62 having the 115 millimeter smoothbore, and the T-55 having the 100 millimeter rifled gun, they might as well. And I don't know if anybody's familiar with this, but back in the day when I was younger and crazier, we used to make these things called potato guns out of PVC pipes and a pressurized gas can. And what that did was you just put a whole potato and it would fire that potato pretty far. And since Lukashenko is swimming with potatoes in Belarus, they might as well just switch out the main gun for the potato gun because it's going to have the same effect against a Western tank. That round from that 115 that's on the T-62 and obviously the 100 millimeter round from the T-55, it's just going to bounce off. They might as well just be hitting them with potatoes or tennis balls. And that's why I can't wait for this offensive, because it's going to be an absolute slaughter fest. There's no way that, because I'm sure the Ukrainians right now are trying to get as much intel to find out where the more modern tanks are going to be. Those are the first ones you want to hit. And then the other ones are they're just speed bumps. They're absolutely speed bumps.
Thanks, George. I haven't actually. I mean, I do have the numbers on tanks and armored fighting vehicles, and those have all been significantly reduced in numbers. And all I wanted to do was look at the raw numbers and see whether or not we're having a major effect. Because the key in this, to me, is focus on their strengths. And if their strength has always been the amount of artillery pieces they field, and the artillery pieces have been reduced in numbers by about a third, that would seem to be very significant, in addition to the issues you're talking about in relation to the tank.
Now, remember, this is another key part about the artillery pieces. Artillery pieces, right, still need something to defend them because they can't defend themselves. So when you have modern, maneuver warfare, we even saw this during the Kharkiv offensive, right? We saw actual video of, Russian field artillery, it was mobile SPGs. Their position was overrun by the Ukrainians. They were captured because they had no idea where the enemy was, and their armor had been smashed, and there was nothing there to defend them. So that's another key element, them not being able to defend those artillery pieces, because artillery can't defend itself, and we've seen that the Russians have problems with maneuver warfare and targeting anything that's actually moving. That's why they're really good at hitting buildings, because the buildings don't move. But they haven't been really good in hitting, anything mobile. And you mentioned some of the SPGs we've seen destroyed, and I believe those have been hit by maybe, kamikaze drones and things like that. And in regards to HIMARS, really quick, HIMARS doesn't have to be 5 to 7 kilometers behind the front like an SPG does. It can go farther back, and that's what makes it even more difficult for the Russians.
Way farther back.
Way farther back.
80 kilometers back.
Oh yeah. Well, you could have it 20 kilometers back, and the fact that the Russians would need some kind of drone that would have to be able to penetrate 20 kilometers back to spot these things, and these things can move a lot faster than a tracked vehicle, because I'm sure that the Ukrainians aren't dumb. They're not putting them out in fields. They're keeping them on roadways so that they can so they can fire and get the hell out of there.
Yeah, that's what you see is the 4 o'clock in the morning shooting scoot almost every day.
Yeah, they're you see cars. There's a traffic jam up ahead, Volodymyr. Why? Oh, it's just the HIMARS firing their early morning shoot, on the rural road. So that's why it's next to impossible for them to be hit. And other countries have taken notice, including Poland and Lithuania.
Yeah, I note that it's interesting how we proceed from weapon systems that are supposedly outdated to now everybody deciding that maybe they're not, because I note that Australia now has its order's been approved for HIMARS, and they're talking about whether or not we're going to be producing the ATACMS missiles here in Australia or getting them as imports. So, and that was a 1990s technology that's was phased out, right, in the U.S. Army until this war.
And there was a lot of things that were ignored or thought we didn't need anymore because people didn't see. Once again, for some reason, everybody thought, and I don't know why, they only had invaded Chechnya twice and Georgia, that somehow the Russians were going to play a fair game in Europe. I don't see where they came up with that. And I think we got blinded by a lot of these, insurgency type wars and things like that, self-propelled AA guns. Oh my God, well, that's just antiquated. Hello, drones are why you need those now, because you don't want to waste a 150,000 or give or take missile on a on a $4,000, $5,000 drone. So self-propelled AA guns are having a resurgence.
Now, I can guarantee Will was going to talk to you, but I
Sure.
believe he's in the process of receiving a CH request, or should be very soon. So he may not be able to talk for a moment.
That's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to jump up here and just remind people that, the Russians now, how many tanks they have left and how much artillery pieces they have left. You've got to look at that number and try to break it down on how much of it is actually what we would consider somewhat modern stuff and what's antiquated. And the antiquated stuff is just it's just ridiculous. All it is, all those T-62s and T-55s are going to do is just going to get their crews killed faster.
Yes, yes, I agree. But the reason I started sorting through these numbers today was just because I wanted to try to wrap my head around whether or not the progress of this war so far, essentially on defense, other than the two offensive moves. Well, I mean, no, it's about half and half, I guess, offense and defense. The defense has taken longer, but of course, the offense has taken back half of the land that was taken from Ukraine during the war from the 22nd of. So, half of the job is done in territory. A third of the artillery and MLRS are knocked out. And main battle tanks, it would appear about somewhere in the range of half of those. Even if we count the T-64s with the T-72s, T-80s, and T-90s, half the job is done. It seems like to me, and that's good news.
Well, it's really good news because when you're talking about those being knocked out, right? Look at first things first. Look, the numbers of those things that have been knocked out, right? And the territory. So the Ukrainians have taken about 50% of the territory that was originally occupied during the first month of this phase of the war, right? So last year, whatever territory Russia had occupied, they've lost 50% of it. And why is that significant? Because we haven't seen the Bradleys, Martyrs, and other Western main battle tanks in action yet. The Ukrainians did that on about a couple of hundred modernized T-72s at the what we call the PT-91s that they got from Poland, HIMARS, 12 HIMARS launchers, and 100 and about 100 and at the time about 140 M777s. And when that Kharkiv offensive happened, we're talking about maybe 50 to 60 modern SPGs, self-propelled guns, and those numbers we know have doubled.
Yeah, I mean, the Kharkiv offensive in particular looked like it was rat patrol, guys in Humvees with the 50 cal and a bunch of rocket launchers in the cupola there. It was honestly, it was wild to see. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you. The offensive in the summer, I'll just say, should the Bradleys are probably going to wipe out almost about half the tanks again, and the tanks won't have much to do. I mean, those Challengers could be mobile soup kitchens, well defended mobile soup kitchens, just for morale purposes, because there probably won't be much left for them to eat by the time they get pulled up close. Oh, look at that! We've got Angry Answer. So answer that, George, and then I'm going over to Angry.
No, I agree with you. That's why I keep saying, I know a lot of people are antsy about this offensive, and they're like, oh well, the Russians are building these defensive possessions, and I'm like, look up the Saddam line, guys. I don't care if the defensive line is 5 miles deep. I really don't give a shit. the more time the Ukrainians take to prepare this, I want to see a sledgehammer being used to crack an egg like we did in 1990 in Desert Storm. Because if they get everything they need, armored units, everything they need in that regard, then once that offensive it gets unleashed, the chances of the Russian army in Ukraine collapsing goes up exponentially. And that's good for everyone.
Right. Yeah.
That means there's no fight for
Well, I
Crimea.
mean,
Crimea is just abandoned and they're all running and swimming for their lives. And that's what we want to see.
right. If they're able to, if they are able to rout them in Donetsk, Luhansk area, in whatever manner they choose to do it, that was my bold prediction that there might not have to be any fighting at all in Crimea. They can simply pull up to the isthmus there, make sure that take temporarily defensive positions, knock out the Kerch Bridge again, and then finish mopping up in Donetsk and Luhansk, and then say, shall we proceed, or would you like to capitulate? So I see Angry, you've joined us. Angry Ants, how are you, sir? How are you this morning or afternoon for you in America?
I'm doing good. It's early morning. I'm getting started on a 12-hour cross country drive back home to DC. So you got me for a little while up here. I'm happy to. I hear that it's a real good conversation going on right now, and would love to just be able to join in. And any questions about combined arms or Bradleys in particular, I'm all game for the next few hours. But good to be up, guys.
Super. Yeah, great to have you. I mean, so I'll just ask you the general question. We've been talking about Angry a little bit. Knowing the progress of the war to this point and the fact that Ukraine did not have an incredible amount of material and equipment at the time, at the start, given the fact that we're about a year and a month in, do you think that the capability of knocking out about a third of the available artillery pieces and MLRS, and about a third of all the main battle tanks to this point that Russia can field is and take back half of the land, that is that significant, and or is there a lot of work left to do in softening up before the summer offensive?
Well, I think there's a major task at hand to free the territories of Ukraine. It's not going to be something that happens overnight. It's not going to happen, within a month or two. I think that we'll know very clearly, pretty quickly, what it's going to look like for the next, in the future. But it is incredibly significant that Russia's lost the amount of vehicles, and I always start with the personnel number that just is staggering how many people they've lost. Then you start to add up, the equipment, and it's not really just the armored vehicles. There's the amount of trucks and wheeled vehicles that have been destroyed is an incredible number also. That last mile supply chain that they have has been really taken a beating throughout this war. It's incredibly important. We know a lot of that material at the start of the war was some of the best equipment they had. I know they probably had to try and ration things, but can't really hide from Gimlers. It's not something you can do, and they've been taking a heavy loss. So when you look at half the tanks, I always go back to what we know, and you look at two factors. I look at the training of the personnel and the equipment that's coming to the front. And for Russia's side, we see very untrained. We hear about it. Mokters does a great job of telling the stories from the Russian side, and we know that they're having problems with training. The training is not very good. we also know that the equipment that they're getting, the new vehicles, we see that, you know, we've got T-55 armored sniper rifles coming to the battlefield. We've got ancient APCs. We've got World War II style artillery pieces. We've got trucks that were made in the 1950s from the Russian side being rushed to the front right now. And then what do you have on the other side? You have tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers being trained in NATO countries on the most advanced tactics of modern warfare can provide. Combined arms tactics from the infantry level all the way up to the commanders who are learning to work jointly together. You've got the highest enlisted or the officers doing war games with NATO forces, including, you know, our generals at the highest level. And you see a convoy pretty much of NATO equipment now really starting to appear inside of Ukraine. So the tale of the two sides are different. You've got highly trained soldiers with much more modern equipment being rushed to the front when it comes to Ukraine, and you know, they're taking their time to constitute these units. But Russia, the tale's just completely opposite, if that makes sense to you.
No, it totally makes sense. And given so the next thing, I haven't done it yet, but the next thing I'm going to do is try to sum up the combined arms of Ukraine with what I can find out from OSINT, and give myself a level of comfort that that they have enough. And I'll tell you why I'm so my anxiety in this, Angry Ants, is caused by the fact that there's still been no commitment for any F-16s or air superiority fighter, and taking that big piece out of a combined arms assault, it seems foolhardy to go, because as George said, we're not in this to just basically see them win it. We're in this to see them absolutely go through the Russian forces like a hot knife through butter, to make sure that the level of losses on Ukraine's side are incredibly low. And it just seems foolish to not make sure that they have fighters in hand to play the role that they do in the chess game, you know, to counter the other fighters that would be and fighter bombers that would be used for close air support, and interdict their airborne early warning systems as well. Go back to you, Angry.
Yeah, so I think at this point in time in the war, I don't think either side has the ability to really change the outcome of an offensive when it comes to air power. It just does not seem that Russia can muster or have the actual equipment right now to really muster a force that's big enough to stop a large scale attack from counterattack. And I don't think that the Ukrainians have enough, and they will not get enough between now and then to really be able to create that NATO style air domination, shock and awe. That being said, what I think we're going to see happen is, Ukraine used their air force in a very smart and measured manner, like they have the entire war. I think that the inclusion of some of the newer weapons, especially if they've got the glide, JDAM, the ability to have a little bit more standoff. But I've seen too many Su-25s and 24s being taken down by man-pads from the Russian side. I just do not know if that's the viable case when it comes to close air support. Now, what I do believe we're going to see to accompany, and I can talk a little bit about what I think the units that are being created kind of look like, to kind of help you understand what I think is being created to give you some peace of mind. But what I believe is going to happen is we're going to see a very different type of port, where it's not quite close port, where it's not where it's going to be more precision fires. It's going to be matching of precision 155 rounds that can be laser guided. I think that we're going to see the small diameter bombs that are attached to gimlers, the daggers as we call them on this space, be used as that kind of shock and awe weapon. Because this is what we know. We know that you've been talking about these numbers of the percentage of artillery and tanks. If Ukraine does this action right before the first tank crosses the line, crosses that first berm line, the majority of artillery pieces and heavy armor should be taken out inside of that battle space beforehand, due to precision fires and aviation. You don't really want tanks fighting each other in combined arms. You want to be able to use your precision fires to do that. So I think that we're going to see a shock and awe. It's going to be very different. It's going to be led by aerial artillery led by drones, drone forward observers. I think that we're going to see again those small diameter bombs be used as more close air support. But I think that that's kind of the feeling I'm getting that's going to come about, because again, this offensive is going to happen sooner than later, and there's no way we're going to get F-16s there, or enough Soviet era legacy jets from partners to really make a massive difference. That's just my opinion, though.
But we do need to have, or Ukraine needs to have enough to either maintain parity or sufficient forward placed surface to air systems to contradict any close air support from the Russian side, right?
100%. I think that we're going to see some very, again, we're not seeing Russia right now own the skies in any real way due to the man pads, due to they do not have the precision fires at a high enough level when it comes to their precision guided munitions. It seems like that they've been really digging into the stockpile for them, shooting at civilians. So I just see that I think Ukraine's going to push their air defense out along. There's going to be a mobile air defense. I think we've seen a lot of these mobile air support for close air support. The Avengers coming in, those mobile Humvees, the really cool Gepards from Germany. But I think that you'll see the mobile air defense get pushed out a little farther, and also again, I just don't know. I don't see a massive change or shift happening in the air war in the next couple of months.
Yes, so I agree, and they're not going to wait, right? I mean, they're not going to wait a whole another year and play defense for a whole another year. Ukraine's going to want to go with the army that they've got when the time is right, particularly the conditions on the ground. So, yeah, I guess. But if you told any NATO army that they were going to go into a situation where they were going to fight a land battle without establishing air superiority first, which is why it absolutely amazed me. Not only hasn't Russia utilized the air well, they never really even seemed to attempt to achieve air superiority. Like in the first 3, 4, 5 days, weeks, they didn't even seem to try to establish air superiority, which just amazed me. But it put it on the list of things that have amazed me that Russia's done. But if air parity alone is something that is going to be the case, yeah, I just It seems like, you know, all this fighting these days, it seems like kind of like a chess game, right? You've got tanks. We're going to counter with Bradleys and infantry screen of our tanks, and we're going to make sure our tanks can shoot at a farther distance. If you've got close air support, we've got to have fighters, and then you're going to have AWACS and fighters to counter our fighters, and so we're going to have saturation of surface to air stuff. It just seems taking a big piece out of that that would leave most military planners very unconfident of doing a combined arms assault counteroffensive without it. And I don't know. I'm just anxious about it, angry, and I can't seem to get over it. I'm going to ask Primus.
Hey, really quick. I would say I'm anxious about it too. I would love to see them have already constituted a couple of air wings of NATO vehicles. But the one thing that I think that is interesting to really think about, that I'm really focused on, is this is the first time in history that all of these really newer precision artillery pieces are going to be used in combination. All the different pieces from NATO that have invested in precision fires, whether it's from mid-range to long-range artillery, rocket artillery, maybe the standoff bombs, etc. But we've never seen this kind of a massing of precision fires. This is a brand new front that's happening, especially when you couple it in with the technology of drones. I go back to seeing multiple times of infantry units using drones to clear trench lines within meters of them. Using kamikaze drones to clear as they move through trenches as close air support, which is just something that we haven't ever seen before. And again, we want to make sure that we're always advocating for Ukraine to get fighters, multi-role fighters, as quick as possible. Or, in my opinion, any plane, any platform that can put a gun on it, that can get in the air and can do damage for Ukraine. That's what they need to have as soon as possible. But again, they're going to go with or without it when it comes to this offensive, and I think that they're going to do just fine.
Fair enough. Thank you. Primus, what have you got to add, sir?
Well, I mean, I don't think you're going to see either side get air superiority. I don't think the Ukrainians are ever really going to be able to establish that, even if they get Western fighters. Just because, I mean, the size of the Russian Air Force compared to what the Ukrainians have, but that's also not the point on there. I think, fighters that come in, they're not really going to be wasted in a close air support role. You're not going to see them over a battlefield. It would be more air defense to get that 25 to 35% of cruise missiles, which don't get shot down. And you'll probably see them, basically doing interdiction strike, using things like cruise missiles and lobbing bows, that kind of thing. Right. So, what Ukraine really needs is, obviously we need fighters, but what they have right now and have established is area denial. They have, air denial of the area. So the Russian Air Force, can't come in and do the close air support like they want to, can't establish, the deep strikes and so on that they need to. They can't control the battlefield from the air because of all of the surface air missiles, which they just can't deal with on there. So, as important as fighters are, I think things like Patriot or NASAMS or, short range air defense is also going to be incredibly important. There's what's going to, in arms, we always think of it, you're going to have an air component to it. Well, yeah, it's good to have an air component to it. That's how we always thought of it in the West, but I don't think that's how the Russians always thought of it. They just wanted to have enough air defense to keep us off of their back. And this, and then the conventional forces can slug it out. Well, that's kind of what this battlefield has become. And if it becomes, two conventional forces going against each other, and this offensive is going to come up, I'm putting all of my money on the Ukrainians because, the training and equipment that they have, but also the will to fight. Because I'm not entirely sure that the Russians, when push comes to shove, when it comes to defending against a armored juggernaut coming at them, I don't know if they're even going to fight.
considering some of these, these mobilized guys and so on. I don't know what their morale is at this point, what their will to fight is. And just a question for Anson, maybe anyone else who have an opinion on this. Has the Russian army underperformed the Iraqi army from either the first or second Gulf War? Because it sure seems like it.
Man, that's a good question, and I don't think that the second. I mean, I think by the second time, everybody knew what the deal was. I think the first war, I think people wondered about how good we hadn't really ever used NATO forces in that way before. The technology that changed between Vietnam versus Gulf War I, it was incredible leaps of military technology. So we never seen a kind of war like that. We did see a large army that got destroyed very quickly. So I think that was a surprise. I think the biggest I would have to say that they've underperformed even worse, because if you look at the way the Iraqi army had went through a long-term war with Iran, it wasn't like that there was any brilliant tactics. It wasn't like they were some masterful military during that war. I mean, just a year ago, me being included, I always thought Russia was way more capable, that they were way more advanced, that they had, and they did a great job of portraying themselves as this really, advanced, on par nation with, the United States military force. And it's something that, I've been paying attention to a little bit more over the last few years, but there's no way that you would have told me that what's happening right now was going to happen. I always thought that it was going to be hard for Russia to do this job, and they wouldn't ever take over all of Ukraine until that was before this war started. And now I've truly been a believer in Ukraine, and it's an amazing thing to see. But Russia's had to underperform worse than that, and that's the last major land battle we can think about. And I would say that they have underperformed worse than that, just because their expectations were much higher.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And they should have had the ability to create, able to do the biggest thing that able to do the biggest thing that was when I woke up when I watched shock and awe happen, and I woke up and I briefed folks the next day from my organization. I said, every day that Kiev stands between this shock and awe, it doesn't look like it worked, is going to be is going to give Ukraine a better chance. Every day it stands, because the goal to that shock and awe is to completely decimate a military in one big blow, and it didn't happen. It wasn't even close to it. We saw
In for a tough fight. That is for sure.
Hi, welcome up, Edward. What would you like to add?
Oh, thank you. Well, I have a question for the gentlemen on the space here. And it is, will the SAM systems like Patriot and NASAMS, will they be used in a supporting role in this offensive that is countering the Russians making flight sorties in that sense? Or will they be sort of used as they are now? So to sum it up, will they be used as some kind of supporting role? That's my question.
Well, I think that Ukraine's going to use their air defense in the best way that they think is it can be used to support their armed forces and their people. sometimes you've got to make decisions on whether, where that air support's going to be at. I think it's quite possible that as you see, to help mitigate, Russia's, I guess, larger air force, not air dominant by any means, is the ability to push out some of that, more advanced air defense systems, be able to push it out a little bit farther. Possibly with the new stuff coming in from America, with the Patriot system, maybe able to take over some larger areas in in some of the urban areas. Maybe we'll push some of that more tactical anti-air stuff out a little bit farther. I think that's definitely part of the game, and I also think that there's going to be a significant amount of mobile close air support along with these units as they move forward. I think that that's something that we'll see also.
Go ahead, Promise.
Yeah, mobile air defense, short range air defense really isn't something that NATO countries have really been all that interested in post Cold War, because we figured we had the air dominance. We never have to deal with enemy fighters or whatever hitting our frontline troops and so on. So they didn't really have a lot of battlefield air defense. A lot of it was retired. You have Chaparral. There was a M113 with a Vulcan Gatling gun on it. A few things. I forget what that was called, but a lot of those things got retired, and now it's been slowly coming back to deal with drones. But I don't think we ever conceived of fighting a war where short range air defense would be this important, because we always assumed you'd have the fighter cover, which would take care of that. The Air Force would protect the battlefield, and that's not something that's here. Which is why I think a lot of times they've really struggled with getting air defense over to Ukraine, is because we just don't have a whole lot. There aren't really a lot of Patriot batteries. There's a reason why they're taking things like these Gepards out of mothballs, or these Hawk batteries out of wherever they found them. I think it's just because we never figured we'd have to fight that war, which is why it's been a struggle, and why it's taking so long to get a more than one battery of Iris T's on there. But I think this war is kind of revolutionizing how the Army is going to fight in the future. That every company or brigade or battalion or whatever, there's going to be air defense. Along with every unit that travels going forward, because the battlefield, maybe that does open things up, but it's really kind of changing how I think we look at how we're gonna fight a conventional land war, because you can't necessarily count on the Air Force. And I think for a long time the thought was, well, the only thing that could roll back the American Air Force is equivalent Air Force, and there's no other Air Force like it. Well, yeah, but enough surface air missiles will keep you off of the battlefield. And if you can neutralize that and make that a neutral space, then it really does come to force on force. And that's where your tanks matter, your infantry fighting vehicles matter. Most importantly, that's where the infantry and artillery matter. And I think in that kind of denied airspace, the Army is going to be the one that's going to be providing deep strikes. Maybe because they're going to have ground launch things like HIMARS and so on. And don't think the Air Force is getting looking at that, how effective that is, and getting jealous. I don't think they're looking at the ATACMS issue and thinking it's like, wow, if the Army can handle deep strikes, do we need as many F-35s? I really think there's a little bit of a jealousy factor with that too. But yeah, short range air defense hasn't really been something that's been a lot of supplies. Why they're having to pull it out of warehouses and deserts and warehouses and so on all over Europe and the United States, because we just haven't had it for a long time. And the only role that surface air missiles really had for us was anti-ballistic missiles. And now that's a different threat environment. One that we should have known all along, but it never really occurred to us. So Kind of makes you wonder what we pay some people for.
Well, you pay them. Well, you Yanks in particular, you pay them to develop the system to defeat the current system that they sold you last year.
Yeah, that's part of the military-industrial complex, I suppose.
And with that F-20, F-35 in particular, they've gotten so craftily cynical about it. They build that thing in 27 different states to make sure that they always have a majority in the Senate on board, so that they never, it never is at risk of being dethroned. Angry?
So I kind of completely agree. So I think that something that I've been saying for a long time is that we've gotten so small and so technology based when it comes to our fighting forces and our military. We kept it so that new technology comes along, we want to use it as fast as possible. Behind it. Did some DARPA stuff which is the testing of new material for soldiers, etc. And a lot of it wasn't all that great. But what we do have is that it is a big budget in the U.S. defense budget, and they always fund people who are still out on the whim, who's thinking outside the box. And even though there hasn't been a lot of emphasis put on counter drones, you didn't see it as big, massive parts. There's people that have been working on it, and this war's been going on. The major part of the invasion's been going on for the last year. People have been looking at what's been going on in Ukraine for a little bit longer than that. So I think that we're going to see, a lot of maybe some new and improved new gadgets on the battlefield, especially maybe even as soon as this counteroffensive happens. We saw this announcement of anti-drone, 30 millimeter, cannon trucks. We don't really know exactly what those are. I've never seen, one of those laid out really, but the reality of it is people have been paying attention to the drone issue behind the scenes. And I think very soon we're going to see that technology change. The drone aspect of this war is going to change how units are created, what units are trained on, from the infantry to artillery to rear echelon. There's going to have to be anti-drone technology and units in every level of military going on from here on out.
Yeah, and a lot of that, the new development in that area will have to be in like the electronic warfare area, especially not so much in. Well, I think there will be new development in like the Gepard has proven so incredibly effective against drones and cost effective in particular, that you'd have to think that coming up with better ways to interdict them electronically or laser or something like that would probably be a big focus these days. Primus.
Yeah, just one thing in defense of the F-35, because no, you're not going to see it over Ukraine, but what we're seeing in Ukraine is an example of exactly why we need it, and that's mainly because the stealth capabilities. Because the way the Ukrainian Air Force has to operate when it operates here is it has to operate at low altitude because it doesn't want to cross the radar horizon, because then the Russians are going to yeet some S-400s at them or something like that. So stealth is what will give you back high altitude. And if you have high altitude, then you can do proper air defense. If you have high altitude, then you can properly use things like JDAM and JSOW and that kind of thing, things that require altitude to launch. And once you're never really going to deny low altitude all the time, but what stealth gives you, and what this war has really been about, is been denying the high altitude, right? And stealth will give that back. And to a certain extent, if the British or the French ever allow Eurofighter or Rafale to be used, their low observability capabilities will, at least give some of that high altitude capability back on there, which is why those kinds of planes would be really important. Even Super Hornet is, you know, I wouldn't say low observable, but is darn close to it. You know, and it's certainly a much lower radar cross section than an F-16. So it's as much about a battlefield, about a battle for, you know, the front lines as much as it is about the altitude. So just a couple of things I wanted to add there.
Yeah,
Yes,
Primus. I think. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to jump in. Will, I was just gonna say I agree with you on that. I think that all the defense industry and you know, defense ministries across the globe, they're looking at Ukraine and they're saying, you know, what's that happy medium? What is it going to take to create our future fighting force? You know, to be able to you know, amass enough equipment to be able to sustain a long-term major conflict, because we've seen that, you know, in a peer-to-peer, there's still it still gets down in the trenches. I mean, when you put this many people against each other, we actually, you know, enough, along with, you know, technology, the F-35 to be able to actually operate in contested skies, you know, all the way down to, you know, whatever, you know, maybe it's, you know, still using A-10s to do close air support. I don't know what it is, right? But I think that countries are having to look at this happy medium. And I think Ukraine's doing a really good job of that right now. And there's going to be a lot of people looking at Ukraine as examples in the future.
Go ahead, Primus. I saw you pop your hand up there.
Yeah, this war is definitely a revolution in military affairs in terms of the drones. You know, that's going to be super important, you know, dealing with the future. But also, I think, you know, it's the realization that, you know, everyone's going to need larger militaries when you come out of this, you know, because of the devastation and precision fires going on both sides. You know, I mean, we're talking right now a war coming up on, you know, probably 250,000 losses in just a year. You know, and I don't think the U.S. Army is built for that kind of loss. You know, I don't really know who is, and we need to think about, you know, the scalability, being able to deal with something of this scale and this level of casualties on there. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the next, you know, 10, 20 years look like, but it's going to look a lot different. And I think it's going to be a lot larger budgets.
Yeah, and you know, it's still going to come down to, you know, a combination of, you know, air power, you know, combined arms, you know, heavy armor, and just a bunch of grunts that have to take on land. But again, this is what we're talking about. Where I always bring it back to, there's two conversations we have to have about Ukraine when it comes to, you know, creating their military, you know, rebuilding their military, or creating their NATO style military as we go along. Is one, the near term, which is get whatever we can to them as quick as possible to do the job and defend their homeland and beat the Russians back. And then two, to think about, you know, what are those pieces that makes up the most perfect military that will be standing guard for the rest of democracy against Russia for the generations to come. And you know, that's 100%, you know, NATO based, a full NATO based air wing, you know, along with, you know, as large of a military as you possibly can get for Ukraine, because that's a massive border with Russia and Belarus that's going to be standing guard for all of NATO for a long time. So that's the long term. But what's that near term? Again, we will see here very soon.
Thanks, Andrew. Andrew, Latin, thanks for joining us, and Nick, both are here. It's we're building up an all-star Sunday. What is it? Monday morning in America. Fantastic. How about that?
Just before we go on, Can I just ask Dr. Nick something? Did she enjoy her evening in the other space last night?
I know.
Have you been cheating on us?
Yeah, well, no, it was Yehuda started this thing, and then like he was trying to get people, like he was trying to get it to like move over to MriyaReport, but it got so like contentious that like it ended up being much longer than anybody anticipated. It was kind of crazy, to say the least. There was a few Vatniks in there. And you know what? You would be very proud of Yehuda because he was on his best behavior. He was so good, even to the Vatniks, and giving them their time to talk, really so that everybody could see what, you know, that they weren't that bright, which is a brilliant strategy in my opinion. You know, so he was on his best behavior, but yeah, it even went too long for me. I finally had to give up and you know, just go away and go to bed. So, but yes, it was quite interesting. It was.
I've lost Latin. I'm so sorry, Latin. Come back if you can.
Who was that?
In the meantime, I've lost Latin. These things happen.
Okay. Yeah. So, but can I ask a question?
You're allowed.
Thank you. So, to the question about whether or not the U.S. needs to expand its military. Well, I know that we're kind of low on meeting recruitment goals and all of that for the past few years. So, I think that just even before this war, that was true. But I wonder, beyond meeting our typical recruitment goals, I wonder if you really think that this particular war is really indicative of needing to really broaden U.S. military, because, I mean, I still think that if, not that this would happen, because, you know, I don't see that this would occur, but if it was going to be, say, for example, a U.S. on Russia war, this war would look completely different. You know, because those F-35s, for example, would have been deployed, because, you know, we would have established air superiority, you know, immediately. You know, just so many different levels, you know, deploying the Bradleys immediately, and the Abrams and all of that kind of stuff. To me, it just seems like that this would have been a completely different situation. But that's just my observation. Somebody else would know better. Again, I know that we're low on recruitment, and I think that definitely needs to be filled. But I also think moving into the future, we're going to be looking at like unmanned technology as well. And I think that should be sort of figured into it too. I don't have a dog in this fight, right? So like if somebody were to give me like a convincing argument that like we definitely needed to say, I don't know, double or whatever the number is, I could see that, but I don't know that this war is necessarily indicative of that for the U.S. or you know, really the U.S. Maybe might want to expand some numbers in Europe, but I don't know. That's just my sort of observation and question.
Well, Nick, I think the main point that's important here is that almost all of the NATO countries had not been committing the amount from their budget to defense that they had said they were going to for many years. And I think this is what Angry Ants and Primus were talking about earlier, that after this war is over, everybody's going to have to take a big hard look at themselves in relation to the technological changes, drones and those things, and part of the reformation of militaries will be looking back a little bit, because as Angry Ants pointed out, I mean, I think there's probably going to be units of NATO that have organically attached mobile air defense as well as organically attached artillery going forward into the future, because they know they'll have to counter this battlefield drone, battlefields that are largely almost saturated with drones. Almost nobody's going to be, every platoon is going to be having a drone work for them. And so they'll have to be a large rethink. But the main thing is that, I mean, I didn't set these numbers. I think, the NATO all decided together themselves that they were supposed to send, I think it was 2 or 3% of their annual budget should be committed to building and maintaining their defense, and nobody has been doing that. And
oh no, that's definitely sure from the perspective of NATO. I guess I must have missed that part of it somehow. The NATO part, as far as their defense and they're being short on weapons and et cetera, et cetera. That's
Dr.
true.
Nick, if you don't, I think I actually like your train of thought actually, and so I'm in the belief that there's going to be a reconstitution, concentration of all the different NATO defense departments. And one, I think that NATO is going to take a much bigger role. I think that we've learned the power and the need for something like NATO, especially when the reality of it is the borders that are probably going to be getting attacked aren't American U.S. borders, and we have all the support that's needed. Just in the last 10 years, the majority of U.S. forces have been removed from Europe, and at one point they were going to remove all of them. When I left the military in 2010, I was based out of Germany, or before my last deployment to the States, and we were going to be one of the last groups that were in Germany, as heavy mechanized infantry that had been there to stop Russia, which is now it's kind of a laughable thing to think about. So I think what you're going to see is I'm in the boat where I believe that this war, as we see the NATO equipment really start to take hold, is going to change the way the world thinks about war for a little while. It's very similar to the Cold War with nuclear weapons. There's going to be a need for everybody to get back on par when it comes to technology, because they're going to look at this war and say, if we want to do anything to our neighbors, if we want to invade Taiwan, if we're going to do, wherever it is, whatever country it is, and we're near peer countries, we're going to lose hundreds of thousands of soldiers simply because of technology, not because of nuclear weapons. Country to think about. So I think that you're going to see countries, again, double down on their defense. I don't see, maybe massive. I think European countries are going to see a bigger, larger group of soldiers. I work on the issue with DoD when it comes on a daily basis. My daily job is something that I really worry about. But I think that there's a whole lot of missed opportunities we have when it comes to that. But I really think that you're going to see, maybe another type, Cold War type, but it's built around technology, where there's not really the ability to go on these big scale wars for a while again. But just my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure that technology is going to advance. I mean, I definitely see that, and I definitely see the need for European countries to step up NATO commitments. But I was just thinking about raw recruitment of, like, say, U.S. soldiers. I mean, except that I know that, like I said, I know that we're low already on we're not hitting our yearly budget of recruits across the board. So we have to get creative about it. I think at the very minimum of trying to at least hit a minimum of what we were trying to get before, maybe increase it slightly. I just wasn't sure because of the idea of technology that we would necessarily need to do massive recruitment of people. I think the military is it takes care of you and all that kind of stuff. At least in the United States, it's not like the military in Russia or something like that, where, and I'm sure it's the same in other NATO countries. I mean, it's not like Russia where, you get crappy meals and, there's just all kinds of horrible hazing and, stuff like that. I mean, it's just a total, pardon my French, but a shit show. I think that I was just saying that I just wasn't sure about the increased number of American just people because of that technology thing, right? Because like we talked about on here before about like things like unmanned mini tanks that might be coming into the theater, an additional drone type technology and stuff like that. And I was just saying, like, I don't know. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, because I kind of go back and forth about this sometimes. Sometimes it's like I feel like there might be more of a movement towards less, where you have more unmanned technology versus manned. And then sometimes I still think that the drones, et cetera, are really going to be more like, sort of like complements to just sort of, I don't know, infantry troops or mechanized forces. So I don't know. What are your thoughts about that? Because I go back and forth.
No, I think that this war's really shown that you still need, human boots. I go back to I'm a construction worker and by trade and a welder, and we have all kinds of new robots to do welds, but there's a lot of welds that you're still going to need a person to go do. There's a lot of this war's really proven that you need a lot of people to fight a war like this. But again, what does that look like in the future? That's something to think about, I think, in the long term. And there's going to be a lot of lessons learned from this. But Doug, do you mind if I ask you a question, if that's okay?
Sure.
So it's something I've been thinking about a lot, and I think it's a train of thought that we might want to start working on, because what we do a lot of MriyaReport is counteract the disinformation that we're going to hear from botniks and the propagandists and the people who want us to want Ukraine to capitulate and not defend their full homeland. And I think that one of the big things that we're going to see, and it worries me very much, especially following what happened after Afghanistan with the outcrying when it came to the equipment that was left that was in the hands of the Afghan army at the time, is what I really worry about is the propaganda that's going to be put out when that first Bradley gets hit with an anti-tank weapon and gets disabled, or when the first Abrams gets hit with a precision fire weapon and gets blown up, or the Challenger, and what that's going to be. I believe that's going to be a major thread of propaganda attacks against why it's a bad idea to be supporting. Like, look at this money we're wasting on Ukraine. The reality of it, these tanks, some of them are going to get blown up. We're sending them to go to fight a war. Things are going to get blown up. We're going to see that. What do you think? Do you think that that's something we should all be trying to pay attention to? I think as a way to start now preparing for that. And I've been talking about this for a while, but when it comes to that misinformation.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Look, they've been showing these sorts of videos even before they have entered theater. I've seen them sort of making their way around like Telegram and like, dank parts of Twitter. And it turns out that either it's not really a Bradley or it's a video that is from some sort of like test thing from like the plant or whatever. You know what I mean? It's not really like a thing in the field. And so, you know, the thing is that absolutely, because I mean, if we started seeing that kind of disinformation appear before they even hit the theater, I mean, again, remember how many HIMARS have been blown up so far, right? We can fully expect that we'll see that kind of stuff around the Bradleys and the Abrams and the Challengers and the Leclercs and whatever else is going out there. You know, but I think though, and I have a feeling, and maybe this is me with my rose-colored glasses on, but I have a feeling that once they do get in theater, that it will change the tide in a lot of ways, because the Russians don't have, correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't looked at the numbers in a long time, and I'm not going to cite any numbers, but I think that, you know, Ukraine will have maybe not necessarily more per se, but better technology that will really put Russia on, you know, this sort of back foot, that I think it will make it obvious that the tide will be changing in some sort of way. You know, we've seen these things work in Iraq, right? Like Bradleys and Abrams and all of that with the same sort of Soviet technology. So we know what they're capable of. So I would just, you know, always, number one, check out what a video is, because just because it's a video of some sort of tank on fire doesn't necessarily mean, one, that it's an Abrams or a Bradley or a Leclerc, or so, you know what I mean? It could be a T-72 or something. So, you know, always check and make sure what is actually on fire or has gone splody or, you know, whatever. And the other thing is to step back and take a big picture look of the circumstance. You know, how many are in theater? What is the circumstance in the actual theater itself, right? Vis-a-vis Ukraine versus Russia. Is Ukraine starting to turn that tide? Is it starting to go in a more positive direction? And if so, then I would argue that they are worth it. They're absolutely worth it. And I feel very confident that the combination of arms and mechanized units that they're getting, that they just got in this most recent set of deliveries from NATO countries, will really sort of start to turn that tide. And I think that it will be easier for us to make those types of arguments, which is one reason why and I know a bunch of us here have been so like excited, you know, kind of almost like a little chihuahua, you know, somebody having to hold us back, waiting for those Bradleys and Abrams and all of that to get into the theater. So I don't understand. That's just my thought. I don't know what anybody else has to say about it.
Well, let's see what Latin has to say about it. Thanks for joining us, Latin. Sorry you got dropped out earlier.
Yeah, hey, thanks. Well, yeah, I had to take a call, but I think Primus had his hand up first. If you want to go ahead, Primus.
Well, I wanted to sneak you in right before Primus, because I think you wanted to go back and add something in relation to the Air Force, or do you want to wait until this bit of the discussion's over and then come back?
I yield. No, the Air Force thing, the Ukrainian Air Force thing is something I want to get into, but after like that tweet that they sent out today, I did have a comment about Primus is still with us. Yeah, I did have a comment about some of what Dr. Nick was talking about. If it helps, if I understood the question, okay, Primus is giving me a thumbs up, so I'll just go ahead and do that. Like Dr. Nick, some of the I hope I understood your question and kind of where you were going initially. Just a couple of quick thoughts that came to mind when you were talking about that. And I think you were kind of pointing to the future and what this war is pointing us to in you know, in terms of Ukraine and probably more broadly Western alliance. two data points that are worth considering that have emerged in the last few weeks. One of them I had shared with the space a while back, and it's pretty granular, but it's really interesting. It's the Japanese Army aviation are looking now at replacing 3 helicopters that they use for scouting and for and as gunship helicopters, and they're looking at replacing them now. It looks like they're going to go with unmanned vehicles. That's what it looks like right now. That is really interesting, and that could be part of what we're seeing. Some of what's happening in Ukraine is informing that. So that'll be an interesting one to watch. It's important to remember that. I mean, I'm kind of focused more on the air war, and Angry Ants can maybe speak to some of what's happened over the years in ground warfare. But the idea that a new technology is coming and it's going to revolutionize things, we've seen it before. The best example probably is when the U.S. went to war in Vietnam in the 1960s. They went in, so did naval aviation, Air Force and naval aviation, with the belief that the Beyond Visual Range missile was going to revolutionize air-to-air warfare, and they were actually producing aircraft that didn't even have cannon for close-in combat. And they soon learned that was a wrong assumption for some situations, so they changed that. So the other one I was going to mention that's kind of close to home here in Canada, the Canadian Navy apparently is about to push the government for because they need to replace their submarines. They're going to push for 12 submarines. Now I know that doesn't seem like a large number for the U.S. Navy. For the Canadian Navy, that's a huge number, and I know exactly where they're going with that. It's because I know exactly what they're going to pitch to this government or the next one, is that we are now facing a situation even more grave, more challenging than the middle of the Cold War. We're going to be looking at having to look at our Atlantic coast and whatever the Russians are doing there. The Russians and potentially the Chinese are going to be very active in the Arctic, especially with climate change opening up a lot of sea lanes there, and a rising China in the Pacific. So massive changes that are coming, I think, and it's a good example of the kind of total rethink that Western alliances are going to have to, and it's going to cost money. It's going to cost a lot of money, but watch this space is all I can say.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely am fine with spending more on defense. I mean, that's not like an issue. I was just wondering about like just actual manpower, like men specifically, women, whatever, like boots on the ground type of people, as far as how many you would really need. So for example, in the situation with that you're talking about, for example, with these unmanned helicopters, you might need fewer people in aviation than you might have thought you would have needed otherwise if this technology is working out well. So I'm thinking like, I guess into the future, maybe like 10 years, maybe, so you can sort of see how things work and get the kinks out and all of that kind of thing. And if it goes in that direction, I was just kind of thinking in that way because, I remember lots of conversations about this over the years, in the military, people talking about, a move more towards that. And like, for example, the Boston Dynamics and some of those little dogs they were making with like guns on them and stuff like this, different things like that. And, of course, you can't expect to have an army just full of Boston Dynamics dogs either, because that's not perfect situation either. But that might reduce the need in certain circumstances for certain amounts of, say, boots on the ground, I guess is really what I was saying. Or would it be a situation where it would be more like, we're overplaying the notion of technology and that they'll just really end up being more of a, sort of complement to these various units. if you know what I mean, to make them more precise or more effective in certain circumstances with still lower human casualties.
Thank you. Now,
Will, can I quick follow up? Just a quick one.
yeah, okay, go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, I think Dr. Nick raises an important point here, because if that example that I gave of the Canadian Navy's procurement plans, the obvious questions that comes up is that even if that's approved, 12 submarines, is who the hell's going to crew that submarine? Because
Right.
recruitment levels are a real challenge in most Western militaries right now. So that opens up I got to think. I mean, I'm from another generation, but I got to think, if we're going to continue to face this increasing threat from a still large and powerful and unstable maybe Russia and China with the way it's going, are we going to have to revisit national service in the West? I got to wonder, because the current system is not really working.
And I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I always feel like, in some ways that people, I mean, and I'm pretty liberal, but maybe that's because I've been in the military, and so I have that perspective, and I know that the military can be good for people, and it, I think a lot of militaries around the world, and the U.S. is no different, has a lot of kinks that it needs to work out, and I think that we're trying to work out those kinks, and related to things like, sexual violence, or different types of hazing, or different things like that. And I know that impacts in some ways not only retention but recruitment levels. But at the same time, it's like, for example, my daughter was thinking about maybe she would like to go in the military as an officer or do something like that at some point. And my husband was kind of down on that. And I was like, it's really not, it's not that bad of a thing, it really isn't. I don't see as big of an issue with it as some people do. So I think that national service can be good. It can increase the good type of nationalism if it's done properly. It can give people more a sense of, that they have skin in the game, rather than, these various keyboard warriors, behind screens that have never done anything, and think that it's just so easy to just send people to war or do whatever. I don't see any. I think it can have a lot of positives. So anyway, I'll shut up. I just think it's a pretty good idea.
Well, I don't know for unit readiness. I'm not sure whether it's a great idea or not. When I went into the Army because about half of my graduating class was male, and about half of the males went into the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, or something. Because I grew up in a less economically advantaged area, and Reagan had just come into office, and he was cut back all of the student aid for poorer students, and he ramped up the GI Bill, right? So we it felt like being drafted, kind of. Didn't really have a choice if I wanted to go to college. But having, as you said, Nick, it isn't the sort of thing I would force my children to do to go to college, but it wasn't all bad. I mean, you do learn a lot of the stuff about it grounds you a little bit in the nuts and bolts of what happens in time of war, and makes you think about stuff you wouldn't think about, and maybe assess the gravity of situations a little bit better. And it certainly is something that teaches you to be on time and be responsible in some of those things at a bit of an earlier age, which isn't necessarily bad. The problem with people like Colonel Jeff have with national conscription is that they think they're going to get the dregs of society, and they're not. The force readiness will be reduced But I don't know that that's necessarily the case. And the other issue that I have here in Australia, that I've been advocating this similar thing, is that every year we're calling out the Army to deal with natural disasters like floods and all kinds of climate change related stuff, bushfires, all the time. So some sort of national service that was a combination of basic training plus being sort of in the reserve and being called out, keeping your readiness up in whatever MOS you've got, but also being able to stand by, knowing that most of the work you're going to do in the Army or Air Force or Navy or whatever is probably going to be like relief work. So I don't know that it's necessarily a bad idea, but we would have to crack that issue of making sure that the capabilities of the force structure don't get degraded because you get a whole bunch of people in that aren't motivated to be there. But if you've been in the military, there's also ways to address a fair bit of that, I think. Now, I can't remember exactly where we were, but I'm going to go to Primus first, then Yorn, who's been waiting, back to Angry, and then Raver. If anybody has a problem with that, you can blame mockers.
I'll make it quick on here, and I'll come back in a couple points. Maybe I'll talk to Latin tonight. I'll be hosting this evening around starting at 10. But ultimately, warfare has never been more lethal. In terms of long range fires, in terms of intelligence, being able to just spot individual people, in individual areas, and the response to all of that lethality, if that is going to be reduced manpower, and go in with a smaller, more technologically advanced force, that's not going to work out well, because it's going to create a kind of a scenario of hammers and eggshells on that. There's not going to be any resiliency. And yeah, you can point to thinking about, okay, well, what would happen if it was the US that was fighting Russia right now in Ukraine, or at least they were using our kit like F-35s and the top M1s and all these things. Yeah, but that's not the fight. That's not what the next fight is going to be. It's going to be against the Chinese, and they have all of that stuff, and they have a military that's 4 or 5 times as large, just in terms of the sheer meat there. I don't know what the response is. We're either going to have to get bigger or we're going to have to get smarter. And right now we're kind of in a position where we're in between those two times. And God help us if we get into a land conflict with them anytime soon. Naval, I'm not so worried about, but we're at a turning point. It's kind of like in between times where we're not really sure what way to go. And God help us if we choose the wrong path. Fortunately, we do have the budget where maybe we have to do both, because you start talking about things like drone swarms. You put up like 100 or 1,000, small flying grenades coordinated by artificial intelligence and cameras, coordinated by a drone flying higher, and all of that just works automatically. And you turn that loose on a trench line or an infantry position or whatever. No one walks away from that, and there's not really a good counter to it, except maybe having more people than drones. Because that's about all we can really do at this point. And it's the end point of a lot of this technology is really terrifying. And I'm just going to leave it there for right now. But we're getting an example, we're getting a taste of what modern warfare would really look like with today's lethality, and we should be concerned about our ability to survive it ourselves. Because we might be on the receiving end of it on the US side. We don't have a monopoly on it.
No, and I think what you might be referring to is, obviously the U.S. experience in Iraq and Afghanistan should have basically been the standard for what lethality is. But the truth is, the lethality of a large scale attrition war is something that basically I think's been discounted for a long time. I think that's basically what you're talking about, is it not?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm getting at. Yeah. But there's a Ukrainian Air Force tweet that was interesting, and hopefully we can swing back to that either now or later. So.
Yeah, we're going to finish this up. I'm going to go to Yarn next. We'll do these hands, and I definitely then want to go back to that and talk to Latin about that tweet from the Ukrainian Air Force, because it dovetails into what Thomas Tyner put out today that led to our earlier discussion about fighter aircraft. But Jorn, welcome. What do you like to add, sir?
Hi, thank you. Sorry, do you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Brilliant. Yeah, I actually had a question about that Air Force tweet to Latin, but this discussion is very relevant and very interesting. So I'd like to add to that, because we still have sort of national service in Norway, but there's so few getting called in, so it's not really national service anymore. But when I was called in, we had national service, and I would add that there are several more positive things with that. One is that no, those guys that you get through national service, they're not the ones that gonna be the tip of the sword, but it's a fantastic way of recruiting, because you get in a bunch of guys that has talents that are amazing, and they could never have envisioned a career in the military before they did national service, and it turns out that they actually kind of like it, and they're very skilled at it, and that's a fantastic way of recruiting those talents. Because what this war shows is that we don't just need more bodies, we need more talents. The battlefield is getting more and more advanced, and you need those talented, smart people of both sexes, all sexes, in the military. And that's a very good way of recruiting them. But then we have to look at talent retainment as well. And there's just one way of fixing that. If you want to man those boats and those aircraft and those land forces, and that's increasing the military wages so that they can compete with the rest of society. So we need to do that as well. Norway is a fantastically rich country. We have 4 frigates now. We lost one, and one of them can sail at a time, because we don't have the crew to man more than one of them, and we don't have the spare parts to man more than one of them. And that's the situation we need to get out of. So we need to increase spending. We need to increase talent retainment. But I think that national service, and several others have spoken to other positive things about that, but just focusing on the military and a way of recruitment, I think that's a very good idea. And when you recruit those guys afterwards, it goes both ways. You found a bunch of people that are suddenly interested in the military career that never would have thought about it before, but you've also tested them for a year, so you know which ones you want and which ones you don't. So go national service, learn from the Nordic countries. Thanks.
Thanks, Jorn. Yeah, hang around. We'll get to that the Air Force rehash here in a minute. Angry, I think you're up next, sir.
I think it might have been Raver, but I just is really dabbling into my life's passion when it comes to jobs and veterans and stuff. But Raver, you want to go first real quick?
No, you go, Angry, because we want to get him right, nice and wound up. Because Raver, okay. When you think of passion, I think of Raver.
All right. Well, so in my day job, I work with veterans, and one of my main focuses is develop programs that being veterans particularly to fill voids in certain workforces throughout the United States. We really focus on construction trades, and also, say, for instance, I've worked very closely with the administration on a trucking program when we had a trucking shortage that put pathways for veterans to get jobs very quickly. But one of my big focuses, I'm like Dr. Nick, very progressive in my ideology, but I also believe the idea we need to have a very good national defense, but we need a smart national defense budget that both accounts for proper manpower, technology, and enough to do the job. And there's a lot of things that we have to do. I completely agree with Jorn when it comes to creating a better work-life balance. I get really upset about how, you know, some folks have betrayed, you know, the modern military, which is the smartest, agilest, but it's a transformation, a military that's transforming also. But one thing that really worries me is the recruitment, and I think that we've gotten very focused on a few things when it comes to our military service. Is one, retention, which doesn't really change ever, and then also the use of the GI Bill is the only real incentive to join the military. It used to be you could use GI Bill for, you know, to start businesses. There was much better, you know, when you came home as a veteran, you got much better status when it came to good jobs. And that's kind of a lacking. So there's this kind of, why should I go serve my country for, you know, 4 years now when you're that poor kid from, you know, Southern Illinois like I was. So what I really am trying to working with different departments on is, you know, creating other ways to be able to recruit large numbers of soldiers, you know, smart kids that may not be wanting to go to college, but they're still able to, you know, pass the ASVAB test with high scores, that they have high learning curves, but be able to say, look, if you serve your country for 3 to 4 years, here's, you know, 50 different pathways to direct entry. We had this massive shortage of construction workers, blue collar work, but just like the military is getting way more technology heavy, where you need to be able to work with your hands, but also understand technology. So, you know, my dream is, you know, in 10 years, we've got, you know, all these different ways. When you join up, you start a program from day one, that when you leave the military after your, you know, 3 or 4 years, that you've got direct entry into, you know, a good job that's helping rebuild infrastructure in America. And then also using that as a way to really, you know, rebuild our reserve status. You know, our reserves and National Guard folks in the United States have been turned into glorified state workers in many cases, especially if you look at Texas. Instead of preparing to fight, they're doing things like, you know, doing things that are completely outside of their roles, and it's causing problems. And they're underpaid, and they're under supported. So I think we need to redevelop what our National Guard and reserve units look like also. But that's just a couple of thoughts. But it really gets into it, because again, if we can give better incentives to get those young kids that are missing out, that could use this opportunity to join the military to, one, serve their country, but better themselves, it's so important.
Thanks, Angry. And now, Raver, what have you got, Raver?
Hey, I've got a bunch. This has been an interesting conversation. To go to Angry real quick.
Surprising, isn't it? It's surprising.
Yeah, to go to Angry's point real quick. You know, when I was in, there were 2 mandatory briefings you pretty much had to go to as an enlisted. You hit E4, you had to go to your Special Forces briefing. And then when you separated, you had to listen to a pitch by J.B. Hunt to become a truck driver. Truck driving is a really good career. We need more good truck drivers. As a truck driver doing LTL work, I make about 50% more than my state's median household income. And that's just by myself. I significantly out-earn my wife, who's a government worker at the state level. And it is a rewarding career. I like to drive. Always have, always will. So it's something I enjoy doing. But back to the idea of using technology to replace manpower. Man, and that is a double-edged sword. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. The Soviets famously tried to reduce their manning costs by going to autoloaders on their tanks. And that has not worked out so well for either the Ukrainians or the Russians, because of the back-end costs of the increased time that it takes to maintain the tank versus the reduced man hours you have in a day to do it all. And that, you know, that shortage has got to come out of things like crew care, sleeping and eating and training and briefing, and it leads to less proficient crews. But technology can also be really, really useful if it's well thought out and properly applied. You know, probably the most important weapon in World War II in the Pacific was the 5-inch 38 with the VT fuse mated to the Mark 37 Director. It absolutely destroyed Japan's ability to wage offensive war against our fleet. So that's a case of where technology really, really worked. But at the same time, at the end of the war, that technology taken to its extreme in the Des Moines class heavy cruisers produce these ships that were just absolutely wonderful, could smother anything on the planet with, up to 90 rounds of 8-inch fire a minute, right at the birth of the missile age. And so it was a dead-end investment that created a pinnacle of technology that proved to be absolutely worthless. And so if we're going to start replacing helicopters or tanks or this or that or whatnot, we really need to think it through, because even now in Ukraine, a two-man drone team isn't manning a machine gun putting lead down range. Yeah, they're incredibly useful, but there's going to be places where, man, I'd rather have riflemen. And so I think technology can really be a double-edged sword, and if we're not careful, we can paint ourselves into a corner that's really hard to get out of.
Yeah, the thing about technology, like in the Russian case, you talk about the autoloader in the T-72 and the tanks. Yeah, well taken point. But on the other hand, the U.S.'s move, well, sorry, all the NATO countries going to doing all their logistics with all the hands-free activity they possibly can really was a fantastic improvement. So it's really planning out the replacement of technology for humans, where you're really eliminating menial jobs that wear down people so that they're not ready to do the other tasks you need them to do. I think, isn't that right, Raver?
Absolutely. If you're going to introduce a technology, make sure you've thought it out to the fourth, fifth, nth level of effects to see how what it's going to do long term, because everything comes with a cost.
Yeah. Jorn, please add in here, sir. Jorn, you might be speaking to a.
Hi, sorry. Are we changing the subject back to the Air Force now?
Not just yet. Well, we're close.
But I'll wait for that then. Let's finish up this very interesting discussion first.
Oh, okay. Thanks. So, well, maybe we are done there. But the other thing I guess I'd like to say about technology is that it shouldn't be feared for its labor often thinks, we're going to introduce robots and it's going to eliminate all these jobs. It doesn't do that, right? We were going to computerize everything and eliminate all the paperwork and all the jobs, and all it's done is magnified paperwork, but it's magnified useful information transfer as well. So I think the key with a lot of technology is to try to do what I said before, which is eliminate menial tasks, and especially in the military type sense, eliminate things that are going to wear down people so that they're not capable of doing the other tasks that they're required to do, to be part of a fighting force. So all of the mechanical handling stuff. Oh, and it eliminates safety problems too, because as you guys who fought in the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, almost a massive amount of the deaths and injuries were caused by vehicles backing up over people. So where you can put a machine and you don't have to put a man for doing a lot of these logistical activities is also a good idea for health and safety reasons. But so, Jorn, I guess I would actually like to ask you a question more on the national service thing in relation to Norway, because this may well end up being a thing that all major countries revisit in relation to rebuilding their military up to the point that they were supposed to. And can you tell me what Norway does? Is it when you join the military, is all you do is your military role, or are they using people that are conscripted into national service in Norway as some of the other roles that they need to do? Do they call out the military when they have natural disasters and need to deal with bushfires and things like that, emergencies?
Yeah, they do all kinds of things, or they used to. So when you're conscripted, after the basic period, they sort of find out what your talents are and find the best military service for you. You could, if you're really talented, you could be sent to sort of a special forces light, or if your skills aren't there, you could do kitchen service in the military. You could do guard duty, military police, if they find out that that's sort of where you're at, or you could be sent to do more civil service, which is like disaster relief or taking care of. We have people that has training to take care of refugees in nuclear war, for example, and also those that for conscious reasons can't do military service. They can also be sent there to do that. So there's a lot of things that you can do, and after you've done your compulsory military service, you could be ordered to do something we call home guard, but would translate to territorials in Ukraine, where you train for a month each year for several years, and they are typically called out when it's a flooding or natural disaster or things like that.
So that's conscription then is what, two years full time, and then they put you into this reserve type unit where the guard units.
No, it's 1 year full time, or realistically, it's 9 months, and then the rest of the 2 year term is, if you're drafted to that. I never was, but the rest of that is this couple of weeks a year, and when that adds up to a second year, you're done.
Gotcha. Thanks, Raver.
Yeah, just kind of this whole conversation is making me think of one of my favorite books that has this very conversation in it. If anybody's a fan of old golden age of sci-fi type books, read Starship Troopers by Heinlein. This really sounds like the type of discussion Professor Du Bois would have on moral philosophy.
Indeed, you're right. You are right there, sir. So I see we've run out of hands, and I want to go back and we talked a bit earlier, Angry, and some of us about this issue related to the coming offensive and how not having advanced fighter jets in that capability, whether or not that's a real risk. Because I was talking about, how I am quite anxious that taking that large piece out of the puzzle that is a combined arms offensive, is that overly risky, and is there anything we could do about it? And that started because of an article I read from Thomas Tyner earlier today, and then Latin provided an additional article today that extends upon that from the Ukraine Air Force. And I guess to start back on this, I'm going to go back to Latin if you're ready to, and just give us your take on that question I've got, that anxiety I've got about the situation, given that we know. Well, I mean, essentially, my take on it is there is no way that the Ukrainian military is going to wait past this summer to start an offensive, and that means that they're going to do that without advanced fighter aircraft, because at this point, the dilly-dallying that has taken place, there is no way they're going to have in their hands a significant force of advanced fighters to support them. So what do we do about that?
Okay, so you're talking like the big picture right now, going into the kind of operations that we're expecting in the next few weeks, a couple of months. Yeah, unless there is, the potential large hidden variable here of something that had not been announced, we have to assume that they're going to war with the combat aviation that they have. That's been bolstered. They've done their own incredible efforts at maintaining and adding to what they have from retired and stored airframes. The exact numbers we don't know, we don't need to know, but it's been tremendous. And I don't tire of repeating this one point, which is that when we're talking about something like the MiG-29, none of the 4 primary combat types that they fly are junk. Let's be clear about that. The Western combat aircraft that they need and should have had a long time ago will enhance their capability, and that's what this tweet was getting into today. It was breaking that down. I think it's really. I was just unfortunately we lost Primus. He's going to talk about it this evening with us, but he made an excellent point. Like, it's worth going point by point with this tweet because
Hey, Len,
every.
I'm driving, and I would be really interested if you could just kind of break down that tweet a little bit. I saw the headline that you sent me. I really appreciate it. But if you could break that'd be really, I think, interesting for the audience too.
Sure, Will Mocker, is that okay? I got it in front of me, so we can just break that down.
Yeah, totally. I'd like to address all those points as well.
Okay, let's go with this. So this was let me just get back to it. I had it here. Of course, how much you want to bet I lost it now? Yes, I lost it. So give me a second. I just got to call up I just got to find the Ukrainian Air Force official Twitter. Got it. Here's the thread. Go to the beginning. Of I think that's Photoshop maybe, but anyways, a bunch of F-16s. I think that's Photoshop maybe, but anyways, a bunch of F-16 region, making the point, right? And then it says, okay, so destroy about 75% of cruise missiles and drones in peaceful areas, whereas these 25% still reach their targets. Civilians die and infrastructure is destroyed. F-16s can eliminate these air threats. Okay. What I'm going to say about that is that we've discussed all this before on they're restating something that we've been speaking about on the space for quite some time, and other experts around. God, did I just call myself an expert? Oh well. Anyways, other reputable people out there are discussing and have been discussing over the last few months. When they say peaceful areas, obviously they're referring to areas not in the front line. They're referring to these attacks that we've seen on civilian infrastructure and population. So it was our friend Alex, who, by the way, this Sunday we're going to have another coming Sunday we're going to have another Doolittle Air Wing discussion. He'll be there, and I'm sure we can revisit some of this. But Alex was the one, very close watcher of the Ukrainian Air Force and air power, and he was the one that pointed out late last year that according to the numbers he was looking at, the ammunition stocks for ground-based air defenses that the Ukrainians had were at some point going to run out this year, or at least reach a critical critical stage this year, and that was a very concerning thing because the Western alliances, the Western allies of Ukraine, cannot sufficiently restock those ammunition, the missiles for those ground-based air defenses. So we have seen an additional influx of Western systems, right? But the problem there, and I'm going to reference now something that I heard from Justin Bronk, which is that because the Western militaries, since post-Cold War, have for the most part neglected ground-based air defenses, we haven't emphasized it the way that Russia certainly has, and thankfully Ukraine did as well. They maintain that capability. It means that there really aren't enough. These systems like Patriot and IRIS-T, all these excellent systems that are being sent, there aren't enough of them to replace the Soviet legacy systems one to one. So at some point there could be a gap there. There probably already is now. And again, I'm quoting from Justin Bronk here that's where fixed wing air defense comes in. That's what they're referring to here when they say that these 25% reach their targets, civilians die, F-16s can eliminate these air threats. Okay, it's a little bit. I don't like the way they worded that, but I take the point. The fixed wing air defense can help close that gap between what their ground-based air defense can do and what it can't do, what it can't cover. So there's an example from the weekend of there was a precision strike on a bridge up in the north of Kharkiv, or correction, of Ukraine, in Chernihiv Oblast. It was a weird strike because if anybody, by the way, can explain to me why the hell the Russians hit that bridge, because unless they're hoping to prevent a Ukrainian offensive, I don't know, into Russia, because it was right on the border. But anyways, the main point was that it was a glide bomb, And this is a weapon the Ukrainians are pointing to recently as a growing threat. It's a standoff weapon that the Russians apparently are able to launch from about 70 kilometers. They probably did that in this case. They launched it from well within Russian airspace. Out of the reach, I mean, they do have, the Ukrainians have some systems that can reach that range, but not enough. And what they're saying here is that, well, we'll go on here because they break it down a little more. The second point, and just stop me anytime here because I know I go on too much with this crap, but second point, air superiority, a reliable frontline cover. Russian aviation often outnumbers Ukrainian, and most importantly, Russian occupiers have a significant technological advantage. F-16 will allow us to gain air supremacy, significantly weakening the enemy and saving many lives daily. I cannot emphasize enough that last line. I have a little bit of problem with gaining air superiority. Okay, that's, we all know, and we've had many experts on the space talk about what air superiority is. It's not a switch. It's not something that just happens. It's something you fight for, and it takes time. But I take their point. That's the goal. That's where they want to move towards, and closing that gap that currently exists in capability, which was their previous reference there. Significantly weakening the enemy and saving many lives daily. Absolutely true. So closing that gap, and by closing that gap that exists in capability in air-to-air between the Russians and the Ukrainians, you are saving lives, and particularly the most vulnerable, the civilians that are being hit in their apartments as they sleep, and a drone or cruise missile slams into their building. That kind of atrocity is something that we need to really help Ukraine. That's what they're saying. That's a priority. By the way, each one of these paragraphs we could break down like even more. I'm just kind of going as fast as I can here. The most effective protection from glide precise bombs. Okay, there's that emphasis again on that particular weapon system that they're concerned about. Increasingly, the enemy is using new 500-kilogram glide precise bombs along the entire front, even on the borders of peaceful regions. We have reasons to believe they are preparing the mass use of 1,500-kilogram bombs. So these are the equivalent of GPS guided weapons that the Russians are using. Some are laser guided, but they're very large caliber weapons that they launch from a standoff range, and it's hard for the Ukrainians to hit them. They need something to close that gap. As I said, the ground-based air defenses, like systems like S-300, can reach, but there aren't enough of them, and they're running out of ammunition. So let's see here. Russian jets do not enter our defense areas, striking from long distances. As a result, civilians in the northern, southern, and eastern regions suffer. Again, they're talking about standoff, precision-guided strike capability that the Russians are using. They're more advanced aircraft that have these weapons that can be launched from a range where they are at least minimizing the exposure to Ukrainian ground-based air defense. That's increasingly becoming a problem here. As the Russians sat back on that capability for quite a while, they were very risk-averse. But I think we are starting to slowly see, we're not going to see a NATO type of large formation, complex strike of many different platforms with AEW backup and aerial refueling and all of those components. They have clearly shown that they're not able to do that. But a 2 or 4 ship formation of Su-34s carrying a standoff weapon that they can launch from 70 kilometers out, that they are doing, and that is a threat. That is not something that the Ukrainians can counter every single time. Next one here. Powerful strike back. The wide range of F-16's modern high-precision weapons will allow for inflicting strikes on Russian troops during counteroffensive actions. Okay, so they're pointing to something else that they've spoken about from the beginning of the war, which is the multi-role capability of the F-16, its ability to switch quickly from, once you've got the crews trained up on being able to switch from the air-to-air role to air-to-ground, or sometimes, depending on the loadout, being able to do both missions. So precision strike, like JDAM, to give an example, with an F-16, it's plug and play. I think it's important to consider that even though JDAM is a very effective weapon, and they're probably using it already, we don't know how many aircraft they've been able to, and we don't need to know how many aircraft they have been able to convert to that weapon system. It may not be enough. It may still be in its early stages of that program. This is something that we need to see with when you bring in the Western aircraft, then it's not an issue. As long as the crews are trained up on it, it's plug and play. Next point. It is necessary to stop the enemy's offensive moves, gain air superiority in the air, and destroy the means of equipment, ammunition, and manpower supply of the enemy. F-16s will be able to perform their tasks. Okay, so some of what they're talking about there is when offensive operations begin, or counteroffensive operations begin, the Russians will try to counter that. Air superiority is something that the Ukrainians want to try and achieve, at least in certain areas, or move towards, because as they begin to move forward, as they begin their counteroffensives, the Russians will, I think, at that point, they've already shown some indication that they're willing to commit some of their more precious air assets to the war in a way that they had not up until now, and I think that now probably will be the time. It's now or never. From the Russian point of view. We will see more of that. And so we'll see more of those precision strikes from a standoff distance, probably, against any vital targets that the Ukrainians offer as they move forward. And the Ukrainian Air Force wants to be able to counter that. And they're limited right now because of the limited range and missile range of the platforms that they fly. Now, here's a really interesting one. This is point 5. This is one we've talked about before. This is a really good way they've put it. The Black Sea is still under the control of the Russian fleet. F-16s are armed with powerful anti-ship missiles that can quickly drive the enemy fleet to ports or to the bottom of the sea. Ukraine must ensure the freedom of navigation and protection of grain corridors. So we're talking about an anti-shipping tasking here. They're generalizing a little bit, like depending what variant of F-16s are eventually provided, the missile system they're really referring to here is Harpoon, the American Harpoon system missile. That was not a missile that was widely adopted to the F-16. Generally speaking, the U.S. Air Force tested it in the 1990s. They did some integration work. I think they did full integration on it, but it didn't really reach the service level. It wasn't issued to active units. Some for example, the MLU variant that NATO would probably be able to offer is not immediately compatible, but because the engineering work was done a long time ago, you have to think that conversion is possible, and it may not be that complicated. But again, you're talking about the time in training up the crews. That's a completely different mission profile. That's something they would have to learn how to do. So, I'm not in that business of predicting how long that would take, but that's something that would have to be done. But there's no question. This is if you want any clear and very recent articulation from the Ukrainian Air Force side of what they want to do over the Black Sea, and we've discussed this at various occasions on the space. There it is, right there. They want to begin at some point operations over the Black Sea to go after the Black Sea fleet. So that's another thing there. Pilots are hostages of old technologies. The available equipment and armament of Soviet aircraft turn our pilots' missions into mortally dangerous ones, which causes irreparable losses of the best sons of Ukraine. Couldn't agree more with the last part of that. We are seeing pilots that are going into combat at a disadvantage. They've told us that from like the first week of this war. And it's putting them at risk. I want everybody to understand, it's not an on and off switch. It's not like you either have air superiority or don't, or if you have F-16s with upgraded radars and AMRAAMs, everything changes suddenly. No, it's still a fight, but they're able to use weapons that give them that edge, that help to close that gap. And where they are right now, I think that when things really, if the Russians really push forward with their fixed-wing aviation in the coming weeks, these Ukrainian MiG-29 and Su-27s, so the air-to-air pilots, they will throw themselves into the battle. They will do what needs to be done. I don't have any doubt about that. But it will cost them. And there will be losses that might have been avoided, could be avoided if they had F-16s with longer range radar and the longest range possible air-to-air missile, whichever variant would be approved by Western partners. So I think that's what they're getting at there. Modern technologies will make their work effective and safe. Nevertheless, our pilots are trained and motivated to learn. They are enough to fight and study at the same time. Okay, there's a reference to numbers. That's numbers of aircrew, which is a subject that's come up a few times on the space. And they're making it clear we have enough. We don't need to know how many. We have enough to do both, to continue operations and to begin transition to Western types. Our pilots dream of F-16. That one really hit me when I read that. We've been hearing from their pilots from the beginning of the war almost pleading with the West, please give us these weapons, these aircraft that will help us more effectively take the fight to the Russians. And I've said it many times, it is on us morally as a collective West that we have not provided it to them up to this point. So hopefully something is in the works, and that will change soon. Serviceability and spare parts. Ukraine uses 40-year-old aircraft. Some planes are twice as old as their pilots. It becomes more and more challenging to maintain their serviceability every day. Our stocks of spare parts are running low, and allies have none either. This is related to that second 7.7/2 point, so-called cannibalization. So that's a reference to using parts from inoperable aircraft that they have, which they have a lot of because Ukraine inherited a very large air force from the Soviet Union. Cannibalization closes many issues, but this cannot last forever. They can't wait until all aviation stops. You can't wait until all aviation stops completely. Okay, so let's put those 2 points together. What they're saying is that they've done a hell of a lot. Their ground crews, their engineering people have done tremendous work with keeping their Soviet legacy platforms viable and operational. I mean, a book can be written and probably will be just on that when this stage of the conflict is over. But there is a limit. There is a limit to what they can do with such old aircraft. And they're pointing out, because when we saw that transfer of MiG-29s a few weeks ago, that's about it now, coming from from friendly countries. There's not much left. And I see no indication that the US has had any success in finding other sources of Soviet-era aircraft that we know of from non-European, from elsewhere in the world. It's just probably politically been too difficult. And here they mentioned again the 29s. Thanks to the transfer of Slovakian and Polish MiG-29s, it is possible to restore the MiG-29 fleet of several air brigades. However, to achieve air superiority, to win, we need modern aircraft. Ammunition stockpiles. Stocks of outdated Soviet ammunition for the existing fleet are decreasing. Even with a sufficient number of jets, our aviation will need more weapons at a certain point. Switching to the F-16 or other Western platform is the only way out. That last point is a reference to logistics. Getting out of the Soviet-era logistics chain, which they had done quite a bit to establish on their own. They had a lot of of their own capabilities to replenish that. But again, with the intensity of the war that we're seeing, that's being pushed. And the ideal way out is for them to plug into the Western logistics chain. Whoa, so there you go. It was quite a thread. And I guess anybody who wants to discuss it, I'm going to have a sip of my mate and relax for a second.
Thank you for that summary. Now, I think Angry is up first, then Dr. Nick, then Raver, and then Zagolem. So,
actually, I think Jorn and Raver were ahead of me. So I know Jorn was waiting to have this conversation. This is great. I'm happy to add some, but I'll let Jorn go before me.
Okay, go ahead, Jorn, and then Raver.
Yeah, caught me a bit by surprise there. I have what I think is an interesting question in the end. Just let me set it up for a bit. This whole Air Force tweet from them points to the fact that Western air power is massively much better than Russian air power. Right? And one of the large differences, I would say, from what I've learned here in the space and studying it as a non-professional, is the ability of Western pilots to do autonomous decision making through the instruments that they have and the sensors that they have on their aircraft that the Russians can't. And this is a major part of Western warfare doctrine and how we'll win World War III, East versus West. And we see now the struggle with artillery and all the other things that we need to provide to the Ukrainians because they're fighting without an air force that massively influences the war. I don't understand why we're not providing Western aircraft for Ukraine. It's so obvious both this tweet and all of our discussions, could there be a decision made that the technology that are in Western aircraft is so important for our doctrine and for our war-winning capabilities that we're just not going to risk it falling into Russian hands, and that they're not going to get Western aircraft as long as the war is ongoing? Is there a chance that such a decision has been made and they're just like, well, we're going to give them everything else we can, but this aircraft is just a no-go. They're going to have to win the war without them.
And I agree with that. Latin, I'd like to hear what you have to say on that matter, because I agree with Jorn that regardless of what the decision was, even if it was made today, Ukraine is going to start an offensive sometime before midsummer, and they simply won't have them, regardless of intent. And how do we proceed without that tool in the toolbox?
The way we proceed, if it's one of the points that's made, and I know it's a long thread, so it really requires several rereadings. The way that we'll proceed, sadly, Will, is that it's not that they're out of the fight. It means that when the Russians push forward, especially their more advanced, their tactical air-to-ground assets. I mean, they're mostly multi-role, but and the combat air patrol pushes forward to really challenge the Ukrainian counteroffensive, which the Russians will have to if they're serious. It means that the Ukrainian Air Force, their current fighter force, will be able to challenge that, but at a greater cost. And that's exactly what that thread says. At a greater cost to airframes that they are increasingly unable to replace, and air crew, as they put it, I think they put it very well. They're the best sons of Ukraine. These are young men that are, I mean, so is the infantry soldier in the trench, right? But these are also very highly trained men, and some of the most expensive. I mean, to put it bluntly, but in the amount of time that it takes to form a fighter pilot, and the resources that go into it in any country, they're some of the most valuable on that basis. What is some of the most valuable fighting men and women in any military? Quite aside from the human cost of it. So that's what it's going to mean. They're going to throw themselves into this battle. They know what they're up against, but they're going to be doing it at a disadvantage, and we're going to lose more of them than we would have had to if they were flying different platforms. Now, Jorn, I had a question for you, because when you're talking about, I'm curious about it. Are there any particular types of technology that you had encountered in your reading that you have in mind as far as things that the West might be afraid of falling into Russian hands? My initial thought when you mentioned this was, well, yeah, with fifth generation, maybe we definitely don't want any of that technology getting into there, like fifth generation and low observability, stealth. But fourth gen, I don't see it. Like F-16s from the Cold War that were updated. Goldman is definitely plugged into the technical side of it. I'm not sure there's anything I can immediately think of that would be maybe some of the weapon systems, but in that case, you just don't provide them with certain weapon systems. But I don't know. I'm not sure about that one.
Well, the reason this is more a phobia and fear of mine than a theory, and it just popped up when I heard rumors that some of the Polish MiG-29s wouldn't be going to Ukraine, and this is just a rumor. I don't think it's been confirmed because of some NATO updates. And is there some? It doesn't make sense to me, and I don't think that there is. But it would be a theory that explains why there's such a hard no when everything else has sort of been set free. Is there something in there? Is there a component or doctrine level stuff that just have been decided that that's not going to go into that hot conflict?
Will and Mockers, you're in charge of the show. I'm looking at Goldman with his hands up, and I know he's plugged into some of the more technical aspects of this. Again, my initial thought on that, Jorn, if we're talking about fourth gen, like Mirage 2000 / F-16s, I just don't see it. And even if there was something, it could be replaced or removed. But that's just my initial thought on it.
And Latin, you're suggesting we go to Goldman now? That's probably a good idea, yeah?
Yeah, I think you'd be able to touch on this. I'm going to put him on the spot. I think he might help us with this particular point.
Yeah, I have no problem putting him on the spot. Go for it, Goldman.
Yeah, I couple this with when Lloyd Austin or the DoD's letter to Congress or the senators, the 8 senators, that they ask about F-16s, and in that made a statement out of that. You know, there's a lot of excuses that we've all heard about how hard it is. It's really hard. It's really hard. It's really hard. It's really expensive. But the one that caught me was the fact that they said no matter where the source of the F-16s would be in flying, whether they be, you know, essentially retrofit or update the aircraft, significant what I call depopulation of the aircraft that needs to occur prior to delivering to Ukraine. So, you know, when I think of what could that depopulation or, you know, taking capability out of the aircraft, what could it be? My only guess would be that there's some EW countermeasure systems that are embedded in the aircraft, you know, to countermeasures, you know, because they are typically a short-lived product that they are not willing to put into the fight right now. You know, to me, it's not the weapons. It's probably not the offensive weapons. It's more the electronic capability on the defensive side that they want to prevent from getting into this fight. You know, so that would be my guess. And with it being 18 months, it tells me that it's not just an LRU replacement. Take out this box. That to make the system work without those systems, they must be so highly integrated into the aircraft that it must need a substantial software upgrade to get you to like 18 months to allow the aircraft to work, function properly without those systems. So that's just a guess on my part that it's the defensive EW, you know, the countermeasure systems that are the thing that's potentially an issue that they wouldn't want to get into the fight. That's the only thing I can think of.
Okay, I think Angry Ants was next, perhaps.
It was Raver, babe. Raver.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Raver.
Hey everyone. So on the more immediate recent discussion, how sensitive are things like Link 16? That type of data sharing may be the secret sauce we want to keep away from the Russians. On the general discussion, so there is a historical precedent for armies having to launch an offensive into hostile skies. Luckily, the Russians aren't near as good as the Israelis. But that being said, the Egyptians managed to breach the Barev line and seize the Suez using SAMs, Surprise, and Elan. And the Ukrainians as good as the Egyptians were in 1973, and probably many times better. I have a feeling that there's a beaten zone behind the forward lines where Ukrainian precision fires dominance via artillery is going to allow the Ukrainian army to operate much more effectively than the Russians can. And so the Ukrainians need a better air force, but I don't think that it's a pass-fail situation for them. I think they will find ways to compensate and still achieve victory.
The only thing I'll add to that, absolutely agree with what Raver just said. It's a question of losses, and I think that it'll cost them a little more, sadly, than it would with certain Western platforms. But here we are.
The attribute little doesn't cut it.
Yeah, you mean in relation to the losses, Axel?
You're throwing away
lives of perfectly well-trained infantry, mechanized infantry, and armor soldiers. You're throwing them away for political expediency and domestic policy. That is immoral.
Yeah, I don't disagree. The problem is it's probably unavoidable at this point, given the fact that there's just no way it seems that they're going to be able to provide that capability prior to the point.
I disagree completely.
Oh,
it's not unavoidable.
So, by what mechanism do you believe that Ukraine could be supplemented
Colonel
at this
Jeff
point?
has lined this out very well. Just
Okay.
it's Western maintainers, flying tigers, and that's that. We can mount this very quickly. Delay any kind of offensive by a month and a half. Bring in flying tigers. Win the battle. Save the people. Win the game. Win the war.
All right, I remember hearing that from him. But
we've been advocating this here since end of November.
Yeah. And most recently, he talked about if F-16s aren't the capable, then rotating in Gripen or Eurofighter in that methodology would be what he would advocate now. Now I can't remember. Nick, were you up next, or was Angry Ants up next?
I think Nick's been waiting the longest.
Okay, go ahead, Nick.
So I've been hearing on and off, and I've been really kind of busy. And after this, I'm going to have to jump off actually, and because I've got that conference coming up this Thursday, got to finish my paper for. But I've been hearing about Finland saying that they were just going to see if they could give them their F-16s, I think it was.
F-18s.
F-18s, yeah, sorry.
And they can't give them.
Right, so it's not going to happen, huh?
Never.
Well.
Unless we provide the F-35 coverage by means of a squadron going in there to take over their air defense, it makes no sense. And even then, despite the fact that some Ukrainian pilots have gotten accustomed with F-18s and done F-18 trials in Canada some time ago, it does not mean that they can fly the F-18s without maintainers and without additional flight squads. So whilst I would love to see the Finnish F-18s go there, it would require the Americans actually to supply a suitable amount of air cover for the northeastern flank. Would I love this? Yes, 100%. Would I love to see F-22s and F-35s being domiciled in Finland, say tomorrow morning, right after Easter, as a nice Easter egg? Hell yeah. Is it likely? 0. If it happens, I'll eat crow.
Well, okay then. That's it. And it's been lovely listening to everybody. I have to jump off and get busy.
Please, when you're at your conference, when Dr. Nick, whenever you meet anyone, whenever you talk to anyone of any kind of power in the US, it doesn't matter who it is, Republican, Democrat, Independent, left, right, center, elephant, donkey, I don't care. Please tell them it's vital that we give them F-16s.
Yeah.
It's absolutely bloody vital. It is an existential fight.
I agree. Believe me. I absolutely agree. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks for your time, Dr. Nick. And now we're going to go back to Angry. Angry, please continue.
Yeah, this is one of those conversations. It's a tough one because we know exactly what Ukraine needs, but unfortunately, we know what's the reality on the ground. And there's a few things that I think that we have to think about, especially for the upcoming offense. Is that one is I believe that there's enough political will in both the United States and most NATO countries to do whatever it takes in the long run to support Ukraine and for them to have victory. The other part is I believe that there's not yet, the full political will that needs to be there to truly kind of get a few things done, like provide fourth generation fighters at this moment. And it's an unfortunate thing. And I think that to actually be able to put together a program in time for any type of offensive in the springtime, which we know is a high priority to NATO generals and to Ukrainian generals, I just think that it's just, unfortunately, it's just not going to happen. But again, we need to be advocating as hard as we can for F-16s or any type of fighter that could we can get to Ukraine as quickly as possible to support their fighting force. It is what it is. And I want to think back to I believe that if there was a way to put a fast training program together. When I think back to the pilots in World War II that came off of farms and all over the countryside of America to learn how to be pilots, they were stepping into space age technology when it came to the fighter jets that they were going into compared to technology that they were used to on a day-to-day basis. Do you think that the advance in technology in day-to-day life can actually help improve the timing of this training? We know that drastic times, when you're working 24 hours a day, 12-hour shifts doing training, you can pack a lot more in. Do you think that there is a way to get that training down to a little bit of shorter time?
Well, nobody has ever disputed that it's possible to shorten the time frame. Question is the Western commitment, and the buck stops where, angry ends? Well, where does the buck stop in the United States of America?
I would say it's the
Where
electorate.
does it stop? No. Where does the buck stop?
The electorate.
House of Representatives.
Where does the buck stop? No, it doesn't stop at the House of Representatives. It's a presidential drawdown. It stops at Pennsylvania Avenue. The F-16s have not happened because the NSC, and remind me, please, Will, who takes in the data from the NSC and then makes up his mind?
Look, that's a long conversation to talk about. But
It's a simple conversation. It's a strike of a pen.
Political will. No,
it's
but
a strike of a
political
pen.
will.
The political will is there. Democrats and Republicans in the House and the Senate wanted. Democrats.
How many people have signed on to the letter, Axel? How many people have signed on that led by a good friend of mine? How many people signed on to the letter?
Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham. Wait. What do you mean? How many people? The F-16 program is being buried. The F-16 program is being buried by the people who bought the F-16 program out from underneath it. Somebody there wants to sell more F-35s, and nobody at Pennsylvania Avenue is doing what they should be doing. This should not be a question of bipartisanship at all. It should be a question of a presidential drawdown. I trust that this president will take the right decision. I hope it's not too late.
I believe that as the political will improves, that we'll see it. I think that there's a couple of steps that have to take place when it comes to getting this first major section of aid into Ukraine and onto the battlefield. I think that that's going to be something that's
completely wrong. Well, it's completely wrong. You need combined. Okay. You know this. It's combined arms, and that requires air power. And air power takes the longest to train, other than Navy. It's just what it is. We all know this. It takes the longest to train. They know it. We know it. Milley is a ground pounder, but the guys around him know it. Everybody knows it. The president knows it, understands it. How long has he been in politics? Oh, yeah. He knows it. So please, let's be honest.
What's the point, though?
The point is that somebody at the NSC doesn't want this because they don't want it for whatever reason, and that needs to stop. It's an existential war for freedom. You and I are on the same side. We should stop making excuses for the people who fail to do the things they need to do.
I try to just give realistic takes on what the political will in the United States are. I'm happy to have a reasonable conversation without being stepped on and stuff. If we really want to have a conversation about
I
political
stepped
will
on you.
and what it
I
takes,
was
I'm just
unreasonable. I
saying.
stepped on you.
No, I'm just saying, Axel, is that you say things as facts sometimes when I'm trying to give another viewpoint that in my opinion, is a little more realistic to the matter of fact of the conversation that we're having about what is going on right now, leading into a counteroffensive that's going to take place in the springtime, whether or not they have fourth generation NATO fighters or not. And the thing is that I don't believe there's a realistic ability for that to happen in any way, even with the constitution of an air wing of foreign folks with I just think the timing, there's just not enough time to put it together. And that's my personal opinion, because I still believe there's not enough political will in both the electorate or in the halls of Congress in the United States and many other places around the globe when I think about the political will of people. So that's just my point of view. And we could say other things, but we're not going to just simply say there's a fact that things can happen when I don't believe that that's a fact at all. That's just my personal opinion, Axel.
Okay, then that's fine. Then let's take the opinions of Jeff and Hop, and maybe Goldman can tell you something about how quickly we can assemble stuff if we want to, because he knows.
Let me just interject here with a quick question, Angry. That you did raise an interesting point. That I know that Joe Biden is not going to want to make the sort of decision that Axel's pointing to, unless he recognizes that he has a significant amount of support in both the House and the Senate. House being the one that controls the funding, and he may have capability to spend. Assign spending money, but they can rein that in multiple different ways.
They
How
can't.
many people?
He has presidential drawdown capacity for more than 80 billion outstanding, William. Don't tell people bullshit. 80 billion is more than enough. Is more than enough to finance an air wing for how long? Ask Bill. Ask people who know this stuff. Please.
So
there's enough money.
The question I've got is, Angry, how many of the House and Senate members from the Republican Party have signed on to that letter? Angry, do you still hear me? Sorry, we may have lost. Sorry, we've lost Angry. He sent a message. He's had to drop out. I think he's dropped out of phone coverage. So the thing is, Axel, regardless of whether or not he has the power to do it, I don't believe the president of the United States is going to pull that trigger unless he feels he has political support in the House and the Senate from both sides, at least a plurality enough to give him the cover he's going to need going into a presidential election cycle that starts basically nowish, or the primaries will start before the end of this year. So it isn't just what you can do. It's right now. It's what you can do and maintain your power going forward. Because if the Republicans were able to turn this into a massive election issue, it wouldn't make any difference whether or not he could do it under drawdown. They would find a way to punish him over it after the fact.
Would you please call upon Bill Goldman? He can tell you more about how this actually works.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Goldman.
So the letter to the senator said it would take $11 billion to do this job. That's what they said.
Thank you.
I mean, so there's $11 billion worth of authority already in place to do the job. You know, so now what the DoD letter said is, hey, we'll take a lot of the remaining money, which is subjective, of course, but it's hard type of argument. There's enough money. There's enough the authorizations there. It can be done. It just somebody needs to decide it's important enough. And I contend that politically, the worst thing that could happen is that this war is still going on when they hit the election. That's the worst thing that would happen. That would make it a voter. You know, Biden doesn't have to survive a primary, right? So he's got more time, but he's got to close the deal before the election. And I don't argue about the current offensive or any near-time offensive. I contend the war can't end. The war cannot end without without next-gen fighters in Ukraine. If Russia can sit 70 kilometers on their side of the line and lob bombs across the complete front line from Russia and Belarus, and essentially create a 70-kilometer no occupation zone in Ukraine, that the war's not over at that point. Even when Ukraine pushes them out, and if Ukraine doesn't have freedom of navigation through the Black Sea, the war isn't over. It may not be occurring physically on the ground in Ukrainian territory, but the war isn't over, and none of those things can change without next-gen fighters, right? And frankly, the war won't be over.
100% correct. And everybody who's ever served in any air force within NATO in the last 40 years will tell you the very same thing. And 11 billion is within the spending limit of 78.6 billion still outstanding, already approved. It's not a political issue. He does not need any further support. He has the Gang of Eight. He has the whole Republican and Democrat side in the Senate Armed Forces Committee. He has one idiot there, and that's it. And in the House, he has massive support for this already.
Yep, and if it goes to the election, it's more likely to be a live war during the election. The longer we wait, right? And again, the fact is that the Ukrainians turned a promise of sea nights into operational sea nights in theater in 2 months, right? So now it's certainly not as complicated as an F-16, but that's an actual data point, right? That they got trained, got the aircraft painted up, and nice Ukrainian flag on it. And we're there, right, in 2 months. Now, do I think if the fixed wing will be that short? No, it won't be that short. But you got to start in order to end the war. It's not about this offensive. It's about ending the war. If you really want to end the war, until Ukraine can project air power into Russian airspace and deny Russia from launching bombs from 70 kilometers on their side of the line, until that becomes a threat, which it isn't right now, because they don't have the long-range missiles, air-to-air missiles, to make that a risk for Russia. The war won't end. There's no reason for Russia to stop just because Ukraine kicked them off the territory. They'll just keep launching bombs from their side of the line until someone decides to force them not to. And I believe this is no different than I think this is no different than tanks. I think Lloyd Austin talked about tanks in May of last year. It was tamped down by the State Department, right? And I think State Department.
And he spoke about ATACMS in June after Ben Hodges has highlighted it. And Ben Hodges cannot be accused of being a right-wing fascist, right? Ben Hodges is a centrist in terms of his political beliefs. You could even say he's more likely like a centrist Democrat. It doesn't bloody matter. It's not about politics. As Zygoma just said, it's about winning the dang war.
And it's not about winning this offensive. It's about winning the war, right? And that's what you have to do. You have to win the war. The offensive is important, but it's the most important thing. Just like any war, you can win all the battles, but you can lose the war. The important thing is to win the war, and you can't win the war without next-gen fighters there. You just can't. There's no reason for Russia to stop unless you're hoping that Putin gets toppled and replaced by somebody that's a nice guy. That's your plan. That's not much of a plan.
Let's make this clear. Let's make this very clear. Without long-range missiles and without 4th gen or 4.5 gen next-generation fighters, Ukraine cannot win this war. If you prevent them from having them, you're not doing everything you can.
The best you can do is evict Russia from your territory. That's the best you can do. That is not ending the war.
And Roman, let's talk about what Jeff and we spoke about here for many months. How long does it take to set up? If we want to have this done, how many weeks or days does it take to solicit from those who have retired pilots from all over the world who have been capable pilots of F-16s and maintainers? What do you think? If the DoD were to go out together with its allies and say, guys, gents, we really would like to see who is willing to do that, how long do you think it would take? I mean, in hours, please.
Yeah, in a month you'd have your force assembled, and probably in country. You know, there's enough people out there.
We have thousands of aircraft. We have many, many tens of thousands of maintainers trained on this. People make the huge mistake to compare the Air Force to the Navy and to the ground pounders. That's all nice and fine. But people who've retired from that service are absolutely gung-ho doing this. Give them the money, let them do it. Give them the planes, give them the spare parts. This takes about 6 weeks to do. And they know it. And they know it. How long does it take? Zgoman, please tell them, how long does it take to set up, say, 120 Apaches plus Black Hawks? How long does it take to get them over there?
But to get them over there, it'd probably take, just to get them in, you know, to get them there, it'd take a month and a half, you know, 6 weeks to get them there. Now, getting the infrastructure in place, you know, it's another few months more than that, and getting the training done. I mean, I think we've said that in 6 months we'd have an operational wing of aircraft, right? The first cadre operational and in theater and ready to go. That's the timeline I think we've all said is a reasonable timeline. It could be faster depending on whether you get the right pilots, whether the, you know, what capabilities they bring with them as far as English language, and, you know. But 6 months. So
please, nobody should ever say that it can't be done.
Like I said, it was done in 2 months. It was done in 2 months on Sea Kings with a Western cockpit, with a Western, you know, there were no offensive weapons on those aircraft, so there's a little increment for that needs to be put in place, but that's an actual data point.
But Sea Kings are obviously, Gorman, sorry, we have to reel back now. Sea Kings, they are magic helicopters, right? Everything is magic about Sea Kings. Yeah. This is not what can be done on all the other hard-worn thingies, right?
No, the only difference is there's weapons and weapons countermeasures, right? So it's an increment. It's just another month of training on top of learning how to fly. Like, you know, there's the learning how to fly thing, and then there's the turning it into a weapon system thing, right? There's your two separate things. And if you have people that speak English, you can read the English instruments and are familiar with keypads versus steam gauge cockpits, you know, then that transition's easier. Like that's you know, there's more stuff to learn, but it still could be learned quickly.
Well, I can definitely tell you, there's a lot of people here in Northeastern Europe and NATO who I've met over the past 72 hours who really think we are absolutely stupid. We are so stupid not to do our job.
Well, we know, again, another data point, another actual data point is Jarmo, you know, Lindbergh said that he transitioned to F-18s in 12 months, right? That's in a non-wartime situation, right? So that's another actual data point. To me, those are the two actual data points that kind of bound. Any number in between can be debated, right? You can debate the.
What did he say? How long it took? What did he say? How long it took for the flight training? You remember?
Yeah, it was like 3 or 4 months. The first 3 months was just language.
Exactly. Training. He said the biggest problem for the pilots was the immersive language training in the first 3 to 4 weeks, because of the flying they could have done in 2. Mm-hmm. The weapon systems another month. So within 3 months you can get this sorted, even with chipmunks. I'm sorry, please.
Yeah, like I said, it's the two actual data points are 2 months and 12 months and everything in between. And he agreed. I think he agreed. He's done this job before. That in a wartime he could get it done in 6 months. But, you know, and that's assuming, you know, that it was just tempo. Like that again, if you bring people with the right language skills, you know.
Yeah, but sorry. We just heard, Goldman, that the evidently there are reasons why this can't be done. They are all, of course, very valid reasons. Because if somebody like Jarmo says it, who evidently had to be retired as the head of the Finnish Air Force to become the head of the Finnish armed forces in total. So he must have been retired for not being good at pilot, right? Seriously.
Yeah, must have did a
Come on,
horrible job.
this is a load of tosh. The whole argument is a whole load of tosh. Somebody at the NSC should get the finger out, go across, you know, have a little chin wag at the Resolute desk and get it sorted. 11 billion is nothing. Add another, I don't know, 5 for private maintainers. So what? For 16 billion, defeating the Soviet Empire at the tail end of the Second World War and get the job done, it couldn't be cheaper. Ronald Reagan's ghost is currently wandering up and down Pennsylvania Avenue.
There's probably $16 billion worth of damage done in Ukraine in 2 weeks on average, right? If you put it in total cost perspective.
Oh, please. We're now talking opportunity cost even.
So if you cut the war short by 2 weeks, you'd probably make money on a $16 billion investment. Just, you know.
There must be other reasons.
Yeah.
I have no idea who's next.
Angry got dropped, lost contact. So we're going to go to Angry first, then Jorn, and then. Sorry, I can't read your name. But anyway, Angry, go ahead first.
Yeah, perfect. No, I totally agree with the idea of accelerated training, and truth be speaking, I believe that you're going to see the announcement of 4th generation fighters in the next 3 months. Sometime in the next 3 months, you're going to probably see it from Europe first, and then somehow another F-16 getting to Europe. I know this, you know, this is something that's being worked on. This is something that got mentioned to me, you know, and got mentioned to the unions that help build these things. So I think that we are going to see that in the next 3 months because there is a kind of a progression that's happening. Should we have it yesterday and 3 months ago? Hell yeah, we should have. But the unfortunate thing is that that's not how it worked. And unfortunately, sometimes that's not how it does work. But then once we get to the point of the announcement, then we can start talking about training. We can start talking about maintainers. We're still having a very hard time getting rules to be able to bring private maintainers just for simple mechanized vehicles that are coming into Ukraine. So there's still a lot of work being done. I don't think this is as simple as there's still a lot of political will. There's still a lot of need for vocal support, not just behind the scenes support from a much broader array of Congress. So what I'm saying is that it takes to get to the starting point, right? Once we get to that starting point, then we can talk about how fast we can do the training and how quickly this can change the course of the war. But unfortunately, we're not there right now when it comes to a multitude of different reasons. Now, once it does happen, I believe Ukrainian pilots and their air force are going to shock the world at how quickly they're going to be able to adapt, and they're going to make a lot of people look really stupid because of how quickly they are able to train on these things. And that, I just want to make sure I'm clear on that point. But I just am just saying is that there's still a lot of political will that has to happen to get to that starting point. And that's just me, my personal opinion. To get to any starting point, even to the starting point is a conversation of, the foreign type mercenaries going over and working there to get those supply chains and all the appropriate, conditions and setup. It would still take multiple months to do. So that's just what I'm trying to say is that I don't think we're at that point yet. We're still trying to get ATACMS, and we're still barely getting any tanks. So there's still a lot of steps to go.
Thanks, Angry. Jorn, over to you, sir.
Yeah, I agree with what Axel said, and this is unless there's some bit in there that they don't want exposed over there in any way. It's purely political will. There's a hot mic out there somewhere, and Biden doesn't need coverage in Congress at all. He's the most influential person in the world. He can do a press conference and look the American people directly in the eye and explain why this cost is important, and he would change minds, and Congress on both sides would back him up. And there is political will in the rest of the alliance. There's 80 plus support among the Norwegian population to give more advanced weapons to Ukraine. There's virtually no other issue on this earth that gets 80% of the population. And we have 13 F-16s that they can get for free tomorrow. So the cost isn't an issue either. It's purely political will. And Axel might be wrong about 6 months. The DoD might be right about 18 months. But I know the perfect way of finding out, and that's starting right now, because that is absolutely a political will issue as well. If you don't want to do something, you find reasons like, well, it's going to take too long. Well, it's going to take forever if you don't start. So let's start now.
I like that. That's a good way to see it, Jon.
And the
Albion.
processes need to be run in parallel. You don't run any of these processes like the DoD does in peacetime. We need to get rid of these procedural bullshit processes. There's no need for it. This can be handled completely differently. And that's, by the way, why we've been saying this. The Flying Tigers, by the way, once were set up in superbly short notice. And at superbly short notice. And here it's the same. You just simply say, we need the contract for this. That's the amount of money. That's what we're going to pay the maintainers. That's what we're going to pay the pilots. And that's it. Trust me, you'll find more people than you could ever contract if they were to have to subscribe under normal DoD procedure. This is about winning, not about the rules.
Albion, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone from sunny southern Spain. I, over the course of the past year, have written to the president at least 3, if not 4 or 5 times, calling on him to expand the availability of weapon systems and to speed up the delivery of them. I think I started with ATACMS, I don't know when. I've been calling for F-16 since I don't know when. I'm inclined to agree with what Axel says, but what we keep talking about, we need to get people to listen, get people to act. And I think we all agree that the person who needs to act is Joe Biden. Is there someone in this group who could draft a letter to the president outlining basically what we've been discussing here this afternoon, so that we can mount a sort of concerted group effort to put pressure on him, as I say, by writing to him. Also, are there other people within the government? Certainly the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, I think would be important. Are there any other key persons? Axel, you keep referring to the NSC. Is there someone that you know about, or some ones on the NSC that are that we're aware are holding this thing back? Is there some way that we can approach them? Thanks.
Has Axel left it now?
Well, anyone.
No, I'm here. Trust me, we are doing as much as we can in the background, and people like Jeff and others, we are typing our fingers wound. We won't stop.
Well, that's great, but what I'm asking is there something that someone can draft and share with us all that we can in turn pass on to these key figures?
I am not a U.S. citizen.
No, I'm not saying you specifically, but someone in the group. You mentioned Jeff, and you say that you were communicating with people behind the scenes. But is there something that somebody can share with us publicly that we can pass on to exert pressure?
I would suggest that you have a look at Colonel Jeff's timeline. He's quite outspoken about providing pressure, so it may indeed be something that you can talk to him about on his timeline.
Well, I will certainly do that. I'm just wondering if anyone else has any suggestions. I'm talking about a comprehensive letter to the president and to whatever other key decision makers there are, incorporating what we've been discussing today and what we've been discussing for weeks, if not months.
Well, it sounds like it might be a job for the NAFO fellas, my friend, because I can promise you that we here mostly do not have the time, unfortunately.
Well, I have the time, but I don't have the knowledge or the skill. That's the problem, and I'm just wondering if there's somebody who does it. But your suggestion, Marcus, is that I speak with Jeff first, or
have a word with Jeff. He's obviously quite knowledgeable and he's got some contacts. He is certainly trying to make some moves.
Right. Is Jeff on here now? I haven't seen him.
No, he pops in and out, but he'll definitely be here on Tuesday.
All right. Well, I'll get in touch with him sooner. But that's just a thought. Maybe in between now and whenever, somebody might come up with an idea. As I say, but as I say, I have the time, but I don't have the knowledge, the skill.
I think Angry might have a response for you because I can see he's getting quite excited. Emoji. So we'll go to Angry and see what he's got to say.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So I do not have unfortunately, the bandwidth to be able to write individual letters like this, but I can help people kind of point their direction, especially, one, we need to make sure that the president knows that there's as many people and support as possible to allow him to have the political will to do this. That's one thing that's important. So the more, we always say that one letter is worth, 1,000 voters. It's a really good thing when you work in DC. This week, I'll be having a lot of meetings, and the last 10 minutes of them will be dedicated to a few key points about Ukraine with many members of Congress. And what I would say is that there is one important tool that needs some support, and that there's a bipartisan letter in support of supplying F-16s in Congress. And a bipartisan letter is the letter spells out what these individual members of Congress thinks and why we should get F-16s to Ukraine as quickly as possible. What we need is every individual American member of Congress to sign on to that letter. It is incredibly important. It's incredibly important to even get it up into the 50s. So that's one tangible thing that any American on this line can do. I don't know if we have a link to that letter. It's led by Jared Golden from Maine, who's a very sensible, moderate Democrat, Marine veteran. And then I think there's another group of good military members who kind of led that letter. It's really bipartisan, but there's not a lot of people on it. So it's one of the biggest things that you can do to help get support for an issue is to get a letter to their fellow members of Congress and to the president with as many signatures on it as possible. So that would be what I would do as soon as possible if I was an American, is call your member of Congress, your senator, say, co-sign this letter.
Brilliant. But is this signature only open to congressmen, or is it open to the general public?
It's only open to the general public, and unfortunately, we haven't seen really kind of the pointy stick of the spear when it comes to activists, where we've got our own kind of polls being done and our own sign-on letters, which can be done. We could create a sign-on letter that's a digital sign-on letter, or we could get NAFO and anybody on MriyaReport to sign on to it that we could then present to members of Congress saying, hey, we've got 10,000 people. There's free services that will do that, but it just takes a little bit of work and background for that.
Well, who should we approach? Say NAFO speaking, who should we approach? Is Congressman Goldman?
I'm not.
Can somebody post it in the nest or can somebody post it in the nest or whatever you do so that I can get at it?
Would you be able to DM Albion, Angry Ants?
I am driving, unfortunately. That's the problem.
All right, okay, gotcha. Who was it? Sorry, you tell me, I'll sort it out. No? Tell me who it was, and I will deal with the details.
Are you talking to me? I think we got cut off.
No, she's talking to Angry. Angry, where can we source that the content of that letter so we can post it?
I think if you just simply Google bipartisan letter support for F-16s, you'll probably find it. The generator was Jared Golden from Maine.
Jerry Golden, okay. All right, well, I'll do that then, and I'll consult with you and with Jeff offline, and we'll take it to NAFO.
And a way to do these things, I'll explain to you. If one group kind of creates an original letter, it is very common in Washington D.C. to take that letter and just kind of turn it into your own, change it around a little bit, use the same fact if it lines up with what you're trying to do, and you don't have to write your whole letter yourself. But I think
that's what we're looking for. Yeah.
those members of Congress would be great. Yeah.
Precisely. Okay, so I'll wait till I'll hope to see it in the nest. Then, well, is it going to appear in the nest or?
I've sent you a DM, Albion.
Thank you. I'll shut up. Bye.
No worries. Hey, Peter S., you've been waiting a while. What would you like to ask?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with what Axel was saying and the passion in what he's saying. I mean, to me, it is absolutely crazy that Ukraine are fighting with one arm tied behind their back. Ukraine won't lose this war, the West will lose it if they don't supply Ukraine with the right stuff. I read somewhere that there was something released about Ukraine only having air defense missiles up until May. So that's got to be addressed with S-300s.
It's already been addressed. I can tell you that now, Peter.
All right, thank you. You know, it's, I mean, we've all been shouting for these F-16s for ages and ages and ages. There's a American veteran who said he's very happy to go and fly for Ukraine, and he's got loads of friends who are also vets who would also be very happy to fly F-16s for Ukraine. They could do maintenance in Poland, if necessary, and just fly the aircraft into operational fields in Ukraine to be fitted with weapons, pilots briefed, do their sorties, have minor maintenance, and then back into Poland or Belgium or wherever they want for any major work. You know, I mean, and I also don't buy this thing on time for pilots. I mean, you know, I've been flying 25 years, and I just don't buy that at all. I mean, they can do a lot of this work in simulators on all the systems. They could be doing that day in, day out now. And then they've just got to fly the aircraft, and they're very experienced, very capable pilots who would easily transition to actually just flying things. But surely Zelensky himself will have a direct line to Biden. And this is where I want to come on to something else which I read, which again, maybe somebody confirm. But there is a major NATO exercise when the offensive starts. And that is to warn Putin against doing anything silly. And what I read was that the USA are worried because Putin has made this a war between Russia and the USA, not so much Ukraine. And I just wonder whether it's political and he's scared of escalating it into anything where he has to respond. I don't know what you think of that.
Yeah, Peter, I don't know whether or not they will. You sound like you know they're going to run an exercise. Then I would think that would be a little bit provocative to try to do that. I think probably more just a direct communication from the State Department and the president about the risk of expanding the war would probably be more likely. But maybe you know more than I do. I don't. Yeah, it just doesn't seem likely they'll do a big exercise at the same time an offensive is going on. But I don't know anything about it. John, you've come up and want to add something to us?
I'm the John you're talking to. Good morning, everybody. I'm just listening in, and as a Canadian, listening to predominant American group people talk, there's more to your political engine than just Biden. I mean, you've elected all sorts of other people, regardless of what your political stripes are. Contact that person and say, look, my vote hinges on your sense of urgency on this issue. We need some bipartisan support to get arms to Ukraine. I can remember 22 years ago pushing papers at work when 9/11 happened. And that day was a horrible event. But the one tiny bit of silver lining that came out of that for me was the fact that I can see what the American government, the American people can do when they need to do it. The sense of urgency that can come from being threatened. I think what American citizens need to do is contact their elected officials and say, this isn't tier 1, this is tier 2. We feel threatened by what's happening in Ukraine, and we need you to up the sense of urgency. And I don't care if you support the Democrats or the Republicans. I don't care what your elected official puts on their flag. You need to tell them that it's time to act. It's time to support Ukraine, because supporting Ukraine is supporting us. That's the sense of urgency that needs to come from everyone, regardless of what side of the house they sit on.
That's great framing, by the way.
Sorry, I didn't catch that last bit.
I said that was really good framing of the issue. That's a good way to frame it when you want to talk to your elected officials and friends, is the idea of how concerning it is to you in the home front. Very important.
Yes, thanks, Angry. Yeah, that's right. And I'll just add that calling your elected representative is good, but writing your elected representative is better. Do you agree with that, Angry?
It's a giver. I would say that if you really want to do a combined arms, advocacy campaign, it's a kind of all of the above method. You can make phone calls much easier and kind of track your communication a little bit better when you're on the phone, and you can have direct conversations with staffers. A letter is a little more important. You always want to say, you want to make sure you add, I look forward to your reply. I look forward to your reply. I look forward to hearing from you on this issue, on your letters. A letter is a good thing to kind of give a big summary of things if you want to put bullet points in there. But I always say once a week if you're an American, and again, every other country has their own system. But in America, you have one member of Congress and 2 U.S. senators. I say once a week, give your members of Congress a phone call. And what you can do is you can call your local office. There's local offices in your local area within 50 miles of where you live. Do it in the middle of the day, in the middle of the week. Don't do it Monday morning first thing, because that's when a lot of phone calls come in for support. Do it on a random day at a random time. Take 10 minutes, call each one of your representatives, and give them, a passionate reason why you support Ukraine. And then more importantly, give them a few direct questions asked, right? We really believe that we need to see ATACMS because it's important for the very start of for this offensive. We need to see F-16s because we know that this is something that's going to protect all of NATO and all of the world from Russia. Whatever those main points are, whatever matters most to you, have a few precise points to talk to those members. But you can do that every week. So two members of your Senate, your two senators, office in your local area, and your member of Congress. And you can kind of shake it up and sometimes call the Washington office, sometimes call. But many times, if you request a meeting with the staffer, once you're on that phone call and you can articulate a good argument, sometimes as a constituent, you can even up your level to talking to someone even above that first person who makes the phone call.
Thanks. That's great. That's great advice for people doing that. Hop, you joined us. What would you like to add?
I was going to kind of backtrack a little bit about a couple things that were mentioned a few minutes ago. First off, there is probably the largest air exercise I'm going to say in a decade, but could be a little less, could be a little more, scheduled for starting June 12th of this year in Europe. It's called Air Defender 2023. It's going to have components from 47 different Air National Guard units in this that are going to be moving over to Europe for, I think, 2 weeks. And it's definitely a show of force. It's definitely intended to exercise the system, but also show the Russians how it's done. It's going to be a 3-phase exercise. There's going to be a defensive part that it starts in. It's gonna ratchet in 3 phases. The final phase is going to go from counter air to actually offensive air operations demonstrated, and that's it's going to be over 200 aircraft. So it's going to be a big demonstration of air mobility. We're going to have to take probably a third of the U.S. tanker force to get all those guys over there in a timely manner, and it'll be designed to simulate a wartime deployment and exercise. So that's that. And you do tell the Russians we're going to do that because deterrence is a dish best served cold. You let them know what's in store for them instead of serving it to them hot, in a sense. Then earlier we were talking about training tactical air pilots and how it could be 6 months, it could be 18 months. As a former military instructor, it's 6 months. It's not 18, it's not 12, it's not 9, it's 6. And it's, again, just comes down to political will. So those are a couple tidbits that I thought I'd throw out there for people to digest. But Air Defender 2023 coming to a airfield near you in this coming June.
Thanks, Hop.
They just did a massive artillery joint exercise in the last week. Also, I forgot where exactly it was, but it was a full array of all the NATO's most modern artillery pieces on a combined exercise. I'm just trying to remember exactly where it was.
I think it was in that, and I don't know what it's called, but it seems like half the military guys that are on the European military guys that are on this site have spent some cold and rainy mornings there in somewhere in Germany, a big range that allows you to use artillery. But I remember hearing something about that also. Wish I knew more about it.
Bear with me 1 second. We're just doing a bit of a co-host swap. Peter S., why don't you go in the meantime?
Yeah, thanks for that information. That's what I was referring to. And yeah, it is going to be a massive exercise. maybe they should just follow what Russia did, which is to say we're just doing an exercise and then send the whole lot in and blast Putin out of the country. It might be the best way to deal with it, frankly.
Nice. Does anybody else want to add to that before? Feel free to speak now or forever hold your peace. I'll take that as a thank you very much. Right, bear with me 2 seconds. Axel, can you just take the conversation for a moment? Because, yeah, I can't wait any longer.
No worries. So I was on a conference call, and last time I heard anything was when Hop cycled up. But in the meantime, I have no idea what you've been talking about. I apologize.
That's okay. Feel free to have a new topic. In
Easy.
fact, there is a new topic here. I'll give you this.
I have
yourself.
3 or 4 of them. Hop, quick question for you. In terms,
Carry on then.
I did hear when cycling up that you were asking as to where in Munster people were shooting, and it was definitely Munster. But apart from that, that's just the tank range. There was also 2 artillery ranges, both in say in keeping with that. But there was a lot of Panzerhaubitze and mobile tank fire going on this week. And yes, the weather was bad, as always. It's a dreadful place in terms of weather.
Well, at least you could hear the sound of freedom.
Absolutely. And talking about the sounds of freedom, so how long does it take to, and I asked the question before and prior to me dropping off for the conference call, and but maybe you can tell the audience if you haven't done it already and then forget what I'm saying and what I'm asking. How long does it take us if we were to go out now, let's say you, Jeff, a few others, would go out and make a list and check it twice as to maintainers who would be willing to join in for a good amount of pay, risk premium and the likes to go there?
Could you repeat your last sentence? You cut out there for a second.
Okay, imagine we need 4 squadrons of F-16s fully maintained and supplied, and we need the maintainers, ground controllers, dispatchers and the likes.
Losing you.
I don't know. Can anybody else hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you 5s.
All right. Hop, do you hear me?
Yeah, I've lost Axel. I'm not sure what his question was.
Oh dear, you're going to need to recycle, I'm afraid, Hop. You've lost Axel, but the rest of us haven't. So apologies, my friend.
No worries.
Oh, Axel's recycling as well. So yeah, we've started a recycling drive. Angry Ants, go ahead.
No, I was going to kind of follow along and give supporting fires to Axel when it comes to foreign maintainers and being able to get them in the country. And there's a couple of different ways you could do that, right? Maybe they all have to go and maybe, you've got the pilots and stuff. They're going to have to become part of the, armed forces of Ukraine, of course. But what about the, mechanics, etc.? Well, I know last year, towards the end of the NDAA push, the National Defense Authorization, we were pushing really hard to be able to allow contractors to go in to be able to set up places to then maintain Bradleys, 113s, etc. And it was something that we weren't able to get done. And something that still needs to get done when it comes to advocacy is that we need to get the ability to have those contractors that have these skills that have been doing it for 20 years to be able to help Ukraine out. And again, it's something that we haven't gotten to be able to get the will to do yet, just on the mechanized side of things. but I think it's incredibly important that we can do that. And you know, there's companies that do maintenance on aviation. A lot of our folks that, you know, even what I work with, groups that represent workers that now that work in aviation or work for the federal government when it comes to the contract side. Many of them they do the exact same job they did in the military. So again, that is something that wouldn't take that long, but putting in place the starting point is what we have to really work toward getting to. But it's a great idea. It's something that we should be pursuing both on the aviation side, but also on the mechanized side also.
Yeah, absolutely. I do believe there's probably an awful lot of people who would be quite happy to go and assist if they had the opportunity. Certainly, we've heard of you know, some very keen pilots, and just the fact that, you know, they wouldn't necessarily, in some cases, have to be in the country to do major maintenance. It just seems silly that, you know, they can't provide some more of that. However, it is about providing the right amount of pressure to make the diamonds, I suppose. And certainly, Albion, I've given him the details, and he's going to get together with some of the fellas and see what they can do, because we have an awful lot of US fellas, I would say, and all these voices, if they get together, they can make something that's stronger than just one of us. So I advocate for speaking to those people who are in power and would be able to put your message forward. I mean, the very fact that there's been this letter, this bipartisan letter urging Biden to release the F-16s, it shows that those are, you know, the people that you can direct your concerns to, you can direct your inquiries, and you can say, I really support you in this. I support you so much. I want you to apply more pressure. What can we do? You know, can we do anything more to support these people? Can we drum up, you know, messages of public support for it? I think the more the message gets pushed under the nose, I used to do a lot of selling, and this was one of the things that people don't buy unless you push it under their nose. They don't buy on impulse unless you push it under their nose. You've got to say, look at this, it's brilliant, you want it, you want this. And it's the same sort of thing, that if you don't keep sort of shoving the option their way, and making it a subject that they're constantly having to deal with, then, you know, it can be easily lost amongst the cacophony of all the other stuff that's going on. So don't be afraid to speak out. Don't be afraid to be loud about it. Be polite, but be insistent that this is something that is so necessary, that we provide the correct support now. Otherwise, we'll be dealing with this for years to come. And that, you know, that's a problem for everybody, all of us, across Europe, across the US, wherever you are. You will feel the impact of this if it continues for a long period of time. Angry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to second that, and I'm glad this is where this conversation has gone. And the reality of it, what scares Putin about Ukraine so much, and ever since the wall came down, it's what scared Russia about all their neighbors that they've inflicted so much damage on them with is this exact ability for each and every single one of us to either be able to vote, but to also be able to talk to and call our elected official. It's an incredible honor to have, to live in a democracy, to be able to do this. This is why people serve in the militaries across the globe. And this is exactly what Ukraine is trying to fight, to be able to, you know, have and build and grow and have their own, you know, experiment. And I believe is going to be a great thing. But we as individuals sometimes overlook, you know, the importance of our democracy. We overlook how powerful we are as individuals in this space. It only takes a few people to really, impact change. 10 or 15 people calling one member of Congress every single week with a unified message can make a difference. It can make a difference. Writing your letter, your local newspaper with a letter to the editor about why you support Ukraine can make a difference. People have been trained not to be part of this, not to speak out, not to use these tools that we have as people who live in democracies. We've got to change that. Not enough people do that. We need to use our power at the election booth, but also our ability to advocate our elected officials that represent us. So, most of the people who are listening have that ability in some way or another. And I just really, explain to you, this is what Ukraine is fighting for, and we can't just let that tool sit on the sideline. You've got to be able to, if we really want to make change, it's not just simply about, sitting on a space and listening, because that's, we need to take this and use it as ammunition to make those calls, and then just get one or two other people. If you can get one or two other people, your neighbors, to say, you know what, here's 5 points I want you to make a phone call. Just do it for me, for 5 of your friends. This is what we do in campaigns and pressure campaigns all across the country of the U.S. But if one person can get 5 and you try and get out of that 5 maybe 2 or 3 more to do that with their friends, then you can get a lot of movement. But you have to be concise about it. You have to be deliberate about it. But it's what it means to be in a democracy, is that ability to have your say in your own future. And again, that's what Ukraine is fighting for, and that's what scares the hell out of Putin and Russia and China.
Well, you see, this is one of the things which I think we take for granted an awful lot here in the Western world. We forget that we have this power sometimes. And I hear from time to time, well, I'm just one person, what difference can I make? Well, that, my friend, defeatist attitude, is where the Russians are on a daily basis. You ask them if they, have any opinions about their situation or anything like that, and they're like, oh, well, I can't change it. I don't get involved in politics. Well, unless you want to be in that terrible situation, we have the opportunity to get involved in politics. We don't have to be ridiculously political. I'll be honest, I am not. It took me a long, long time to make decisions about who was who in politics in my own country. And even now, it still confuses me as to who the heck might be the best of a bad option. But we can see that there are clear standout people who have put themselves forward and said, we are going to do what we can to help Ukraine. And they are the ones that are raising their voices and taking actions. And so I've made a point myself to write to a number of British representatives, some of which I really don't like, and said to them, thank you for your speech on this day, supporting Ukraine, saying this. I really support that. And I would like to see what can be done in the future. And, is there anything in particular that you're looking for to help, deliver to Ukraine in whatever way that you're currently trying to get done? And some of them I've actually received responses from. One of them was just a thank you very much, a very standard thing. Another 2 didn't reply at all, but I did get a response from my local councillor and from one other who was basically saying, we are looking to do what we can. We are working with Ukrainian groups. We are trying to raise Ukrainian voices, and we're trying to, push their needs forward from our perspective. And they thanked me for the enthusiasm for F-16s, which obviously Britain don't have any of to give. And they gave me some details of, like, you know, local Ukrainian charities to contact and the Ukrainian networks that they were dealing with, and said, you know, that these are places that you might want to speak to people more and what have you. So not exactly a definitive answer, but here in the UK, we are not able to, I believe, donate any F-16s, and it wouldn't be our decision to do so anyway. So that being said, you know, if I had the opportunity, if I were a US citizen, I would certainly be letting all of these Congress people, politicians, whoever they are, who've written this bipartisan letter to Biden, I would be letting them know how much I supported that. And I would be trying my best to do what I could to assist them, even if it meant just shouting about it online some more, raising more awareness. And, you know, if they said, well, if you can call 5 people and get them on board as well, I don't think that's a massive thing to ask. So, you know, we're all doing our bit. We're all trying our ideas. And this is a particularly good one, I would say. Yeah, definitely. Let's support those Congress people. No matter where they come from on the aisle, they understand that supporting Ukraine is really important. And welcome, Martin.
Good morning from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, mockers, and everyone else who's listening to the wonderful Maria Report, Slava Ukraini. I just wanted to sort of reinforce this general discussion by saying, in the days before email, I remember a federal politician from my home city with whom I was acquainted, telling me that for every letter he received, and I suppose that applied to his colleagues too in Parliament, that for every letter he received on an issue, he looked at it as being equal in equal to the voices of at least 100 other people who shared the same concern as the letter writer, but for one reason or another didn't write. So in the age now of email and other forms of advanced electronic communication, I'm not sure how that would apply, perhaps even more, but I just wanted to bring that to people's attention, my fellow Canadians, and I suppose it would apply to, at least I hope it would apply to our neighbors below the 49th parallel, the Great Republic of the United States of America, and in Great Britain too. But I wanted to just mention that because don't be shy. Write that letter or contact your member of parliament or your other local elected representative, because not only is it your voice, but you are also speaking for other people when you write or contact your member of parliament or whatever the form of legislature is in any of the liberal democracies. So I just end off by saying again, mockers, keep up the good work. Please retweet the space. Please support Maria Report and Maria Aid and Slava Ukraini. And I will now drop down to listener. Thank you.
Hello, Slava, Martin, and thank you. And yes, it is important that we have a voice and we can use it. I fully can get behind that. You know what? I've never written to politicians before about my views, apart from one very angry email which I sent. And to give him his dues, he did reply. But yeah, I've started finding that it's easier to do. And somebody just gave me a really good tip. Formal letter, and it should be able to help you do that. I have never
Marcus, can I jump in here just super fast because I'm about to run into work? I almost forgot I had to work today. Um, uh, so good thing my calendar's set for everything. But anyway, something that just to what Martin was saying a minute ago, having worked for a former senator, I can say that what he said is correct about the written stuff. But and he wondered about email. The thing that I would add about that, you know, that the sort of order of magnitude they take things, I guess, they still look at handwritten letters or something that was typed up and physically put in the mail as, you know, number one. But then not too far behind that would be an email, but they don't, they also sort of look at email as being something that, you know, anybody can do. It's quick. And, you know, lots of times people will end up copying and pasting or sending, you know, just these sort of mass automated replies that different organizations might suggest you do. And so senators keep that in mind as well. And so they rank those automated ones down lower. So what I would suggest is that if you're going to contact your senator or your congressperson, to write, and you're going to do it by email, to write an original letter that you're doing yourself, kind of like something that Mockers was talking about. You know, you gave a speech on this specific day. You said X in this speech. I either agree or disagree with X, Y, Z, P, D, and Q because of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, whatever. Okay, and be very specific about that. They take those individual emails that you write more seriously as opposed to the canned ones. The other thing I would say is phone calls are also still important. And if you do send an email, I would follow it up to with a phone call. If you have time to do something like that, definitely won't hurt anything. And if you do call, always be polite. You know, they take phone calls pretty seriously too, especially because, you know, that's might take a little bit more time. They know they're talking to an actual person. And, you know, they can see where you are. If you're a constituent, especially, they'll take that even more seriously. So these are all just things to sort of think about when you are thinking about contacting representatives here in the United States. And with that, I must leave because I am about to teach.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nick, and no problem. And what I was saying about ChatGPT is just really to help you formulate some sentences. You can always change things, you can always add things, but it just, in order to give you a bit of a template, really, more than anything else. Just as an idea if you really don't feel great about writing letters. Denjon, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus. And I think we had a great example of multitasking there with it. So for all the Swedes out there or in space now, I know there's not a. I don't think, at least, that's what I think. There's not a great tradition of contacting our elected officials, but I have done it. I did it. I can't remember now. It was beginning of this year. No, it was end of last year when all the power stations blew up in Ukraine. So I contacted the Minister of Energy or something. I can't remember which one, and I got a response. So and they detailed what Sweden was going to do to help Ukraine in that with that problem. So I urge every Swede to do the same. Contact the government, and they will read and they will listen and respond most likely if you have reasonable requests and yeah, just want to get that out there because I don't think it's a tradition in Sweden to do it. So have a go at it. Slava cleaning.
Slava, Denjon. And you're absolutely right that, yeah, if it's something you've never done before, just think about how many other people have never done it before. And what can it hurt to make a polite request? It doesn't take anything more than a little bit of your time. And you never know what might come of it. And it also gives those politicians chance to say, hey, look what we're doing, because they always love bigging themselves up. Angry Ants, go ahead.
Yeah, it's incredibly important to be able to give politicians the ability to say, my constituents have reached out to me on this issue. I've been hearing from my constituents weekly on this issue, and whether it's one or two people, if you can give them that ammunition, is incredibly important when it comes to advocating. Sometimes we like to, when people first get into the idea, the first time they reach out to their members, it's more because they're not doing enough. It's in more of an aggressive or a manner. Many times it's a better tact to say, we would really support you, if you did this, or we want to give you the support to be able to support, giving F-16 to Ukraine. Kind of talked in that way also is a good thing, because again, that's what these folks need. They need to know that there's people out there willing to fight with them. So when we do direct act or advocacy campaigns, there's a few things that we do in the United States, but you can do them anywhere. Mainly, one, you focus on phone calls, because many times it's easier to get people to make a phone call than write an email. But then the next one is email or letter writing. So you always have an email campaign or a handwritten letter campaign. So you've got written, you got phone. You have direct contact, which is in the United States is incredibly easy for your members of Congress. Is going maybe taking one of your friends, if you have a friend that supports Ukraine, taking one or two constituents into the office themselves to actually try and sit down and have a meeting. When they're on recess, when you find out that they're back in their local communities, or maybe go to an election event or an event that you find on their calendar. You can look their calendar up to see when they're in district and not. But to actually make that attempt to knock on the door and visit that office is important. And then the last one is direct action, and that could possibly be, if you're in a small town, putting a flag up outside on Main Street, putting a sign up. I think that we need to see more signs in America, especially. But maybe hold a little protest in support of Ukraine near one of your politicians' office. Things like that. Now that's politician's office. Things like that. Now that's an array of things that you can do. But think about what you can do individually, and start with whatever you can do, and then try and work your way up those ladders of what you might be able to do in the future.
Yeah, very good advice. So there you go, people. That's your homework for the after the weekend. Welcome back, Axel. I have a few things. But
what a
I didn't want
disaster
to
of equipment. I apologize, Marcus.
No worries. I didn't want to deprive you of asking Angry Ants any questions while he's here. However, I do have a report of a boom in Moscow, which I'm quite excited about. Excellent. Well, this particular thing which is on fire in Moscow, following an explosion which apparently was like an oxygen cylinder or tank of some kind that exploded inside the building, and it's been described as a spare parts warehouse to begin with, and then a bit more information came out. And this particular warehouse is for the refurbishment of decommissioned machinery with regards to war. And so it's actually quite interesting. Decommissioned military vehicle restoration warehouse with spare parts. And well, I just think that's kind of interesting.
Do we know
Remember
how
that
large?
list that I gave you the other day,
Do
Axel?
we know how large?
Oh, 1 second. It is not that person. It's about 1,800 square meters or something like that. 1,800 square meters. Sorry. Well, it's big. There's like a 5-story column of smoke coming out of it. So definitely a big one. And I was very pleased to see it. There we go. So it is in Nakabino, and it is on the in the suburbs of Moscow. So yeah, 1,800 square meters, not 18,000. I'm obviously a bit broken. But yes, large enough, I would say.
Yeah,
There you go.
1,800 square meters is good enough for that, specifically for spare parts.
I also have really good news of a prisoner exchange. There have been 100 returned to Ukraine and 106 persons returned to Russia. Now, the reason they received an additional 6 persons was 5 of those people are severely wounded, and there's there's an obligation to return those people without asking for anything in return. And they also decided to do the same with the only female prisoner of war that they have captured. So there was a single female prisoner of war who was captured, and she has been returned with nothing requested in return for her. I would imagine that that's quite rare, but they decided to do that, even though Moscow would not agree to an all-for-all prisoner exchange over the Ramadan period of all Muslims. Apparently that was not agreed. Palki, go ahead.
They're a bit squeamish about exchanging the Chechens, and they deem everybody who's Muslim, despite the fact that they are Ukrainian soldiers and Crimean Tatars, which makes it very hard. But then again, their derogative and absolutely terrible approach to the Crimean Tatars is well known.
Indeed. Go ahead, Palki.
Yeah, I'm sorry if this information is repetitive, but I used to work for a congressman and I interned on the Hill with Senate Judiciary, and Biden was there. It was during the time of Anita Hill. Do you remember that name? Clarence Thomas. Yeah. So the thing is, I'm sorry it's repetitive. Like, if you can personalize it, it's better. Like, to the senator or to the president. Like, I met Biden before, so I mentioned it. I mentioned I've been in Ukraine. That might help. The other thing was veterans groups. I've been trying to contact vets I know, but they didn't to help Ukraine. I don't know why. But at some point, if they could be on our side, they could be the sort of our NRA, our main lobby. And I'm thinking it doesn't have to be, but it could be places like Pensacola where Matt.
Did I just lose audio?
I was just about to ask you the very same question.
We've lost your audio, I'm afraid, Palki.
And I think that Biden himself is incomplete Reagan Democrat. He wants to be, but he's not. But thank you very much.
Oh, I caught that last bit. Thank you. And yet, 100% personal letters are actually the highest priority. And I think it comes from they realise that you've taken that time to write them a personal letter, so it must be important.
Right. The other point, maybe you missed it, is to work with the veterans of America if they can lobby on our behalf, because they would understand better what is freedom. Does that make sense?
That absolutely.
Yeah, I think the veterans fortunately are sufficiently bipartisan in that regard. They tend to be conservative in one regard, all of them, and that's national security. And that's good for us.
Yeah, it's an excellent idea. Angry Ants, go ahead.
No, I was gonna agree very much on the use of veterans and the need to kind of make their voices heard. And a month ago, the labor movement was led by their veterans group to go to the embassy of Ukraine. And it was the veterans group that was able to kind of pull a big coalition together to go and learn how to help. And one of the things is that there is a big group behind the scenes working to kind of create that loud and vocal support from the veteran groups right now. I know for sure, and the Ukrainian embassy in DC is doing a really good job right now of reaching out to the folks and kind of starting to make those relationships. I wish it was earlier, but the veteran's voice is a very credible and compelling voice when it comes to this issue. And I do think that you'll see a more concise use of it from those organizations in the future.
Then John.
Yeah, I've been thinking a little bit about how to compel people to join the cause, to push the politicians, actually to turn people around a little bit more than already done. I mean, there's a lot of talk that we should support Ukraine and we should help them and so on and so on. But in reality, we are not supporting them. I mean, they are actually fighting for us. And this is something, when I talk to people, a lot of people here in Sweden, they are very supportive of of Ukraine, but they think that most of them think that we are helping Ukraine, but it's actually the other way around. They are doing the dirty work for us, or the spilling the blood and tears for us, so we don't have to do it. And I think this is something that, if you want, I mean, when you talk to someone, bring it up like that. And that, I think, also compels people to push our politicians to, when they realize this, compels them to push our politicians to do more. It's not that we're helping Ukraine; we're actually helping ourselves. So, my 2 cents.
Thank you very much, then, John. And I will draw everyone's attention to Albion's latest tweet. The @ is AlbionLand1, and it is going up in the nest in just a moment. Pop it up there for a little bit so you can have a see, and see if that's something that you'd want to be involved in. I think it doesn't look like it's too onerous a task. So, like I say, folks, if you're in America, there's your homework. Thank you very much. Now, there is something I've got to ask following this warehouse burning down. How good do we think the 9th of May parade's going to be? Because I wonder if that's... Sorry, 10 things at once. Yeah, I wonder if that might have an effect anyway, considering this place is supposed to be updating and renovating once defunct machinery. So apparently somebody keeps trying to phone me, bless them. And sorry about that. Yeah, 9th of May parade is going to be lit. Exactly. It's already lit as far as I'm concerned. Lit up in flames. I just wonder if there's some concerted effort to wreck this parade. So, Axel, did you run away on me? Am I just
No,
here
I,
chatting to
no, no,
myself?
no, no. I'm not running away on you at all. I'm just trying to get
Just making sure.
all things done in parallel, given the fact that we also have a guest upcoming who I haven't spoken to before.
Talking of guests upcoming, yes, I provided you with some information, but I will also provide the room with some information that the second tweet in the nest is our new guest who's coming. He is Lionel de Lang, and if that's his real name, I love it because he rescues lions. Yes, he does. He's lived in Ukraine for 12 years, and after there was quite a money problem with the zoos, shall we say, bit of an economic crisis under Yanukovych there, and the funding to the zoos was cut really heavily, and he decided to set up called the Warriors of Wildlife Foundation to rescue, care for and relocate abused or abandoned wildlife, or the wildlife that maybe the zoos in Ukraine weren't able to take care of at the time. And I believe he has now rescued 11 lions from Ukraine, amongst other animals. I believe there's a bear, and he will be coming to talk to us about the last 2 lions that he rescued, which were, let's just say, a little bit challenging because of the fact that there was an active war on. And he is actually hoping to go back and do more rescues of animals in Ukraine. I believe his next quest is a black leopard and a jaguar. So we're going to talk to him about that. And, well, you all know how much I love animals, so I thought he'd be a fabulous guest. And
How
I'm
fitting
hoping
is that? A black jaguar and a leopard.
exactly. I knew you'd like that. See, and yeah, he was recently on the BBC News. He's been fully checked out. I'm quite happy that he is indeed who he says he is. He's been working with Lawrence Anthony, who rescued elephants for years, and they supported him and helped him set up his foundation. So I'm quite keen to speak to him, really, just because I think the work he's doing is incredible. And, you know, we talk a lot about the military and what have you, but evacuating wild animals out of a war zone, crikey, that takes some doing, I would say. Yeah, incredible stuff.
Yeah, and we saw what the Russians did with the zoo of Kherson. They actually not just evacuated the animals, on the contrary, they stole the animals, they mistreated them, some of them they killed. It's absolutely terrifying. They dehydrated them, and who knows what they did with the other zoos. Don't forget, they've been mistreating the national park on Crimea. They blamed it on the Ukrainians not providing sufficient amount of water, whilst at the same time they had annexed the countryside, they had annexed Crimea, and they had also deprived Crimea of water access, and they only provisioned everybody who was a good tourist with water, but they couldn't provide the water for the area supporting the animals. There you go.
Yeah, and they're doing more horrible things to animals. Of course, the nature reserve that was set up at the foot of Crimea has now been turned into some sort of hunter's park, which is just incredible. It's just as though the Russians can only bring death and destruction. It's such a terrible shame. It really is. It disgusts me. Because when it comes down to it, you know, the animals are the ones that can't choose. They can't move away. They can't, you know, make decisions as to what's going on and what's going to be safe. Yeah, I know it's extremely terrifying for the people, but to be a lion locked in a cage while there's shelling going on, I can imagine that's pretty stressful. And I just think it's incredible work that he's doing, actually retrieving and rescuing animals from a war zone that wouldn't be able to be looked after otherwise. And he does incredible things as well. He manages to move them to a big reserve in South Africa. So I'm looking really forward to talking to him about the last lion rescue that he did. And he's coming up in an hour and 10 minutes. I forgot to mention that bit. So there we go. We have Lionel DeLang, Lionel the Lion Man. And I've got to just say this, right? And I will tell him later that this is the first time I'm able to say this like without it just being a laugh. His foundation specializes in lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, I know. Sorry, I had to.
Did you want to become a lion tamer?
Oh, no. No, I wouldn't mind petting one. It'd have to be asleep, though, I reckon.
I think I need Doman or someone like him here around soon enough in order to go through the whole lion taming thing. The vocational guidance counselor.
Well, I'm sure he can tell us all about it.
All righty, did we shy everybody away?
Possibly. May the 9th. Is that where is that when the bridge was bombed? Was it the same time? It was, wasn't it? It was around the same time.
No. The Kerch Bridge was bombed in October.
Oh, was it? Was there something happened on May the 9th that really sort of like took the...
Just the usual.
Just the usual.
Nothing extraordinary. They did have to tow a few martyrs.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I know, and they couldn't have their air display, could they?
No, not really. They were slightly incapacitated. And that's the whole point. They didn't want to risk that one of those airplanes might crash somewhere or lose something.
And yet they've lost an awful lot of them in Ukraine. And today, another helicopter has been recorded as being taken down, this time in the Avdiivka area. And it was an MI, not 18. Is it 24? MI 24? Yes, no, maybe?
I seriously wouldn't know. I apologize. Maybe Jan knows, but I did not follow this during the day today. There was no opportunity. Jan?
It was the number that I wasn't sure
I
if
had some connection issues, so I actually lost the question.
No, I was just saying there was a helicopter shot down today, and it wasn't an Mi-18. It was an Mi 24.
Please?
Perhaps.
I've lost audio on mockers. I have to recycle.
Thank you. I've got a message now. It was an Mi-24 Hind. Apparently. Thank you. That was what I needed. But Jon is coming back anyway, so maybe he's going to come and talk to us anyway. Somebody's just said they'll have to count the parts to be able to be absolutely certain. Yeah, I like that. Good point. Go ahead, Jon.
Hi. Sorry, I had some Twitter bugs there. I actually heard myself speak when I came back saying that I had to recycle. Yeah, Me-24s, they haven't lost too many of them. I don't think they've used them that much. Maybe they're out of alligators now and going to the Me-24. And also, I just mentioned the Kerch Bridge. That was Putin's birthday.
That was it. I knew it was on a special occasion. That's why I was confused. Putin's birthday, of course.
Yeah, but it's a really good idea to hit it again on May 9th. I like that.
Yeah, maybe we should just put that out to the universe. But I honestly think there is a concerted effort going ahead to ruin the May 9th parade. I just, with the drone competition That's going to basically cause issues, and it's something that people are going to do. People will try and do it. I know they will. Challenge is on.
It would be fun if they would just show up like 50 drones.
That's what I'm hoping for, really. I'm hoping for like just tons of them all day. I would absolutely laugh my ass off if that was to happen. Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just receiving information in the background. That's what that noise is. Wow. The National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine has placed the former head of the State Property Fund, Senichenko, on the wanted list. He is suspected of organizing a scheme to illegally require more than 500 million in Ukrainian hryvnia from the Odessa port plant and the United Mining and Chemical Company. Crikey, they really are rooting these people out now, aren't they? There's no holding back. I'm enjoying seeing the karma train. The companies that have had a lot of corruption and what have you, they're absolutely. Oh my goodness! I've got some more information. Yeah, they're absolutely been sort of infested. Yeah, infested like a disease. With corruption and corrupt people who've been running them, and seeing them all going down like dominoes now. Yeah, I think Ukraine's getting a handle on this. I think they figured it out.
Now we just need to find out what's with the mayor of Odessa.
Yes, I've heard he's a bit of a character, and that he's possibly not the most kosher. But I mean, right now, since the start of the war, he has been very on Ukraine's side. But people can say anything, can't they? It's actions that speak louder.
Is he the one that was a lot on TV carrying an automatic rifle around and a battle rig? Or was that the mayor of Mykolaiv?
He was a lot on television, yes.
Yeah, he was a lot on TV. He's that kind of guy who likes to, seek a bit of limelight, shall we say. I think Axel's just hot micing on me. Yeah, hot micing on me.
I apologize, darling. I had to get back in the car, and the dogs were triggering the alarm. I see Chris has his hand up.
Yes, welcome, Chris, and go for it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're all well. I have been listening in the background while I've been typing away on various things, one of which I've just sent you something, mockers, for your eyes only. I've just been updating Michael Fabricant on the plans for the Ukrainian pavilion. And the nice thing about it, when you write to Michael Fabricant, and by the way, I do it by email, and as you know, that has worked very well. So I've always done it by email. You get a instant reply to let you know that your email has been received. It goes into his system, and as you know, in my case, it has generated responses from the Ministry of Defence. When I've actually had letters in response from the Ministry of Defence. So yeah, So it does work. And I was just going to say, you know, that in other ways, you know, so in other ways, you know, so an email might work, or a letter might work, or a phone call might work, and sometimes you have to test them, don't you, to see which one works better. You remind me of a story with one of my startups, actually, Mockers. And in the early days of that startup, me and my two partners, well, my one partner who was also doing like business development with me, we were trying to get into an investment bank in London. And, you know, we tried the phone calls. I don't know if we tried emails. It was a long time ago. We might not have tried emails, actually, but we tried phone calls. And that didn't work. You know, he never got through to, we'll call him the IT director for the sake of argument. So what he decided to do was he decided to get some very nice paper and envelopes and an ink pen and write the guy a letter in ink pen. And then he called him up and then he took his phone call. I've always remembered that.
So always remember to have a good pen, hey?
Well, people rarely get a letter written in ink pen these days. It does tend to rather stand out.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's eye-catching. It's different, and it's a tangible thing that somebody is going to hold and remember.
Sorry, how do you write your letters otherwise? And then, by the way, when you're dictating, how is your secretary doing it?
Axel, look, it don't surprise me if you always write in ink pen. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, if I write a personal letter, I write it with my normal fountain pen, which I have since ages. And how else would I do that? Pencil? Come on.
Yes, but that's you, Axel. Everybody's not you, right? And that, and as for the
Come on. Wait one. This is not solitary. On the contrary, this is completely normal.
Okay, Axel, let's take a poll on the space, right? I'll bet you money, right, that hardly any people.
I am not a gambling man.
Okay, I'll okay, well, I don't know what to say then, right? My estimation is that people will not even have an ink pen, never mind use it to write letters, but people can DM in and prove me different, prove me wrong.
You can do one of those polls. You can do one of those poll thingies you do from time to time on this, what you call the interweb, right, Chris?
Yeah, I don't do many of them poll things, actually, Axel, but people do it with great effect. You are right. And by the way, sorry, Marcus. I was going to say, by the way, the other thing is that people might want to remember that by being in this space, they have accumulated information that anybody else, that other people are unlikely to have, because there is nowhere else that you'll get the sort of information that you get here. Right now, I don't suggest that you ram that down your senator or congressman or MP's throat, but you might want to just drop a hint that you do actually have. How shall we put it, Axel? How shall we put it?
That you listen to the Ministry of Silly Talks and feel sufficiently better informed.
Okay, I don't think so, but whatever.
Oh, but you've made an effort to inform yourself, so you're writing from a more informed position, I think is what you're trying to say.
That sounds better to me, Mockers, than Axel's idea on that.
See, I know how to word a good letter. I'm one of those weird people that just writes a good letter. Oh, the chat GPT suggestion worked really well for somebody. I have had feedback from that, and it was able to help them write a decent letter. So there you go. And well, I would imagine, you know, if you just change up a few things and edit it, you won't find that everybody else has got the same letter as you. Chris?
I'm wondering what Axel thinks about Chat GPT letters.
I've never used it, but to be honest, the text the person got back was actually relevant, and that they could have just left it as it was and sent it. It certainly sounded like a personal letter to me.
Well, I guess we can't be AI dinosaurs, you know, but I'm more inclined to the ink pen letter than I am to the AI generated one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just for help with wording, really. I mean, you know, some people struggle to write a formal letter because they don't have the opportunity to need to very often. So it's just really to provide a template more than anything else.
Yeah, with you on that.
I mean, you know, Word programs and what have you will provide like the layout, but they won't give you a template of, you know, dear sir, madam, I'm writing to you because of, in reference to, you know, that sort of a bit more formal language. Having worked in offices all my life, that's why I can write a letter.
So people know who to come to, Mockers, for letter advice.
As if I've got the time when I'm always here, babe. So I'm just going to go through a few things with everybody. Here at the Maria Report, we are a 501c3. I think I got it in the right way around. And we are at the moment supporting Chef Zhenya and his drive to feed the troops. We're obviously getting on board with the soup, as Chef Zhenya loves his soup. And I'm going to pop into the nest our fundraising drive for Chef Zhenya. Let me find where it is. Oh, there we go. There's one. And if you want to donate to that, you certainly can. So it's up there in the nest in just a moment. And there we go. Lovely. So if you want your donations to go to Chef Zhenya and to assist him, then that's how to do it. Yeah, sorry, I've got like 7 messages just popping up in the background here. Axel, can I hand over to you for a moment, my lovely, while I just make some answers?
Sure, of course, no problem. I'm just dealing with household chores for 5 minutes, but that shouldn't be a problem. In the meantime, Jörn, did you find any evidence that Street Spot Netty have been given or not?
No, I haven't seen any evidence of that. I just really hope they do. But you know, both the Swedes and the Norwegian have this policy of not proclaiming anything until it's there. So we wouldn't have any idea if they've actually donated. Norway has very few. They have still some operational, and I think they have mothballed a few that could probably become operational quite soon. But the Swedes have like 5 times more Street Spot Netty than Norway, and they're so functional and good. Russians have tried to copy it. I think they would be successful in Ukraine for both moving people and material on both rivers and NATO lakes. So I really hope to see it there. And if they do, I think the Swedes will get more orders from coastal nations around the globe.
Did we talk about it this last time around, how they can actually be armed? Because I understand that your Norwegian compatriots have mounted quite an array of decent guns on it.
Yeah, well, when I was in, we only had the 12.7 on it, but I know for a fact that they had the Hellfire missile on it after I left. They have had what you call them, the mortars on it. I'm quite sure that they could put the Mistral air defense missile on it, and a number of other stuff. I think you could have both a heavy weapon on their main gun position and 12.7 machine